I will now invite our manager, talent management, Madam Harriet, to come and share with us what she calls Ignite My Learning. Mumwemu kubugalo banange omukyala bintu bwe bityo.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. That sounds better. My name is Orisha Harriet, the Manager Talent Management. And in a bid for us to encourage a culture of continuous learning, we did a small little innovation from my section called Ignite My Learning, where we share just a few seconds of a learning tip with you. And so today's tip, I think the Secretariat will put it up for us, is just a quote. Secretariat? Okay, today's learning tip is a quote from one of the most innovative gentlemen that we'll probably ever know in our generation, the brain behind the Apple. I'm sure most of us really know that gentleman. And he said, innovation is not really all about creating new things, but it has a lot to do with us finding new ways of actually implementing, finding new ways of doing the new things. So unfortunately it wasn't put up, that is our tip, but also just to say that as we start our symposium, use your BAE, B-A-E, I hope I've spelled it well or sounded it well, BAE, not the BAE that you left at home, but remember to be as curious as a child. Remember to be, ask bold questions, but also remember to explore, and also remember to be open-minded, and remember that most of the innovations actually happen outside of your field or outside of your comfort zone. So let's work together and enjoy the rest of the symposium. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, I will just make a round of introductions. Very few people, especially people you're seated with there. On your immediate left-hand side is our board chair, Engineer Proskofi Anjuki. A very big hand clap for our board chair, please. We are also in the company of other board members, Professor Nixon Kamkama. He deserves a big hand clap also. Director Dravu Ronald, a big hand clap. Honorable Minister, on your immediate right-hand side is our CEO, Dr. Engineer Harrison Mutikanga. And at the very end of the row is the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Makerere, Professor Henry Areneto. A big hand clap, ladies and gentlemen. Close, we have Professor Latin Peter. He's from Makerere, and also have a team from ERB, Engineers Registration Board. I will be introducing you individually as and when time allows. We also have Mr. John Berry, who is the Vice Chairperson of Project Steering Committee, but also our consultant on one or two things. And of course, he deserves a much better hand clap than that. We have members of top management of Uegcl. I can't introduce them one by one. We have other colleagues from our sister companies. I have seen Rutuama Henry from UETCL. And I also saw Mr. Okoboy from the regulator, Electricity Regulatory Authority. And other stakeholders, very important, they are all here. So let's welcome everybody with a very big hand clap. There's a reason why we are here, and the person who will put it in a better perspective is our Chief Strategy and Business Development, Mr. Isingoma David. He's going to come here and make a brief comment regarding the reason we are here. You will come, give him some energy to start talking.
Thank you, Enoch. My duty this morning is very simple, to introduce and set the stage for today. Basically, let's go to the slide. I have one slide. And Honorable Minister, distinguished guests, this slide is really summarizes why we are here today. The first item there is best practice. We're here for best practice. And Honorable Minister, I want to just quote the Bible. It says, "Thou shalt not covet a neighbor's possessions." But at times it's good to look over the fence and see what good things your neighbor is doing. Not in everything, by the way, but in some things. So why am I mentioning this? Our sister company, Kengen, who are represented here, called us and invited us actually to attend their research and innovation workshops. We were actually mesmerized by the content quality of their R&D workshops. So we learned a few lessons. I'm not saying we are holding this because of what they are doing, but we learned some good lessons from them. And I think I'm putting it in the context of good practice. It's good practice to really come out with these workshops. Next, Honorable Minister, I'm contextualizing this workshop in terms of operational efficiency. Honorable Minister, as you are aware, NDP4, which commences in July, alludes to the fact that there's been significant investment in generation in this country. And we are aware, Karuma, Isimba, a lot of money has been sunk in. And NDP4 has recognized the fact that we need to operate these facilities efficiently for their posterity. Because at the end of the day, we don't want to see these facilities breaking down before we have realized the value. So that brings me to the issue of operational efficiency. That's why we're here. We want to showcase what we are doing as Uegcl in terms of operational efficiency. I mean, this goes for the other sectors. Actually, NDP4 alludes to roads, to energy, but for here, I'll restrict myself to energy. Cost savings, I think you see it down there, is the next reason we are here. Because as a company, we need to ensure that we are cost efficient in doing our work. Today, mergers, and you hear Trump talking of DOGE, that is Department of Government Efficiency, is all looking at efficiency. Even Honorable Minister, as you are aware, the mergers that we are talking about in Uganda is to actually save costs. What are we trying to do? We are trying to showcase the fact that internally we can already start the process of saving costs as a company, even before we are merged. So this is something that we are going to showcase in this workshop. The next one, which I feel is the most important for us, is skills and competence profiling. Honorable Minister, as you presided over the handing over of Umeme to Uegcl, you alluded to two things: that we need to increase our generation capacity. Actually, it came out of both Umeme and yourself, because the demand is quickly outstripping our supply. We may think we have a surplus today, but what will be the situation tomorrow? Secondly, you alluded to the fact that there's a consultancy for Kiba that has been set out. As we thought about this in Uegcl, we said we have competencies in the sector. Why can't we do this consultancy? Maybe it may be a conflict, but I can assure you, Honorable Minister, that the competencies and skills that we have in this room can actually do this job. So, what are we highlighting as part of this workshop? The skills that we have within not only Uegcl, but the sector as a whole. We have skills, and you're aware of that. Lastly, the issue of innovation. Today we talk about so many sources of energy: green hydrogen, floating solar, waste to energy, peat, solar, wind, nuclear. We want to see what innovations impacting the generation space can be showcased in this symposium. So those are the four issues I wanted to highlight today, Honorable Minister. But I wanted, at this juncture, to invite Dr. Kayondo. Please come here. Dr. Kayondo has been the brain behind this workshop, and it would really be a disservice if he didn't come here for recognition. He has been the foot soldier in all this work. And really, I thought you'd come here and just give us a highlight of the program. There's a team he has worked with, but I think it's important that he's recognized also for his effort in this regard. And with those few remarks, I hand over to Dr. Kayondo. Thank you very much. Maybe I forgot to mention that I'm David Isingoma. I'm in charge of strategy and business development, which is responsible for this research and innovation workshop, and we work with Dr. Kayondo in the department. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, David. Honorable Minister, our board chair, directors of Uegcl, the CEO, and our guests here today. First of all, I welcome you today. My name is Muzaffar Kayondo, and I'm the head of research and business development, working under the strategy and business development department. Quickly, I want to take you through the program and what we've been able to come to. Over the last couple of months, we've tried to put together what we believe are innovations, what we believe is research coming out of Uegcl. And this has gone through our processes, has been peer reviewed by key people within the industry, basically all culminating to this day today. Honorable Minister, over the next 2 days, starting today, we are going to have over 25 presentations in the areas of research and innovation, basically in process improvements, in resource optimization, in business sustainability, and in looking at technological advancements that we've been able to achieve as Uegcl. So we have a cross-cutting teams here that are going to be represented. We've collaborated with the academic and the research institutions. Some of the presentations are going to be displayed here today. And in the audience today, we even have teams from other sector players. For example, from Bujagali, who will also be making highlights of their innovations. These are some of the expectations here today. So today we'll have several of these, and they will continue up to tomorrow. And in the afternoon tomorrow we have a panel of judges who are going to look at what has been presented today and to credit and give merit to which ones are coming out emerging as the best. So Honorable Minister, at the end of these 2 days tomorrow, we are going to award the best innovators and researchers within Uegcl. We are going to have all these people at least recognized for their contributions to improving the processes within Uegcl and making sure that we are achieving business sustainability as an organization. So there's a lot to look forward to in the next 2 days, so I urge everyone, those who are able to stay, and we enjoy. So briefly, that's all the program is going to look like. Thank you very much.
Sorry for the gap. I didn't know he was going to finish so fast like that. So I had to do a lot of running from here to here. We have also been joined, ladies and gentlemen, by our Director Hope Bizimana. Yeah. So this side, you don't want to clap for Hope, eh? You feel you are safe. Okay, good. I would like to take this opportunity now to invite our CEO, Dr. Engineer Harrison Mutikanga, to come and deliver his speech. And the practice is that Thank you, Nicholas. He's leading the hand clapping session. Eh? Good.
Thank you, Enoch. Our chief guest, Honorable Canon Dr. Ruth Nankabirwa, our chairperson of the board, Engineer Proscovia Margaret Njuchi, the directors of the board, and our guests, all invited guests. Allow me, Madam Minister, to convey our appreciation. We really don't take it for granted that you are here with us this morning. You all know that this has been a very busy week in the sector, especially for our minister. She has been presiding over a very big transition. They called it the big switch. So I know that can have a toll on you, Honorable Minister. But we know we gave our minister we gave her a new name. We call her the indefatigable. The indefatigable Honorable Minister. Sometimes I wonder where she gets all the energy. But Honorable Minister, we really appreciate and we thank you for being here with us this morning. Allow me, Chair, to recognize a few people. I know they had already introduced them. But our keynote speaker this morning will be Professor Dr. Engineer Henry Arinitwe, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Makerere University. Professor is also the chairperson of the Engineers Registration Board. So the engineers who are in the room, please, you have no reason of not being registered. We have the chairperson here with us. So he's here to encourage all of you to register. Madam Chair, allow me also to, Madam Minister, allow me to recognize another professor in the room, Professor Lating. He's going to be the chair of the examining panel that is going to select the best paper and that will be rewarded. We also have a representative from ERA, Dr. Geoffrey Okoboy. Okoboy, you can stand up for recognition. Thank you so much for coming. Dr. Okoboy, on the big switch day, he announced a very big reduction in tariff. So we really appreciate you. We also have a representative from Uegcl, Engineer Henry Rutwama is here with us. And we have representatives from Bujagali. Mr. Yusuf Kadigo, the maintenance manager, and your team. And we also have a representative from Kengen, from Kenya, Mr. Joshua Nyandika. Madam Minister, like they have informed you, we've been to Kenya personally. I've attended the research and innovation workshop in Kengen, I think last year. So we are all learning from each other, and we believe through these collaborations we shall be able to improve on whatever we are doing, so that we can have reliable electricity generation. Honorable Minister, for the next 2 days, we have very many lined up research presentations. But our research is really not the sky blue research, but our research is the action-based research. So we encounter problems in our plants, and then we try to see how we can resolve the problems using scientific methods. So that's the knowledge we are going to be sharing, and also the cost benefits. I know the regulator keeps encouraging us to operate efficiently, and through the research we are doing, the action-based research, we want to demonstrate that we are operating efficiently, and actually we are saving a lot of money instead of contracting out some of the works that we are going to be sharing with you to the consultants and other private players. So without taking too much of your time, I want to thank all the participants. I know it takes time to come up with the research articles, leave alone after you've done the work. So we really want to appreciate all of you and to encourage you that this is the beginning. We are building a culture in Uegcl of solving problems using scientific methods. So we are trying to make Uegcl a learning and also a teaching organization. And we really want to, once again, also appreciate the board. The board has been very supportive in providing resources for the research and innovation department. Once again, I want also to extend my sincere appreciation to David and Dr. Kayondo and your entire team for putting up this symposium. I know it has taken you a lot of time, and we really want to appreciate you. So with those few remarks, I thank you, all of you, and we look forward to your active participation and good deliberations. So thank you so much. Over to you, Eno.
Let's give another round of applause to CEO. I also want to
Honorable Minister, I also wanted to recognize the Engineer John Berry. John Berry, you can stand up for recognition. I know you traveled all the way from South Africa just to be here with us. And John Berry has a passion for operation and maintenance of generation power plants. So he's really here with us, and we are looking forward to your active participation. Thank you so much. But John Berry is also, he supports us in the development of Karuma and the Simba hydropower plant as one of the members of the project steering committee. Thank you.
Thank you so much, CEO. I also want to advise that you keep taking water if you feel really tensed up. There are people who have early signs of hypertension, like myself. It's called anxiety. But also if you feel that your energy levels are too low, you can eat a sweet. We have sweets there. But also you can maybe grab a piece of cake. And at some point I will ask you to stand up. It's not advisable for people to sit for a long time, 1 hour, 2 hours talking. You stand up and stretch. You stretch decently. You don't give someone a slap. Then we keep moving. I would like now to invite, by the way, I am a paramedic of sorts because I worked in the biggest national referral here for 7 years. So I became a doctor of sorts without a certificate. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to invite our board chair, Engineer Proskovia Njuki, to come and make her comments. And as she comes, you have a duty to make sure. Very good. Good.
Honorable Minister of Energy and Mineral Development, Dr. Canon Ruth Nankabirwa Sentamu Seguja. I think I've finished all the names now. Members of the Board of UEGCL, my colleagues who are here, our CEO, UEGCL, and all other representatives of our sister organizations. If there's a representative from UETCL, UEDCL, they introduced one from ERA, you're welcome. We are happy to have you here, and others who are representatives of organizations that are within the sector. We are happy to have you here. We want to welcome those who traveled from far to come. John Berry, you're welcome. My brother from Kengen. It's a place we enjoy visiting because really you challenge us. Thank you very much for being here. Management and staff of UEGCL, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the board, I would like to welcome you all to this two-day symposium, and thank you very much for honoring our invitation. I especially want to thank our guest of honor. Honorable Minister, Harrison has said it all. I just wonder how you make time, but you will make time for UEGCL, and we know that. So we sincerely appreciate you. We thank you very much, and your presence here is a testament of the importance you attach to research and innovation, because it's the only way we can drive the sector forward through research and innovation. Thank you very much for being here. Today's function is a major milestone as we hold our second Research and Innovation Symposium in line with UEGCL's 5-year strategic plan, the current 5-year strategic plan. The symposium resonates with our company mandate and core values and key objectives of improving knowledge, skills, and abilities, and improving process efficiency. And David really clarified that. So this is really the gist of this symposium. As a board, our interest is to ensure that the company operations are efficient, thus providing reliable services to our customers. In this regard, research and innovation are seen as enablers and drivers for efficient operations. For this reason, it's for this reason that the board are fully in support of the symposium, from which we hope to realize efficient operations going forward, cost effectiveness of service, technology enhancement, and even more innovations. The theme of this symposium is driving innovative solutions for efficient operation and maintenance in power generation. And it's very pertinent to UEGCL's position within the sector, because of where we want to head as a company. It therefore gives me great pleasure that today we gather as the energy sector and practitioners and members of the academia and industry experts to discuss critical areas such as processes, improvements, resource optimization, technology advancement, and business sustainability in electricity generation. I especially applaud the collaborative dimension that has been adopted in this symposium. This collaboration is manifested with the academic institutions represented, which we applaud. And I beg your pardon, I didn't appreciate the panel of judges. It's a very high-level panel of judges. Thank you very much for agreeing to be here, and you're really welcome. I recognize you now because I realize the importance within this symposium that we have academic institutions represented here today at very high level. The combination of theory and practice creates a formidable platform for innovation. Thank you very much for this approach. And as a board, we are grateful to the CEO for spearheading and ensuring that research and innovation does not remain on paper, but it is actualized through its application to save over plants and much of what we will be seeing here today. Thank you, Dr. Harrison, for driving this. There is no limit to innovation within the space of electricity generation. Therefore, as a company, we continue to be open to new ideas and innovations. With this in mind, I sincerely thank all those who have put a lot of energy and time to prepare these detailed and comprehensive papers we are going to receive, to be receiving over the 2 days. This is appreciated. Thank you very much, David and Dr. Kayondo, for coordinating this. I wish to particularly thank the strategic partners who have joined us from the academia, sector players, the independent power producers, especially Makerere University and Bujagali Energy Limited. Thank you very much for joining us and participating. Your presence means a lot to us. The lineup of papers in this symposium is also a display of what Uegcl is capable of delivering in the electricity sector, and it will provide a good foundation for our professional services unit. Honorable Minister, the board approved a professional services unit to be established within the company because this unit seeks to provide the much needed support to the sector and the different power generators within and outside the company. We want to develop this as a support within the industry. Finally, I wish to take this opportunity to thank you once again, our majority shareholder, Honorable Minister of Energy and Mineral Development, for the support and the strategic guidance you continue to give us. I want to thank my fellow directors for the way we work together and the way we really have a focus and the way we want to go. Thank you, sector players and management and staff of Uegcl for working tirelessly to ensure that there is continuous innovation to support the company. These innovations continue to lead to cost saving for Uegcl and in turn for the sector and the country at large. Thank you very much and you're welcome for God and my country.
Let's give our board chair another round of applause. We also have a YouTube link. There are people who are not here and they are following what is happening here. That is a new way of pushing very strategic narratives for this symposium. I want to take this opportunity to call the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Makerere, Professor Henry Alneitwe, to come and deliver his keynote address. This is a very important address from the biggest person from the biggest university. A very big round of applause.
Okay, thank you very much. The Master of Ceremonies. I've already been introduced. My name is Henry, as indicated there. I'm a civil engineer, and I want to make it straight clear. So I'm not an expert in energy, but all of us, as I will explain, are key stakeholders in energy. I'm also a professor at Makerere. I'm the chairman of the Engineers Registration Board of Uganda. I'm also the chairman of the committee on industrial science, that is engineering and technology, at the Uganda National Council of Science and Technology. So in many capacities, I feel I'm honored to be here and partake in this symposium. And I want to take this opportunity to thank the management of Uegcl, especially Dr. Harrison Mutikanga, for inviting me to participate. So, that will be my outline of what I'm going to present within the 30 minutes or so. I'll talk about academia, I'll talk about energy economics, I'll talk about energy production in Uganda, I'll talk about the consumption, I'll also talk about the challenges of energy provision in Uganda, I'll talk about the depreciation, and of course losses, and also growth of energy, or the need for us to grow our energy production, and then I'll give some conclusions and recommendations. So I'll start with academia. By definition, I mean, coming from the academic side, we need to have some kind of base on which we tackle the topic that I was given, academia. The academia is in general terms, is the people who participate in teaching and learning, research, dissemination, scholarship. All those are, if you go to the dictionary, that's what it says. Now, realize that teachers and learners are part of academia. The industry practitioners, especially those who participate in research and innovation, are also part of academia. Because in many ways, the industry supports the institutions, like the university. We rely so much on the industry. The mentors from industry, government, learning institutions, all those are part of academia. And also, all researchers are part of academia. So what that means is that even us in this symposium, we are part of academia, including the Honorable Minister and the Chair of the Board, who are part of academia. So that's my broad definition, and that's where I'm coming from. Now, what's the role of specific role of academia? One is to develop talent. We teach, we disseminate, so therefore we develop talent. So, and that's what we're doing today. Even by encouraging those innovators, rewarding them, we're encouraging talent, we're grooming talent. Also, we carry out research and innovation. And again, that is what we're exhibiting today in this symposium. Like on renewable energy, energy efficiency, energy policy, that's part of academia. Knowledge transfer partnerships and outreaches, okay? For me being here from the university, I'm doing my work. You can't choose, like at the university today, they can't say this man has not been working today because he has been at Uegcl. This is part of my work. And even when I'm being promoted to the level of professor, this is taken into account. So I want to thank Uegcl for inviting us from academia. So knowledge transfer partnership is part and parcel of academia, disseminating the research findings. But also there's been a question to commercialize research outputs. Many people still think that, universities should also be heavily involved in commercializing outputs. That's not always the case. For us in academia, we can research, at times even for the sake of research, where you have basic research. But also, you can research and have something that is tangible, can be commercialized. But because you are heavily engaged in academia, in teaching at the university, you can't be the one again to commercialize. But there's been also a blend where both have happened. A good example is Chira Motors Corporation. As you know, Chira Motors Corporation started at Makerere, where I was the principal then. It became part of UDC. Now it's a government corporation, Chira Motors Corporation, and it is fully, it's now run along commercial lines, independent of the university. So we can go that far, but don't blame us where we have not gone to that extent, okay? So I wanted to put that clear, and just go a little bit back. The last point was on policy informing. At the university, we're encouraged and we're supposed to work with institutions to make sure that we inform policy. So if we are talking about energy efficiency, then we should also work together, closely together, to come up with the policy briefs that we can take to our minister and other stakeholders and make sure that they are implemented. Next, please. So again, in the context of definitions, I want to talk about energy And I was just remembering my O-level definition of energy, that energy is the ability to do work. That was, I remember, very key there. And also power derived from utilization of physical or chemical resources, especially to provide light, heat. And also energy is the engine for economic growth and development of any society or country. Energy is the engine of development. And you can see where countries have been fighting or communities are fighting, they usually want to hit energy. A good example is the Russia-Ukraine war. Those people are targeting each other's energy generation resources. And that's very sad. And then I also wanted to mention that everybody is a stakeholder in energy. All of us need energy. Of course, right from the basic energy that we need for our movement, as individuals, we have to have food for energy. But we also need, all of us need light. You know, we all need light. We need energy for production and many other things. So all of us are stakeholders in energy. And that's why they have the audacity to stand here and to talk to you experts in energy. Otherwise, I would not have talked. Innovation is about new ideas. Like today, we're going to give merit to those that have come up with new ideas. They could be ideas or methods or devices. All those are innovations. Something that is modified to produce different results, also in innovation. It's not always that you must discover in the real sense. It's not that you must discover something new, but you can modify and come up with an innovation. The areas for engineering innovation are wide, because engineering is everywhere. Engineering is everywhere. Next, please. I wanted to reflect on the issue of energy economics, or the economics of energy. And here I can see my colleague, the director, and also the DVC of Mbarara University, who is from the economics and accounting side, that this equation will resonate very well with him, that you have production equal to consumption plus depreciation plus growth. So that if we put it also in the context of energy, that we need to produce energy that is enough for consumption, enough to cater for losses, because I've heard of inefficiencies in transmission, in distribution, in consumption, and then also we must also cater for growth. You know, this is an economics equation, but you also know that economics is about allocation of resources. So it means that as we allocate those resources for energy, we must take into account this equation. Next, please. Here I don't have to say much. We all appreciate, this is a common scene around Uganda, but one of the authors says that biomass provides over 90% of energy needs in Uganda. This is a very common scene. Even in town, you find that people are staying in the skyscrapers, but they're still using charcoal as their main source of energy, especially for boiling those beans, making sure they prepare well. Next, please. So now I wanted to reflect on some of the statistics, and then also put them in the context of some research. Because coming from an academic institution, we need to show that there's been some research, but we need to do much more. And I look at the source, hydroelectricity, micro, those are the potentials. The potential about, for now they are saying about 2,800. And these statistics may not be very accurate, because energy is also fast evolving. You know, it's fast evolving. Like recently we commissioned a new dam at Karumba. So therefore we added some more megawatts of power, and some also in the pipeline. Even today as we talk, someone is buying a solar panel and fixing it at home. So that again changes the energy mix. But I wanted to give these as indicators. So we have the potential, then we have the current generation as about 2043 megawatts. There have been some research, like reliability of water sources, fluctuation in water levels, unit cost of power, dam safety, and those are some of the resources. Some of the researchers, like Kodri in 2011, he looked at the variation in water levels, reflecting what happened in 1964 and then also what happened also after the construction of the second parallel dam at Jinja. Remember, there was an issue there. So even today as we speak, I'm glad that together with the staff from Uegcl, who include Dr. Kayondo and Mr. Alan Kasede, where is he? Alan Kasede, we are doing some research, Honorable Minister, about water levels on Lake Victoria. We are using remote sensing. We're also using artificial neural networks to see how the rivers input into the lake, and also how the water flows and the variations, of course, plus the other ways the water can be discharged, like evaporation. So it means that we're still doing research, and we're happy that Uegcl is supporting the cause. Let's thank them again. Madam Honorable Minister, I wanted to report also that Uegcl, I think, is unique, because for them, they understand the academia, they understand research. They have been supporting us by giving us even some funds to do some research. Like I remember they gave us some money at Makere to do with the harvesting of water hyacinth. How can we harvest it? How can we convert it into energy that's useful instead of clogging the dam? Petroleum products, of course, in Uganda, this is now a common song. We are talking about our petroleum, how we're going to extract it and use it. But here I was just capturing what is now being generated from heavy oil, 101 megawatts. There have been issues about sustainability in academia, pollution, emissions. You know that Kampala is one of the highly polluted cities in Africa. When you look at the pollution index, Kampala is not doing well. Bagasse cogeneration, 117 megawatts. Again, the issue there has been the energy mix in academia. What is the energy mix? How can we use all those resources to perform better? The solar energy, which is depicted here, the potential is high or is reasonable, but we have not done much there. The generation capacity now is about 65, was about 65 when I got this. It can be much more. It can be much more. The issues there, again, in academia have been the manufacture of affordable panels. We know that panels are still expensive, and we're not manufacturing them locally, so we need to grow that capacity to do that here in Uganda. And then also the issue of storage of energy. How do we make sure that our energy is harvested, stored well, and then utilized? Let's move on. Peat, in Uganda we have peat, we have some deposits of peat, especially in Katuna, somewhere there, and other places. The potential is high there. As you can see, 100 megawatts of capacity potential for 50 years, but we have not utilized it. And that has also been captured in academia again, in research. Wind energy is also identified as a key resource. The capacity there, I put a question mark because I couldn't get data on the kind of capacity we can talk about. But I know that people at Makerere have researched on energy, wind energy in Karamoja, because that's why we have the highest strength of gusts of wind and consistent. So the issue is the strength of the wind, location of the sites and direction. Then the coal, we also have some reserves of coal, deposits of coal. So the issue there is the extraction, beneficiation, and use. Of course, now we're also talking about our steel, our iron ore in Kabale. Of course, in order to manufacture steel, we also need coal as a source of carbon, because carbon is a key ingredient of steel as an alloy. Biogas, this they say has high potential, but again, we have not used it to the best. I know some schools have tried it. Even at my own home in the village, I have a biogas system, but I don't know whether I benefit from that resource. So there are issues there about biogas. Let's move on. Biodiesel. is also a potential. And here we're talking about the use of materials like plants like castor oil, which was used a long time ago. I mean, our people in the village know that castor oil, you can use it as a candle. It can burn for a long time once it's dry, but here we have failed to use it. So we need to do much more. So we need to know the sources, the quantities, because you cannot just use 2 plants and you talk about castor oil. We must be having people purposely planting castor oil for energy generation. Geothermal, again, is also another good source we are talking about in Uganda. When you go to the Western Rift Valley, around Kirembe there and those other places, you see quite a number of those resources, not utilized. Many people actually use them for medicinal purposes. Honorable Minister, there's a place which has got a hot spring in our village, and people go there to dip themselves, and after a week they say they are cured. So it's mainly for medicinal, but not for energy, for use in the normal way. Nuclear energy, there's also a big question mark there. Again, in Uganda, there have been traces of material, uranium, and those other rare earth minerals that can be used, that can be enriched to produce nuclear energy for civilian use. Not nuclear weapons, but here we're talking about nuclear energy for peaceful use. Yes. Biomass, reflect on the bicycle. We use already 90% of our energies from biomass, but we can use it also in a more sustainable way. Deforesting at a very fast rate, but what we need is sustainability and making sure that those resources can be there for our next generations, since we are generating for generations. I've also put ocean water currents. In Uganda, of course, we don't have a coastline, ocean coastline. But we know that in other countries, they're already starting to harvest those currents for energy use. That's why you tap from, it goes underneath, in the oceans, there are currents. Water moves from one place to another because of various reasons, temperature differences, and so on, like the Gulf Stream. And that can be converted also into energy. Now, since we are East Africans, we can already also work with the Tanzania and Kenya and access the coast, the ocean, and generate maybe on a shared basis. That's something that we can think about. Next, please. As I talk about the energy sources, I just wanted to reflect on what is in our abstract, statistical abstract for 2023, that the first 5 are the main sources of energy in Uganda. The first 5. In hydroelectricity, biogas, heavy oil and solar, and some biomass in terms of husks. This is what is used to generate electricity. But remember, the biggest contributor of energy resource is biomass, still. Okay, so let's move on. Here I was reflecting on the Isimba Dam when it was still under construction. Honorable Minister, I just wanted to report that I've also participated in some energy projects in a small way. When Isimba was being constructed, remember there was an issue of poor delivery of work at Isimba and Karuma, and to the extent that there was cracks in the dams. And I was one of the people who were identified by the minister, and was a team that moved around, saw the defects, proposed remedies, interacted with stakeholders, also came to the Ministry of Energy, and we did some work, and even somehow overhauled the arrangement then, because even the way the contract was managed was not good. It wasn't good. Even the procurement, actually, starting from the procurement wasn't good, the management wasn't good, the contractors were, had horns, the consultants also were not at the best. So there were some issues, and we managed to handle that at that time. But here what I'm saying is that, yes, we are generating, but even at a lower capacity, inefficiencies. We're not using the dam to the fullest. You know? And even now, as we talk, there are still some issues to resolve. Let's move on. This is solar. Again, the good thing that our screen here shows the same. In many other countries, they are harvesting solar in big scales. When I was in Sweden, there was a bylaw, even the local town there, where I was in Sweden, that all new buildings should have solar panels. You should be able to harvest. And you know, of course, Sweden is in the temperate regions, towards the North Pole. So they don't have as much solar potential as ourselves, but they could still harvest in their own ways. Let's move on. This is bagasse from the sugarcane crushing process. Again, we have potential. We can do much more. Let's move on. That's the castor oil I was talking about earlier, that we can grow it to a bigger scale and be able to generate from there more energy. Next, please. This is wind. These are wind turbines. When you go to many countries in Europe especially, you'll see these turbines. And they are generating reasonable amounts of energy. We can have some also in Uganda. Next, please. This is also wind in Uganda this time. At Makerere, where some researchers are doing experiments on wind energy and how best we can utilize it. Next, biogas. Again, I've talked about it. I've said that a number of institutions have biogas, but the extent is not well studied. I've given even my own example at home in the village. I have a biogas small plant, but I've not seen food cooked using that biogas that's generated. That's geothermal. The potential is there. Let's go on. Nuclear for peaceful purposes, not for military purposes, is also there. The potential is there. We only need to negotiate and make sure that we use it well. Because, of course, in the West, there's been a campaign against these resources. But the question is, how are we going to generate more than 20,000 megawatts of electricity? Today, we have 2,000. If we're going to grow tenfold, the assumption is that we'll need more than 20,000 megawatts. So which other resources are we going to use to generate that electricity in the mix? It's a very big question. Those are the ocean currents I talked about, where the currents can be used also to generate electricity. As I move towards the end, let's go on. Here, I'm just comparing the electricity consumption per capita, and I wanted to compare with South Sudan, which is the youngest country in the world, with only 40 kilowatt hours. Uganda, 87. Now you compare with Iceland, which has 53,000. Iceland has got a population of about 500,000, I think, people. And that's the country that, of course, President Trump has been wanting to annex very quickly and take it away from Denmark. Yeah, it's near Greenland, yes. It's near Greenland, yeah. Then Kenya, then South Korea. So you can see there's quite a big disparity in the use, the consumption of electricity. Let's move on. Now, again, from the research I've carried out, Uganda's consumption, total energy consumption per capita is about 39 kilograms of oil equivalent. That's per capita. Kenya is about 80, and Italy to 2,900. that is the crude oil. If you look at your total energy consumption and you convert it into crude oil, that's what we would be using as individuals per annum, which is very small. And if we are to, because the vision and the NDP4 emphasizes industrialization. If Uganda is going to industrialize, it means that we need much more energy. We also need to consume it in our industries. Next, please. I talked about loss and depreciation of energy. And here I'm talking about generation obstructions. Like the water hyacinth had an issue. The seepage in our dams is also a big issue. Even at Simba now, it is sort of a question mark there. Structural defects in the dams also contribute to inefficiency and loss. Losses in transmission and distribution, of course, including thefts, are also contributing to our depreciation and loss of energy. Inefficient cooking stoves, 90% energy is wasted in most cases. That's what the research says, that even with these our stoves, the normal stoves, the local stoves, 90% of the energy is lost, And then inefficient systems, obsolete and inefficient equipment and vehicles. You know that Uganda is, here we generally import cars which are more than 10 years old, 7 years old, and they contribute to the losses. The cooking methods that are wasteful, and here I'm giving matoke cooking as an example. I'm sorry, Honorable Minister, that I'm criticizing our traditional cooking of matoke, so, which is cooked overnight, and then it's eaten at midday. It's very nice, but you wonder the kind of energy you waste, but also whether there are nutrients anymore in the food. Appliances that are not intelligent, here we have appliances which are left on to run. Even when you no longer need them, they keep on burning the energy. And then, of course, buildings or building designs that are not energy efficient. And not energy efficient. Like here we should be using more natural light instead of using this artificial light all the time. That's what I meant there. Now, the challenge is in energy provision that require innovative solutions. Some have already been alluded to. Like one is the population growth. Uganda has one of the highest population growth rates in the world, and that requires constant innovation to be able to serve the increasing population. The other is the inadequate mix of energy solutions. We need to invest more in finding solutions that are applicable. Solar, hydro, biomass. Go back a little bit. Or is it say that I'm time bad? Then the lack of strong regulatory framework to attract the private sector to invest in energy development. We have talked about PPPs, but our PPPs are not very encouraging. They are not very encouraging. Most of the solutions that have been provided through PPP, you find that even at the handover, the exit, there are very many questions that need solutions. The high cost of energy, renewable energy, the financing, also the low levels of access to modern energy. Okay, that's also a big issue. And then, of course, improving energy efficiency. That's very key as we move forward. Let's move on. So, for us to grow energy, to be able to have the economy grow tenfold, we need much more investment. As I've already mentioned, we need to look at nuclear as a possible source for civilian use, for peaceful use. Renewable energy resources, of course, we can talk about more hydro, but the capacity is also limited. We have already used most of the key spots where there are water levels on River Nile, the sites are being depleted. And River Nile is our biggest river. So where else are we going to have big energy sources? They are limited. The issue of biomass in a sustainable way is also viable. Looking at it as the renewable resource. The issue of solar energy, the potential there is high, but the cost is still high. And then also wind energy. Let's move on. So the recommendations are that we invest in energy research, and we must work together. And I thank Uegcl. We must foster industry-academia partnerships like we are doing today. We must develop energy literacy. All of us need to be more aware about energy and the limitations and the sources so that we minimize the efficiencies. We also need interdisciplinary collaboration. It's not just for scientists, engineers, those in energy, but requires a concerted effort from all stakeholders, including the social scientists, including the mothers and grandmothers who cook for us in our villages. They must be energy literate. Then we must also support the next generation of energy leaders, which we are doing as a university, but which we are also doing as Uegcl. Next, please. Those are some of the references that I've referred to. In academia, once you use someone's work, you should acknowledge. I may not have acknowledged all, but at least I've made an attempt. And for those who want to read, they can read more about those resources. Next, please. Next, please. That's a continuation. Next, please. I want to thank you. I want to thank Uegcl. I want to thank the Honorable Minister for the opportunity to address you. I want to thank the Chair of the Board and my senior colleague, Engineer Njuki. For those who don't know, Engineer Njuki is the first woman registered engineer in Uganda. And since I'm the chairperson of the Engineers Relations Board, I must take the opportunity to congratulate her and to use her as an example of the engineers, the female engineers in the country that we have. I want to thank my colleagues, the director, and also the DVC of Mbarara University, MUST, Professor Kamukama, and all the colleagues. I want to thank the Uegcl CEO and the entire leadership of Uegcl for working together. If all companies in Uganda were like Uegcl, Makerere would be shining even the more. I want to thank you. Thank you very much.
I will request that we give Professor another round of applause. Thank you so much, Professor, for a very rich, deep, informative, and highly educative keynote address. I think for the newsmakers, now this is your habitat. You pick the informative material from his presentation. But of course, the minister has not yet spoken. And as such, I have the honor, and I think this one I'm thinking of putting it on my CV, the number of times I have invited you to speak without having an intermediary in between. This one. Okay, let me now take this opportunity to invite Honorable Minister to come and talk to us. Wanango Bugalo. You sustain the hand clap until she is here.
Thank you very much, Director of Events. I think that sounds better. The Chairman of the Board of Uganda Electricity Distribution Company and the members, the CEO and the executive, members, my fellow academians, according to Professor Henry Arineitwe, this morning, I am happy to learn that I belong to the academia. And all of you, ladies and gentlemen, mgeni wetu kutoka Kenya, karibu, asante sana. And our guest and friend and colleague, Engineer John Barry, with whom we've been together for so many times. Good morning to you all. I want to begin by thanking the CEO of Uganda Electricity Generation Company for inviting me ever and whipping me to make sure that I not only honor the invitation in writing, but I also do so physically. This time when you invited me, I could not say no or yes. I didn't want to disappoint you, but it has been tricky. I was not sure that I was going to make it, but you kept on, checking on me, and I want to thank you so much because I have benefited. I've been benefiting from such fora, and even this morning I have benefited from the keynote address that has been given by Professor Henry Arineitwe. Thank you so much. The challenges that you have mentioned, I was thinking about how I can stay behind and keep interacting, because some of those challenges that you have mentioned, government is working on them, like the challenge of unaffordable solar panels. We removed the taxes, solar panels, and those technologies that save energy that are imported are zero rated. There are no taxes. Even on the electric cars, if you want to buy an electric car, as I speak now, you bring it and you will not be taxed. So they end up being cheap. The challenge of identifying the sources of electricity, because in our determination, we anticipate to use about 52,481 megawatts by 2040 beyond. If we were to see the standard gauge lay array operating, if we were to see an e-mobility system coming in where we shall be having electric motorcycles, electric cars, and all that, agriculture, irrigation, and value addition, all that will require about 52,481 megawatts. And your question as to what are the sources of this energy is very critical. We anticipate to get 24,000 megawatts from nuclear energy, and we have identified sites in Buyende which we are developing, and government is going to work on that road because the drills that will be utilized in this nuclear energy development will require tarmacked roads, like we tarmacked roads in Bunyoro, because of the transportation of the big rigs that we are now using. So the people of Buyende, if you have any in this room, you are going to see some roads tarmacked because of the development of this nuclear. And you want to begin with 1,000 megawatts. 1,000 megawatts by 2031 from nuclear. For wind, we are beginning from Karamoja. There is a company called Amea Power from UAE, which is developing 20 megawatts of solar energy at Uegcl. We commissioned that plant on the 3rd of August, 2023, and 2023, 2024, 2023, I think, 3rd of August. And it is the same company that is going to do wind energy in Karamoja. So we are moving on. We have worked with different people. There is a company that is going to do biogas from cow dung. I think they have an MOU with Uganda Dairy Corporation, Uganda Dairy Authority, I think, UDA. And our intention there is to make sure that we work with the cattle keepers to generate electricity from biogas, which will power their tanks for the transportation of the milk and also transportation of the cow dung itself, which is being collected. All that is being innovation, is doing innovation in and making sure that we provide a solution to a challenge. I was in Baku to attend the COP29, Baku in Azerbaijan. And I attended a session where they were talking about methane. And they said that cattle keeping is a problem to environment because cattle, as it poo-poos out, there is that gas which comes out and it is methane. And I'm like, now, poor countries like Uganda, what are we going to do? Everything is injurious to the environment. Don't develop your petroleum resources. And now methane is becoming a problem. So we have to really use you people, the researchers, to help us to do research so that we are able to face the challenges. I was scared to know that grazing cattle is a problem to the environment. I used to know it. If you do overgrazing, you will cause erosion because, overgrazing causes erosion. But now, when you talk about methane, that it is also going to affect the environment, then we really need to be quick in our thinking and in doing research. We have prepared an energy efficiency and conservation bill. It is before Parliament. And whenever we do policies, we consult widely. And if you don't, you can't go out of cabinet. Consultation is part of the cabinet presentation in whatever you are presenting, right from the principles that accompany the bill. So this bill, take interest in this bill, Energy Efficiency and Conservation Bill, because in your submission, you mentioned those challenges, how we are extravagant. And in energy transmission and distribution, we have to make sure that we take care of issues that cause energy loss. Issues that cause energy loss. So all that is being worked out. In this bill particularly, if we have industrialists here, you will hear about energy auditors. The bill is introducing auditing of energy. And these will be mandated to visit industries to do the audit, to check on the gadgets that you're using, to check whether your system is intact, that you are not losing electricity, much as you are paying for it. But it is our concern that you should not pay for electricity which you are not using. You must use all the electrons. So this bill will have provisions for energy auditors who will be coming to audit you. So those are the challenges that tickle you to think and innovate. Think and innovate. The president has been talking about this for a long time. He started by encouraging scientists, encouraging them to stay in the country. And he proposed that we increase their salary. And you remember the reaction from people? even artists, even us, we want. Lawyers are important. Everyone is important. Everybody is important. But scientists in this era are very critical. They are important. We've been losing them. And they are there working with the Bill Gates, working. You know, when you travel and you meet them, and you are like, oh my God, these are Ugandans who must be in Uganda to help Uganda come out of her challenges. So the president is right by emphasizing science, technology, and innovation. Remember how he dismantled, remember how he brought Tikodri, Professor Tikodri, to be the first Minister of State for Science and Innovation from Makerere. And people did not understand, and there were battles. And then the president dismantled that ministry, pulled out where his heart is, science, technology, and innovation, put it in the president's office. And criticism. Why? Why are you doing this? Why is Musenero going with this stuff? Why? Why president's office? But the president is known for that. You remember in his battle to fight HIV/AIDS, where did he put that commission? What is that commission called? The Joint Research Commission. There was a commission that handled HIV/AIDS, and he put it in State House. He put it in President's office for monitoring and guidance. Now this is where Honorable Musenero is, because the president wants to keep his eye there. Innovation. You see how he's been talking about Kira, where he got it from in Makerere University. That contact, he rings you direct and interact with you on innovation. So the president has been guiding us, and how I wish that we had a representative from this ministry, science, technology, and innovation, because we have to harmonize. The professors talked about synergies, harmonization, coordination, and cooperation. You know, innovation to solve problems requires maximum coordination so that you don't duplicate. You may think that you are the first one and you go there, you know, kumbe there are people in a certain agency or department in government that has been sitting with this, you know, technology that you've come up with. I am happy that there are Ugandans who really think they've come up with their apps. They are being incubated by Uganda Research Institute. I wish we had a representative again from Uganda Research Institute. They use electricity. Uganda Research Institute is all about innovation. They come up with gadgets, you know, that can solve problems in whatever we are doing. That's why people talk about AI, artificial intelligence, which to me, I call applied intelligence. Applied intelligence in everything. So coordination, cooperation is very, very critical. So thank you, Professor. I enjoyed your keynote address, and I felt like as if I was a student learning, and I am anxiously waiting for my degree very soon, because I have been listening to such presentations. Maybe one day I'll be Canon Doctor, Professor, Honorable. Inshallah. So thank you so much. This is a very, very important symposium. Very important. We get scared. We are in Panyimul as Minister of Energy through the Department of Geological Surveys and Mapping. We are at Panyimul doing exploration for geothermal. I think, Professor, we have more than 450 megawatts potential in geothermal. I think it is 4,050, 4,500, not 450. For nuclear, it's 24,000 megawatts. So our department is the one doing the exploration at Panyimul. We identified Kibiru also for geothermal, I think beyond Lake Katwe. We are working with academia and have been encouraged even more to work with academia through your presentation this morning. And I'll be giving guidance to my agencies that are in energy. So my morning has been good to benefit from this presentation, but also to share with you what government is doing. So the theme for this symposium is very, very good. Driving innovation solutions for efficient operation and maintenance in power generation. Maintenance is very critical. First of all, some of these power generation plants are so scaring. They are big dams. You can't even think about what can happen. God forbid, if a calamity befalls, the people around, that water which you contain, if it comes out and it is out of control, you are likely to face calamity. So those mandates of maintenance and sustainability are very, very relevant and critical. Because the resource from which we get electricity, you can wake up one day and that resource is not there, depleted kabisa. When drought comes, then we think about hydrological issues in our rivers. Shall we be able to generate the power that we need? So we would like to, when we hear that researchers are really sitting and they are doing research into something that can answer our questions and settle our anxiety on sustainability of power generation, then we go ahead and plan for industrialization of this country, because it is the answer for job creation. Industries really consume power. Industries consume, I think, about 52% of power consumption from only the few industries that we have. Domestic consumption is very, very small. These lights and then you switch off, very small. But industries, and this country is on the road towards industrialization. When we get issues of dams like Isimba, I am happy that Professor Inaitwe has been part and parcel of Isimba. The challenges really, they perturb me on that plant. So research is very critical. I receive companies that want to to generate electricity from solar, but on water, floating solar panels. Floating solar panels. They want to come, they have expressed their interest, but we have to make sure that research has been done. Solar panels on Lake Victoria, which is transboundary. We share it with the Kenyans and Tanzanians. We have to move together and harmonize and agree. When I was a Minister of State for Fisheries, I encouraged aquaculture, started giving licenses for people to do cage farming, cage fish farming. But Lake Victoria organization attacked me, said, these cages are becoming too many. You are feeding fish. You are introducing feeds in the waters. We have to know how the feeds are going to react on the ecosystem in the water. So the challenge now is with me to make sure that we have harmonized with the region before we introduce the floating solar panels. Otherwise, we can suffer, criticism and all that, like we've been suffering with the East African crude oil pipeline. We suffer, but we move. So floating solar panels, and also solar panels next to a hydropower plant to support hydropower generation. Where you have a hydropower plant, that means the substation to evacuate power is there already. The same substation can be utilized by solar around there so that we are efficient in our power generation and evacuation. So we need to do research, we need to think so that we survive with the little that we have so far. With the little that we have so far. You have to innovate for solving the problem in utilization of what you have now. And then you also think about introducing new things. We travel and meet services offered, unmanned by man. And that's what we need. I met a lady who could not press the lift in China. And then she told me, "Can you please press level 4? I pressed for her level 4. She was carrying breakfast to a certain room on level 4. So we moved it together in the lift. So level 4, the lift opened and she moved out and I continued. And this was a robot, but we were not talking. She was not talking to me, yet she requested me to press for her level 4. But that robot could sense that a person is near her. That's how she sensed me. I was standing at the lift. She also came through the corridor and she requested me. So when she was going out, she said, "Thank you." But I couldn't respond. So this is the world. She was carrying food, breakfast, to a certain room. And I think when she reached there, I don't know what she did, maybe, because I didn't follow her. So applied intelligence is very critical. Call it artificial intelligence. So the government of Uganda, through my ministry, remains very, very committed to fostering an enabling environment for research and innovation in this sector, the power sector. Policy is very critical, as indeed you mentioned, that you can come up with an innovation and you fail to utilize it because there is no policy to guide you in its utilization. That's why we need to work together with the researchers and with the policymakers to create an enabling environment for that innovation to be implemented and utilized. We recognize that efficiency in power generation is key, and that's why we are coming up with this with this law. And to support this, we continue to invest in modernization of hydropower plants. If you had time to share with those that in the room, they will tell you how we are modernizing, how we are removing archaic gadgets, how we are working with Uegcl to help us determine and monitor the system, the transmission system, to be able to respond rapidly in case something has happened on the system. Uegcl has helped us. And we are also planning to rehabilitate Chiranalubale hydropower plant, and there is a 1 megawatt hydropower plant called Maziba. We are strengthening public-private academic partnerships to drive research and development. We are implementing policies that encourage technological advancement and sustainable energy projects. We are also promoting capacity building and knowledge sharing among industry, parastatals, and researchers. And through these initiatives, such a symposium like this, we will envision a future where Uganda's energy sector is resilient, is innovative, and it is globally competitive. I want to thank our neighbors, Kenya. Kenyan, we always benchmark from you. Very soon you will hear Uganda Electricity Generation Company Limited also declaring dividends to the shareholders. So we are benchmarking. I want to recognize Uegcl that has continued to be a leader in electricity generation. Congratulations. You are not just in providing power, but also in enhancing operational efficiency and sustainability. I'm happy to learn that you are closely working with Makerere and that you are using them efficiently and profitably through using their research institutes. Thank you so much. So these initiatives presented here today, ranging from predictive maintenance models, process optimization, up to artificial intelligence-driven solutions, are a testament to the organization's commitment to innovation. The symposium also highlights the importance of collaboration with universities and researchers. Collaboration is very critical, where you engage with fellow professionals, researchers, and with the newly recruited academia. We will be able to move together. Through innovation, you will continuously seek new ways to improve power generation efficiency and sustainability. In conclusion, I would like to thank everybody that has stand up, and I would like to say that I'm going to miss the competition. Our judges, distinguished judges, I wish you all the best, because I suspect that every participant is going to be a super participant. So you need our prayers to be able to judge in a free and fair judgment. I encourage all of you to actively engage in the discussions that will come throughout this symposium. Please stay here continuously to be able to follow. What is going to be presented today is different from what tomorrow will bring. So maximum benefit is critical. And with that, I would like to declare the Uganda Electricity Generation Company Limited Research and Innovation Symposium 2025 officially opened. Thank you so much. Go ahead and generate for generations. Thank you for your kind attention.
Let us give her a more emphatic hand clap. Thank you so much, Honorable, for your insightful speech and for your deep and wide understanding of the sector. I also want to introduce Director Julius Wamara. He joined a few minutes ago. Thank you so much for coming. And we have also been joined by the Sekamwa. Sekamwa is a Uganda word meaning spokesperson of Uegcl, our sister company. Mwami Muhammad Rubogo Caesar. Thank you so much for coming. Honorable Minister, I want to run through, at Uegcl, the heads of departments are called chiefs. So I just want to introduce them quickly, and then we can go into another session, and that will be the photo moment here, and then a tea break. On this side, we have a Chief Finance Officer, Madame Susan Isubikaru. You stand up and we clap for you. We also have the head legal, but we call him Company Secretary, Mark Martin Obia, just here. That's a man who handles our contracts, everything legal, it is him. We have the acting Chief Human Resource Officer, Jackie Kambabazi, who is also my co-director of events. She will be taking us in the afternoon sessions. We have the Chief Projects Officer, Isaac Arneitwe, CFA, Certified Financial Analyst. If I don't add that, he takes me to the gallows. We also have the acting Chief Operations, Chief Operations, and that is Wasike. Wasike, where are you? Do you see how important we have become because the real money is away? Then we have our Head of Risk, Engineer Flavia Anyiko. Then we have Chief Sheikh. Sheikh is Safety, Health, Environment, and Quality. Dr. Mary Akurut. I'm talking about Doctor of PhD. Doctor of PhD in engineering. That's how heavy she is. A very big hand clap. Then we have the main convener, Chief Strategy and Business Development, David Singoma. He was here earlier. Then we have the Head of Administration and Estates, Dr. Jotham Sempewa. That's also Doctor of PhD, not medic, and in engineering. And then, of course, we have the speaking voice, the Head of Communication and Corporate Affairs, Enoch Sasira. Yeah. I hope I didn't forget anybody. So those are the heads of departments. And we want to go into photos now. This is criminal negligence on my part. We have the head PDU, Procurement and Disposal Unit, Aren Asasra. Please wave. This is not intentional at all. Thank you so much, Areni. And then we have a newly appointed chief of IT, and that is Albert Murungi. No, Albert, you can now stand up as a chief. We have not seen you as a chief. You've been a head. Okay. Good. So thank you so much. We will now have a photo moment with you, Honorable. Dr. Faith Mugume, one of the judges this afternoon, thank you so much for coming. Let's welcome her, please. Him. Now, I need to do brain boosters, eh? I need to do brain. Let me take more coffee so that I can be more mentally alert. So let's do pictures as I regain mental alertness. So it will be honorable and board members and DVC here. We will line up here. No. So we'll do only 3 categories: minister, board, standing up here. Okay. Please note that I'm not in the picture. I'm just here on the side. Okay, good. So can I now ask top management? Top management with the minister after these ones. Edgar, you stand here and be advising. Stand here and be advising. But don't you think our dream is true? Okay. Top management, kindly come and I think we shall maintain the minister and CEO. So members of top management, kindly move faster. Please note that I will also be in this picture now because I'm a member of top management. Okay. So you'll be announcing the next category because I can't do both simultaneously.
Okay, that is fine, I think. The minister with the jurors. The people presenting papers, you're coming next, and then the minister. I think that will be it. So if you're presenting the next 2 days, please prepare to have the photo moment with the minister. Thank you so much. Presenters, for the next 2 days, now is your chance. And that is the last picture. Presenters, in case the upper floor is full, we can use also the downer one. So let's use both the floors. Our visitors from transmission, from KenGen, visitors are always the last, but not least. Yes, that's another category. So get ready, Henry and team. Others can go down. Okay. Okay, our visitors, please. That's the last picture for the day. The minister has transmission, KenGen, Muha, Henry. Please come. The minister has a tight schedule. Yes, John, Engineer John Berry, please.
Okay, good. So thank you so much, Honorable, for spending the morning with us. Thank you so much, Honorable. Thank you, thank you. Let's give Honorable the final round of applause. Yes. So we will have 10 minutes of tea break, and then CEO will see off our minister. You can be exchanging business cards. Pick a cup of coffee. We stretch a bit, then we'll come back for the next session after, I think, 10 minutes. Thank you.
Gear up for the
hello. It was a break of only 10 minutes. We are late by... You can kindly sum up what you're doing. You could actually come with your cup of tea. That's okay. We will have more time to catch up in the evening after the sessions. Engineer Paul Tumwine, you can inform the Karuma people that we are supposed to be back for the next session. Okay. Don't take too much coffee. It will make you hyperactive. Okay, you should have it to be awake throughout, but if you have stomach issues, you will have, for every 2 cups of coffee, you take a tablet of Nexium, 40 milligrams. Kindly be back. With your tea. Okay, good. Good. DJ, you could improvise some music, decent music, the background as people finish their tea. Engineer Vega, you come with your team from Namave from that side, eh? Okay, I think we are going to start. People can fall in as and when it is convenient for them. The next session, if you have our program, the next session is process improvement. We are going to have a panel discussion, and this discussion will be moderated by engineer Mildred Nanono. Mildred Nanono is an electrical engineer, and she's based in Jinja. She's a technical manager in charge of Kiranarubare. She is electricity itself. So let me ask you now to step forward and call your panelists and do your thing. Nanono. Nanono cannot come here when you are not clapping for her, for those who can. Otherwise, she can cause very serious electrocution. Okay, good.
Thank you, Enoch. Just for clarity, the electricity is HV, so please a higher hand clap. For those that are having tea, I'm going to spell Isimba, and by that time I'm done with A, I want to see more people seated. So I, S, I, M, B, A for Isimba. Ladies and gentlemen, a good morning to you all. Driving innovation, driving innovative solutions for efficient operation and maintenance in power generation aligns with UGCL's mission to generate reliable, sustainable, and quality electricity for Uganda's growth. And at the heart of today's session is Kaizen, the philosophy of continuous improvement. So it's through the small, consistent changes that we achieve lasting impact in performance, reliability, and safety at all our power plants. As such, this morning, we are going to go through a couple of presentations where we'll explore how SCADA and HMI upgrades improve operator efficiency, how predictive maintenance models reduce downtime, PSR, that is plant safety regulation training, as a tool to enhance safety culture at UGCL, cooling innovations for thrust-bearing temperature control, and forensic investigations to understand structural challenges. Each of these presentations will highlight our collective drive to innovate, improve, and operate smarter. With that said, I'll invite our presenters. The key presenters will take their seats, and as they start their presentations, they will introduce themselves. They'll let us know the members they'll be presenting with, and at the end of their 15-minute presentation, the main presenter will take a seat to my left in order for us to go into the Q&A session. So to take us through improving operator efficiency and system reliability through SCADA and LCU HMI enhancement at Karuma Hydropower Station, we'll have the presentation led by Tadeo Wakolesha. Please join me on stage. "600 megawatts, please walk the 600. Optimizing plant function through the development and analysis of a predictive maintenance model will be presented by Zilaba Mzale. Optimization of internal capacity for PSR trainings to enhance organizational safety culture and compliance will be presented by Darren Edson. Please join me on stage. We'll have integration of water-cooled chillers with shell and tube oil heat exchangers to optimize elevated thrust bearing temperatures of units 14 and 15 during heavy sunny days. It will be presented by Emmanuel Asimwe, Esther Birunji, and Ebo Mogisha. I would like to request the lead to join me on stage. And then finally, we'll have forensic investigation of concrete degradation, a case study of a hydro power project by Godfrey Rakafunjo. Please join me on stage. Just housekeeping, every presentation will take us exactly 15 minutes. We'll try to keep time so that people can go for lunch early. And as you come to present, introduce yourself, introduce your team members who will join you on stage as you go through the presentation. And when you're done, the lead will take their seats. We wait for the rest of presenters, and then we'll go into the Q&A. I wish you a fruitful engagement. Let us be attentive as we listen to the team. So we'll start with Tadeo to take us through his presentation.
Thank you very much, Madrid. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Tadeo Wakwesha. I'm a control and instrumentation engineer, Karuma Hydropower Plant. I'll be presenting with Bido Frank from Isimba. He's also a control and instrumentation engineer. Bido, can you please come and join? Oh, I can. Thank you very much. Today, I will be presenting on one of the critical challenges facing our industry, in particular hydropower generation, that is inadequate plant monitoring. As we all know, that plant monitoring, effective plant monitoring does not only ensure compliance, but it also delivers measurable improvements in efficiency, reliability, risk management. Maintenance seal. This can easily be damaged when you start the U20s, when the maintenance seal is not disengaged. So, in Karuma, it can take a minimum of 14 days to dismantle the turbine guide bearing, dismantle the control panels and the head cover to fix this problem. So this can cost us some good financial losses. And 14 days can be like 336 hours. At the rate of Karuma, which is 0.04984 US dollar per kilowatt hour, and each unit outputs 100 megawatts, we expected we can avoid losses of 1,674,624 US dollars. On the side of the business restoration, we can have liquidated damages, compliance claims. Can give a live example. Imagine in Karuma we have an automated dam water level control system. Imagine if it's not effectively monitored from the control room and the sensor for dam water level malfunctions, it can lead to unauthorized water releases. Either we can release excess or not release at all, and the environment agencies hate that. So that will cost us some big fines. And stakeholder confidence. Stakeholder confidence is that if our stakeholders are not comfortable with our plant, at any time it can go off, it cannot be reliably monitored or controlled, they can lose confidence in us. further benefits, we can see that the operator awareness was improved by at least 60%, hence better decision making, and we can sustain our availability, reliability, and reduce on downtime, hence higher revenue generation. For the long-term benefits, we looked at the plant efficiency. The plant shall maintain and continue be operated within the best operating limits, hence increased life of plant. Plant safety, improved monitoring is key to maintaining a safe plant through safe operating limits. This is critical to plant and personnel. And then with performance, Karuma hydropower plant will continue to perform efficiently and keep generating for generation. In conclusion, the enhancement in-house demonstrate the ability to Uegcl innovation and technical capability. By utilizing internal expertise, we achieved cost-effective improvements with significant operational and financial gains. The fact that the OEM did not take lead to this project gave us an opportunity to explore new ideas, talent, and skills. The original manufacturer for the SCADA and LCU, they were approached to give us these improvements. They said that for them, they have never done it. And they were even saying that their capability, the capability of their SCADA is limited. So we told them to give us all the necessary softwares and requirements and applications so that we can explore the SCADA. And indeed, we did something good out of it. So this success not only strengthens Uegcl self-reliance, but also sets a strong foundation for further system improvements across the plant. And finally, this work serves as a benchmark for future OEM designs and contract negotiations, reinforcing our influence in the industry. This is a twofold, because the OEM was given a template that they can use to negotiate future contracts. Recently, a colleague a friend in Zambia contacted me about how the generator capability curve was help us to negotiate contracts, because we really know what we want and we have standards, not relying on what the vendor is proposing to us, and then we take it. So our recommendation is we can expand the in-house capability and expertise to reduce dependence on external vendors, develop internal design standards for SCADA and LCHMI for uniformity across our plant. We can roll out enhancement performance, and then purchase shared engineering tools and software licenses to ease technical idea testing and simulation. Thank you.
A bigger hand clap for Tadeo. Next, we'll be looking at optimizing plant function through the development and analysis of predictive maintenance model by Zakaria Ziralamzale.
With all protocol observed, good morning, everyone. I'd like to, first of all, begin by asking you, if you can, to join me and we put our hands together for the strategy and business development team for making this possible. Well, thank you. I'm Zirabamzale Zakaria, and I serve as a graduate trainee based at the Simba Hydropower Plant. And as you can see, the title for my project is optimizing plant development. I mean, optimizing plant function through the development of a predictive maintenance model. The content is uniform across all the presenters' slides, and I won't go through it. Then introduction or the background. Why have I chosen to come in for predictive maintenance? This is a report that was shared by the Hydro Operation International experts for specifically Simba, I think it was Simba and Karuma, looking at the performance of various systems. And I picked this extract that talks about the vibration and the air gap system at Simba. If you can see around this part, I don't know, it's not clear, but around this part, among the recommendations that the experts gave, we know that at Simba we have, or at all other plants, we have protection of the generator and the turbine set. And among the protections, they are categorized mechanical, electrical. If maybe we have stator temperature high, that's categorized as mechanical for Simba. And then other electrical protections, if let's say we have a differential protection or we have earth faults, then the system will come in and then protect the system. The protection system will come in and protect the generator or the turbine. But for our case here, the vibration and air gap system is not, I can say it's not yet commissioned, because in this report, it's a long report, and there is a link to it, though I cannot, it's not active because it was on my computer. However, there is an issue to do with improper monitoring. The signals that come from the vibration and air gap system do not trigger a trip or do not protect the system from any danger. So here, the expert highlights that absentia of this protection system will make the generator and turbine run unaligned, which can further lead to wearing and damage. So based on this, I develop my problem statement. And still, usually, I get a work order that tells me that you go and do a PM, a running inspection on a generator. However, when I go and I do a PM, this is what I find out. Usually it's polar curves. I can see polar curves here, but I don't understand what they mean. Like, is the generator not okay? Like, isn't it well aligned? Something like this. This is what triggered me to try and develop or come up with a better way. Instead of me always going to check on the generator, and of which what I see are just polar curves and I don't take action, why not have a full-time monitor that will always look at the way the generator is trying to behave in terms of centricity or in terms of the roundness or the vibrations. This is just a case study. I'm using a generator as a case study, but this model can be applied on a number of systems. So this is just showing the types of maintenance. If you're aware, depending on which source you've used, my source showed me that there are two types of maintenance. That's preventive and corrective. And corrective, we know it is a reaction type. We clear the fault there and then. Then the preventive, we have predetermined. That's based on the engineer's experience or the equipment manufacturer's recommendation that such and such an equipment has to be serviced such and such a time. Usually we have issues with this predetermined. The time is there. For example, we have those computerized maintenance management systems at different plants. We have a frequency that's set, predetermined, that I will do a PM on a generator after every 1 month. But is it effective? That's a question. Sometimes someone will say, I always go and clean a filter, for example, but every time I go and clean, I find the filter clean. So what am I doing? It's not effective. It is predetermined, but usually it doesn't depend on facts. It doesn't depend on facts. Sometimes someone can be biased that I'm over cleaning. Why not push this frequency to 2 months? Then we have condition-based. We usually clean shaft seal filters whenever flow is maybe low or pressure is not okay. We have condition-based, or we do cleaning of the trash screens whenever I have head loss. Then here is what I'm trying to bring to you people. Why not use the available data to come up with a better solution to this? We can have a predictive maintenance model, and by predictive, what I mean, why predictive? Because it uses real-time data. The data that it's not biased, it uses the data that's full-time there with a system. So what's the methodology? Predictive maintenance, for your own information, is a machine learning kind of model. We use machine learning, and for every machine learning system, we have this sequence. One, what we do is data acquisition and cleaning. We pick the data from the system, actual data. Then we do splitting of the data. That's if it is a supervised machine learning model. We pick data that is in terms of features and targets, like maybe if you see this feature, it means this. Then the model will learn. And also, maybe for your information, a model is just a mathematical equation. People who did calculus and algebra, those equations, for example, you can think about it as a linear equation where you have y is equal to mx, and for every value of x, you'll get a corresponding value of y, provided you have the right constants. So we split the data, then visualize it. We can see the data. What's happening? How is the data? What does the data show? So that we can take decisions. Then we have data pre-processing. You might have features in your data that are maybe textual, and you want to use them, but you have to convert them to a format that a computer can understand. Then you can code them, or you can change them to numerical values. This is what we do here. Then we have model training. We train the model. After giving it the right data, you train it, and then after, you evaluate it, see whether it is fit for use or for implementation. Then this is a roadmap that shows what happens at what stage. Here we have data at the first stage, like you saw. Then we have data analysis, then we prepare. Then the model learns, and then we train the model. We have a trained model after evaluating it. We have results. Those are some of the results. I don't know if it is possible for you to help me and click on one of these links, probably the second one. But please, is it possible for you to click on this link? Because I'm sorry for that, but it takes us to Collabs. The first one takes us to Collab. It is just an online hosting kind of platform where you can do the data analysis and coding. Then from there, we have the data. Please note that I picked random data that is already clean. I didn't use the data we have from the air gap and vibration monitoring system at Isimba based on the recommendations, because recommendation in that report, the experts say that this system is, first of all, not clear. There is need for people to know how to perceive the data that is being picked. And I also tried training, and I think I need some time for me to use that very data. But that link takes us to some other whatever that shows how I did the model. Note that there are two ways. One, I can use the anomaly detection, which is an unsupervised learning kind of setup, where if, let's say, a probability of something, a probability of a data, you have the normal kind of data, then you get the probability of the new data, then you see if that probability is maybe less than a certain value, so high, then you can consider it an anomaly. And then another thing would be to use neural networks. Unfortunately, I don't know if, I think we can't go to that, but I don't have the right to click here. So it shows how I trained the model using data that shows like clean data, then if there is an issue, and then finally if the issue is permanent, like how the model learns. Then after the model has learned, the moment you expose it to new data, then it will be able to predict that this is an anomaly, or it will predict that there is something not okay. So if I cannot click, maybe you allow me to proceed to the next. 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 Proceed to the ne cost-benefit analysis. I was not able to do an effective cost-benefit analysis given the nature of the data that I had on my case study, that is a generator. But this is a generic kind of cost-benefit analysis that this model does not necessarily limit, like does not only work on a generator, but it can work on other systems provided you have the data. This is a generic kind of cost-benefit analysis. It improves production. How? We can have effectiveness. We know that the machine is okay. Then we can have increased capacity. You can load the machine to any amount you want because you know it's okay. Then you have increased the quality. You will always produce what's quality. Then another thing would be problem segregation. Usually when we have incidents, for example, and a unit has tripped, we go back and try trending what happened at this time, what happened here. This, if we implement a predictive maintenance model, we shall be able to more like forecast. Instead of us going back to try trend, we shall be knowing that this problem, it has come and maybe it is man-related. It happened when someone worked because the model will show an anomaly at that time. Then we shall be able to segregate that it's machine-related, material or method. Then in my conclusions, even if we have the model, it has given us the results. If you do not implement it, if you don't implement the action it is telling you to do, if you don't take action, you can never improve plant reliability. Then another thing is, if you implement a wrong model, if you've trained a wrong model or you've used wrong data to train something and you come up with a model, then definitely you will get wrong results. So you can instead of doing the cost reduction, you will do the reverse. Then finally, allow me end with one of my favorite quotes these days. It goes, colleagues, presentation is done. Thank you.
Thank you, Zakaria. Our apologies for the internet interruption. That's why you're not able to show us that. So I'll request the judges, if you allow, during the Q&A session, when we fix the internet connectivity, we shall allow the links to run so that we can see what you wanted to show us. Thank you so much for that presentation. Our next presenter, talking about optimization of internal capacity for PSR trainings to enhance organizational safety culture and compliance, none other than Darren Edson. Please come take the floor.
Thank you very much, moderator. All protocol observed. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Darren Edson Mukwanason, and I'm the Uegcl Quality Assurance Officer. But I stand before you today as one of the coordinators of our plant safety regulations trainings. And in the house with me, we have the members of the Generation Legislative Safety Committee. If you can, you could stand up. Dr. Mary, Peter, Winfred, Engineer Rosette. Okay. So the title of our paper is Optimization of Internal Capacity for PSR Trainings to Enhance Organizational Safety Culture and Compliance. In other words, how do we tap into the internal potential to ensure that we change attitudes around safety? Presentation outline, I'll talk about the background of the plant safety regulations, the program performance, cost-benefit analysis, and finally the recommendations. And I'll also explain what plant safety regulations are, because if we go past this slide, we may not fully appreciate what they are. In a layman's understanding, they are rules and guidelines on how you should operate the plant, provide a safe working environment. They tell you the do's and don'ts, who touches where, who doesn't, who goes where, who issues permits, consequences of non-compliance, and the like. That is our framework. On the extreme right, you have the problem, which is a process gap. We used to have incidents and a lot of near misses. It could be as major as the flooding incident back in 2022, or as innocent as a slip. With safety, we need to arrest all these. But through the numerous root cause analysis reports by our investigation teams, these usually presented a process gap, or usually a symptom of an inadequate safety management process. And one of those is the limited knowledge of plant safety regulations back then. Excuse me. And in order to curb that, well, top management did just look on as things were happening. They did a lot of benchmarking, a lot of consulting, investigations, and they decided to run an accelerated plant safety regulations training program, and that is our method for the process improvement. And in the middle right here, you'll see sort of the roadmap. 3 phases: we developed the regulations, developed the training materials, and then finally undertook the trainings. And that's, of course, in compliance with our OSHA provisions. As an employer, we have an obligation to our staff, provide a safe working environment, and also provide the required training so they can safely work. As well as the employees have an obligation to ensure that they adhere to these trainings. So the preparatory phase, that's the one in gray. It talks about developing the plant safety regulations. Top management instituted a PSR committee who developed the manuals. PSR is plant safety regulations. That is mainly for low voltage or the small power. And then there's also the ORFVH, operating regulations for high voltage systems. That is the bigger power above 1,000 kilowatts. These manuals were approved and they became effective 1st December. But after developing these manuals, you should train. And so the GLSC, the members we recognized, were appointed to ensure that all staff are trained in these regulations, but also that couldn't happen before we trained staff. So we developed training materials, appointed instructors. I see Mr. Jude there. And then we also have the examining committees. These are the ones who pass or check your safety aptitude. Finally, running from February to June, this is when we undertook the PSR trainings, an accelerated program because we wanted to move as fast as we could. For the program design, we had 3 overarching objectives. One is to train all staff at our plants in these PSR regulations, and then to train and authorize the health and safety officers as instructors in risk assessment. This was viable because at the plants, it is the health and safety officers who are responsible for reviewing permits. So it only made sense that we tap into this internal capacity and have that delivered. And finally, identifying opportunities for improvement for this program. On the left, those are the modules we looked at: arc flash protection, risk assessment, PSR 1 and 2, ORHVS 1 to 4, and plant knowledge. In brackets is the duration. Training methods, we came up with a very airtight program, accelerated program, 6 months, so we won the critical path. So there was a blend of classroom engagements. You can see that is Mr. Bameka, our senior instructor, and we also had a lot of resource sharing. He's from Nalubale, but here he is sitting in to deliver the risk assessment module at Namave. We also had practical sessions where our candidates were taken through the lockout, tag-out systems. They had plant visits, and thereafter written exams, which had very stringent passing marks. That is just a clip from one of our training centers at Kira. We tried to condense and highlight the key results of this training program. We had a total of 214 staff trained, that is across all our sites, and they were authorized as responsible persons or appointed persons. Now, at the plants, we are usually supposed to undertake some works. And like the previous speaker, Mr. Zera Muzari, alluded to, you don't just move anyhow and start doing work. So it is through these regulations that we can safely implement some of the process improvement initiatives that were presented. Then the appointed persons are those that do the switching. We had a total of 16 training materials developed, that is 8 manuals, together with their PowerPoint presentations. And then lastly, and that was for the second objective, authorization of our health and safety environment officers as risk assessment instructors. On the far left, that is the distribution of the trainings undertaken per site. We also trained contractors, service providers, because we realize the complexity of the work we do requires a mindset change for all involved stakeholders. And these culminated into a cost saving of 2.14 billion. Our benchmark was, had we engaged an external trainer, it would cost us about 10 million per person. And that is only for the online training. Self-paced, it's up to you. But here we were having the synchronous engagements with our instructors, which are more beneficial and more practical. For the side of the impact, this is a non-monetary impact. There was a lot of collaboration, awareness. It fostered plant knowledge retention and sharing. Plant knowledge is how best you understand your plant. And usually this may be overlooked by the external providers. There was a lot of inter-organization benchmarking of safety best practices. This means that if Tadeo is implementing his optimization tool in Karuma, we can borrow that and roll it out. If the risk assessment process in Naluba Alikira is the best, then we can roll it out as well. Then there was a lot of internal capacity building, the appointed persons and responsible persons, and then the increased safety awareness. Before I go into the recommendations, that photo there is our instructors. Some are in the room here with us, others are online. And as the committee and the instructors, we are immensely thankful for top management for having walked this journey with us, and also the board for providing the resources. And we think that it should be incorporated into our orientation programs, simply because if someone walks into Uegcl, they're usually not aware of the would-be compliance issues. So if at all they are trained on the get-go, would have the attitudes right. Then certification of all our PSR internal instructors. Remember, we are tapping into the internal capacity. And if we got them certified, the external bodies would be in position to help out Mr. Benjamin from Bujagali to further our benchmarking relationship. And then finally, to undertake a post-program impact assessment. How this training has gradually improved the safety attitudes. To conclude, safety is our core value, and so we have a lot of non-negotiables. So the safety management process was enhanced at a cost saving of 2.14 billion through the optimized PSR internal training. And of course now this lays a foundation to enforce the regulations. When you enforce, you're trying to make sure that people comply. These are compliance requirements by our regulator and also the Act, including our own internal processes. And we hope that would improve our safety culture. Thank you. All references were internal.
Thank you so much, Darren, for giving us those insights in PSR. We'll want to listen from Nalubale Kira team, led by Emmanuel Asimwe. Integration of water-cooled chillers with shell and tube oil heat exchangers to optimize elevated thrust-bearing temperatures, with the case study being units 14 and 15 during the sunny season. So the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, moderator, for the opportunity. Protocol observed. Good afternoon. Today, we are looking through integration of water-cooled chillers with shell and tube heat exchangers to optimize elevated thrust-bearing temperatures of units 14 and 15 during heavy sunny days. I worked with a team of Esther Birungi and Abel Mugisha. I request you join me. We go through this together. Thank you. Yes.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. All protocol observed. This afternoon we stand before you to deliver on this assignment that has been on our minds for a long time. I will allow us to introduce ourselves. I'm Esther Birungi Byarahanga.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Abel Mugisha. Thank you.
Emmanuel Asimwe, once again.
That is our presentation outline.
Emmanuel Asimwe, electrical fitter, Nalubale Kira.
Esther Birungi Byarahanga, once again, electrical technician, Kira Nalubale.
I'm Abel Mugisha. Once again, I'm a mechanical engineer, Nalubale Chira, bus station.
Okay, that is our introduction. You can see for the last 5 years, we've had issues with units 14 and 15 at Kira. We've registered high thrust-bearing temperatures in those ranges on very hot days. These temperatures are high, the thrust-bearing temperatures are attributed to high ambient temperatures, leading to reduced efficiency of the shell and tube oil heat exchangers that we have on site. This causes unit trips due to thrust-bearing protection, impacting availability and reliability of the units. We have a plan to install and integrate chillers together with the existing shell and tube so that we can improve efficiency, reliability, and availability of the units at Kira, that is 14 and 15. That is our plan.
Thank you, Esther, for that introduction. I will dive into the methodology on how we want to do this work. And the first thing we're looking at is existing data. And the existing data shows us that there is a reduced efficiency in the shell and tube heat exchanger that is already existing at the plant. And the gradual increase in this temperature is as high as 70 to 78 degrees Celsius. And the high ambient temperature in the months of September, November, December, January, and February, that's when we experience those high temperatures. Now, our design is looking into using the log mean temperature difference calculations. And these calculations will help us to size a chiller that is going to use 100 tons with a cooling efficiency of 75%. And its output will be of 7 degrees Celsius to 35 degrees Celsius. And this is going to be integrated with the existing shell heat exchanger that is already on the plant. Now, under testing and installation, the system will be installed and tested to improve the cooling efficiency from 37.45% to above 75%. The cooling water will be recyclable, making it a closed loop for energy efficiency. On the side of automation, can go back to automation. Automation, we're integrating the chiller together with the existing system, so we're going to do some automation, and we're using a monitoring and control tool, which we have designed, and this tool we've named it the TBT monitoring tool. And it is going to use compilers, NetBeans, the Java language, which will pick real-time data and actuate the chillers when the temperature go beyond 72 degrees Celsius. On the methodology, if we continue with the methodology, we looked at using the log mean temperature difference to determine the temperature of the chiller together with the temperature of the existing shell and heat exchangers. And we're looking at the outlet temperatures from the chiller. We input them in the log mean temperature difference to determine the average temperatures for the system that is required to transfer the oil, to cool the oil. And this calculation will give us an efficiency of around 78%. And this efficiency, if we go to this slide, it tells us if you're using the Siemens PLC control system that has already a standard design for the chiller, it will dive us into 100-ton chiller that is required to effectively address the problem that we're having. Can we go next?
Yes, thank you. So as my colleague had talked about automation of this system, a monitoring tool and control called TBT monitoring tool. It was developed and programmed using compilers of NetBeans with Java JDK, which will pick real-time data and actuate chillers when the temperatures go beyond 72 degrees. The layout, this is the layout, the block diagram of how our system works, where you see this one, okay? It can't pick. Okay, here. Our current system, we have a water bus main, which picks its seawater from the intake, but then passes through individual strainers. Each unit has an individual strainer. Then from there, we pick off to supply our shell and tube oil heat exchangers. The existing system is this leg we are seeing here. So water comes from the bus main, goes through the water strainers, then it flows through the shell and tube oil heat exchangers. It does the cooling and gets out to our oil separator or station drainage pit. But now, so here, this one is oil, which is already cooled. So it's coming from here, coming in cooling the thrust bearing cooling system, and then goes back when it's hot. The process keeps on repeating. So with our new system, we intend to introduce a system of water-cooled chillers, whereby we shall have a reservoir, which will be giving it water. It will be water which is, it will be pure water. We don't have to be with impurities in it. So this system will be picking its water from here. It brings in this water on this point here, where from the strainer, water comes to the shell and tube. But the good thing with our system is we shall introduce in the solenoid valves so that when the water chiller is to run, that is when the temperatures go beyond 72 degrees, it isolates this valve so that water from the strainer does not come through. This water from the water-cooled chillers flows through, and then goes back to the chiller. Even as we can see this valve, as this one, the water chiller comes in, this valve will always close, the one that goes to the oil separator, because we want to recycle, to use this water in a closed loop. Yes, that's how our system will be working. Then we have a tool which we designed that will be picking real-time data from various fields. We shall be picking ambient temperature. We shall be picking cold water. This is cold water which is coming out from the chiller. Then hot water which is getting out after cooling. We shall also have sensors which will be monitoring that temperature. Then the process inlet now, this is for temperatures of oil, the oil that is coming from the thrust bearing. The process inlet, that will be coming in for cooling. Then process outlet will be the one after cooling, what's the temperature. So this tool will be helping us to monitor the temperatures and also control our chiller. How? Esther? we are showcasing our programming tool, the monitoring tool. Yeah, as you can see, you can try to put it in the middle. Huh? Okay, ambient temperature. No. You can leave it there. Ambient temperature. Esther, are you ready? We are just using values. An ambient temperature, let's assume like 29 degrees. Then cold water, the one from the chiller, we have given it a set point of like 15 degrees. Then hot water out, we shall assume 33 degrees after gaining the heat, the heat transfer. Then process outlet, we can also give it like 35 because those two tend to correspond because it has reduced the other one's heat. Then process outlet, process inlet is 35. Yes, oh no, outlet is there 35. Then that one, we shall first give it like 69 under normal situations. So when the chiller is, when the tool is monitoring this one, is monitoring that temperature, it will be indicating standby. It will be showing that it's on standby. Then give the process inlet a temperature of 75. That is now when the temperatures are high. And then, so when you give it a temperature of 75, the chiller, it will immediately send a signal to activate the chillers, and they start running. And will give you that high thrust bearing temperature, give you that alarm. And we can easily monitor this in control rooms for follow-up. So, it's okay, you can go back. That's how our system works. Then this is the appearance of our chiller, the one we expect to bring on board.
Okay, on the results of findings, we have enhanced efficiency of shell and tube heat exchangers from 37.45% to above 75% if we use the log mean time temperature difference. And then we have optimized temperature range from 72 degrees to less than 60 degrees if we adopt this system, and to help us enhance the reliability and the availability of Unit 14 and 15. And then the system automation, and then real-time data will be obviously monitored from control room. Then we have remote monitoring and control. In case you want to change anything, you could do it remotely from control room.
So I'll also now go through the cost-benefit analysis. This is what happens to us when we are in these hot sunny days. When we are normally operating, when we are not in the very hot sunny days, the two units are not affected. That is the 80 megawatts. With 1 megawatt at a cost of 45, we expect per hour to get 80 megawatts per hour to get 3,622,743,000. Then the revenue we generate per day for the 80 megawatts, the two units, is 86,945,837,000. Then the revenue we generate in a month is around 2,608,375. That is on normal operation. Then when we have these units out, in case we are in very hot sunny days, this is what we experience. 14 and 15, there are two units, 80, at a cost of that one per hour. Then per day, we shall get a cost cut from 86, the normal, to 61. That is considering like generation units, they are off from midday to up to like 7. That is when the sunshine is so hot. And so the temperatures tend to rise, and protection system shuts down these units to protect them. So we expect a cut from 86 to 61, that is per day. Then if we consider a month, that will be from 2 billion to 1.847599. So when we calculate the difference, we shall see that in a day we shall be making a loss of 25 million, and then in a month we shall have made a loss of 760,776,072 shillings. In percentages, that's around 29.17%. And the project we designed, the total procurement and installation cost in-house when we don't need in contractors is around 256 million. And it's subjected to inflation at implementation due to day-to-day price fluctuations. Other cost-benefit factors: environmental, energy efficient, our system will be energy efficient, refrigerant management, water conservation. With the refrigerant, we shall be using natural, those ones which don't affect the environment. Then safety, electrical safety, proper grounding, because operators will be interfacing with the systems, leak detection, and water safety to detect any leakages in the system. Those ones will be incorporated. Then legal, definitely they have to be compliant with the local regulations, like the refrigerant. Then also certification and inspection will be done. Let me handle this to my colleague.
Okay, so in conclusion, we have an automated integration of water-cooled chillers and the shell and tube, which are already on site. This enhances efficiency, reduces energy consumption by 20 to 30%, and then also ensures sustainability. Then under recommendation, we have the installation of chillers will improve durability and optimize temperature while considering compatibility with existing hydraulic and cooling systems. So areas of further research, as you can see, we say the enhancement of the powerhouse ventilation system, as well as use of plate heat exchangers. So thank you so much, members. That is our presentation.
Thank you.
Well done, team. We'll now listen to our final presenter for this session. That is Godfrey Rakafunjo, who is going to take us through forensic investigation of concrete degradation, the case study being a hydropower project. Over to you.
Good afternoon. My neighbor has whispered that I might be standing between lunch, so I'll be quick. Have you ever wondered what it takes to disrupt an industry? I'm talking about an old industry as old as concrete. I think it's older than the Roman Empire history. And what if I told you it's just one investigation that can change the whole story? So give me your 15 minutes, and I promise I'll show you. So we are going to, my presentation is about forensic investigation of concrete degradation, and this is a case of a hydropower plant. It would be unjust if I said I did this work alone, so I had very many contributors and very serious scholars, Dr. Engineer Harrison, Dr. Muzaffar, Professor Mark from University of Cape Town, Professor Yunus from University of Witwatersrand, Dr. Mera Krut, Engineer Chad Silas, Doreen, Matthew Arikos, and Odin. All these people contributed to this work. So what is forensic investigation? What do you think it is? Anyone? If I said they are coming for an investigation, what do you think? To kill you, right? Yeah, but maybe not to kill you. So basically what we do in an investigation, we collect data, we collect evidence, we analyze what we've collected, and then we are able to publish the facts. So today we are going to do an investigation on something very important, which is concrete. But what is concrete? Concrete is used in dams. For those who have been to dams, one of the best things I found at UG says that the moment you join, you're taken around the dams to appreciate what the dams are made of, embankment, concrete. So the concrete, in this case, is used to, in the case of dams, used to do retaining walls, spillways, waterways, control towers, and slope protection with 100 years of design life. That's the most important question, 100 years. So for our case study, the degradation was observed in 2021. That is for Isiba. That was just 3 years. I think you can see. 3 years just into operation. So what happened then? Remember, we are designing a structure for 100 years, and here we are after 3 years, and we're having degradation. This is the degradation I'm talking about, where you're seeing those two fingers, that's exposed reinforcement. I'm happy one of the people that came was John Berry. And this is in the waterways. You can see very serious abrasion, and then you can see some even holes in the concrete. So, a question was raised, can it last for 100 years? But what can solve that? So the owner, which is UGCL, decided to do a forensic investigation to unearth the root cause, what caused all this. And this is what the presentation is all about. So we came up with a methodology. One is that we needed to do literature review. Are we special? Is it happening in other dams? Then we did a case study. I'm reliably informed that this has happened at Chira, Nalubale, Bujagali, and Karuma. I am very sure because I did the study. So we also came up, we also had to review the project documentation. So we had design documents, we looked at the as-built data, we looked at the site supervision reports, inspection reports, and then also the audit reports. Then we also looked at the visual observations. Yeah, sorry for that color. Then we also went into, now after doing all this, now we went into sampling and data, and lab testing. We sampled the cores and then we took them to the lab. And also we did water quality analysis to find out what kind of water do we have. And finally, we were able to do some tests on the concrete. So I'll take you through one by one. Literature review, what did we do? We reviewed the SEI 1987. For those who are conversant with the Concrete Institute, that's the American Concrete Institute, and we looked at that exact chapter. What does it talk about abrasion? We also looked at the soft water attack. How does soft water attack lead to leaching? And then we looked at what is the relationship between leaching, that is Portland cement, which is the one that we use most, and how does it react with the calcium hydroxide, which is a component into the cement. And then now we went to the effects of the soft water attack. So we did a lot of literature. What is soft water attack and how does it relate to this? And then finally, we were able to come up with the durability versus the concrete cover. So after doing all this literature, then we realized that we needed to understand the durability versus the concrete cover. And this is what we came up with. So what affects durability? Because right now, today, we are talking about how can we solve the durability how can we increase the durability of concrete? Remember, we just said 100 years. So all these dams are supposed to remain until all of you are dead. Sorry to say. So are we sure that the next generation will find this? 100 years, I'm sure no one will be alive, right? No one. So we looked at the factors, and these are the factors. I'll not go through all because of the time. But you can see there are internal factors and also external factors. So we have issues like design deficiencies. We have issues like selection of material and quality. We also have issues of construction deficiencies. I'm very happy that Professor Henry came to Isimba when there were issues of construction deficiencies. That's poor workmanship. That is a quality assurance and quality control. And then we also have one of the other factors called aggressive environment. And that is, I think, in my opinion, that is one of the things that was really not tackled very well. And this study tried to really bring it out well. So after doing our literature, so we came to the case study. We selected Isimba. The reason we selected Isimba is because I work there, so it was easy. So this is the waterways, and we concentrated on the waterways. So what you see, that is Isimba. So the waterways are situated right there in the red lines. So water enters through the, this is the intake. So we have the gates here, intake gates, rolls around the spiral case, and then exits from the draft tube. So what did we find out? But like I said, I'm reliably informed that Bujagali, Chira, Narua, they are all affected. So you don't need to repeat the study, right? We have done it for you. So what did we find out? One, from the project documentation, these are findings. We found that from all these reports, so we had reports from, we had inspection reports, we have POE reports, that's a panel of experts. We have the Mott McDonald audit, that was around 2019. I was actually part of that. We had the dam safety panel of experts, and then we had also the as-built design, sorry. So what did we find from all these? All of them pointed to 5 issues. 1, abrasion. 2, dampness of the concrete. 3, leaching. That is the soft water attack on concrete. Inadequate repairs. And then finally, the poor workmanship, which we still struggle with today. We went to the next methodology, which was visual surveys and observations. So we always do monthly inspections. We also do opportunity inspections when we have an outage, and this is what we found out from the visual surveys. That is the current status of Unit 4 spiral case. Not very beautiful, right? That is the current status of Unit 3 draft tube. So you can see a lot of abrasion. Serious abrasion, we are talking about 3 years into operation. So we continued and, okay, after we've seen the concrete is rough, we've seen the reports are talking about poor workmanship, but now we also went ahead and did water quality tests. So the water quality tests were done from national water, so we can all trust national water. But why were we doing the quality tests? We wanted to compare. We wanted to get results using the Basson aggressive index to find out what is the value of our water on the River Nile. And this is the summary of the table. If you look at what we call, there's that number 4, there's pH after calcium carbonate, dissolved solids, leaching, corrosion sub-index. If you can see it, you have 2,000 for upstream, 1,900, 982, 1,000, 1,000. All of them are above, all of them are greater than 1,100. And any value above 100, 1,000 indicates a very high aggressiveness of water. And if the water is very aggressive, that means its capacity to leach calcium hydroxide is very high. So imagine you have 2,000, you have 1,900, you have 1,300, 1,400. There's even none which is even close to 1,100. So our water on River Nile is highly aggressive when it comes to concrete. So we went ahead and did tests on concrete cores. We took out concrete cores from the spiral case, from the draft tube, even from the walls. So what did we find out from the concrete cores? We tested for compressive strength, which is normally what is specified for in the documents. That was the team. I took that picture. So that was the team extracting cores. And what did we get from the cores? All the cores actually passed. All the cores passed. The 25 MPa which was designed. So that means our concrete was really good when it comes to strength. But we shall go ahead and find out which other issues. So we continued and did other tests on the concrete, and one of them is the durability index test. Here we're looking at permeability index and also the porosity. And what did we find out? We found out that porosity was very high. We had a range between 6 and 17, and that means you had a difference of more than 15. You can imagine 15%, yet the standard talk about 8 to 10%. So what does that mean? The standards are talking about 8 to 10 of the porosity values, and here you are in the lab, you have 15%. So that means that our concrete had so much pores, and that is, of course, due to poor workmanship. We went ahead and also did oxygen permeability index, also in the lab, and we got values between 8.8 and 10.9. But guess what? What do the standard talk about? The standard talk about that you should not have OPI results greater than 2 orders of magnitude. So again, the oxygen permeability index was very high. So meaning again you had so many pores and oxygen was diffusing to the concrete, and that again goes back to pore site concreting operations. We continued and did microscopy. Microscopy, basically, this is where you get a microscope, similar like when you go to the hospital, they take a blood sample and then they put it on the microscope, and then they can see the malaria parasites moving. But the aim was we wanted to see what is the effect of the concrete being, exposed to water. What is the effect? And this is what happened. If you can see very well, you can see that the concrete on 1, their surfaces are a little bit okay. The ones on 2 are fairly not okay. The ones on 3, they are not okay, but the ones on 4 are actually worse. So we're able to, line them up according to how rough their surfaces were, because we obtained them from different areas. So what did we find out? We found out that the concrete cores, they all showed variable conditions. So that means we were having some segregation and also surface loss. We went ahead also under the microscopy. We were able to view under the microscope, and you can see that we realized that there was 1 millimeter coating layer. There was a porous. There was a porous point which was around 1 millimeter, and that one shows that there was leaching. Okay. So we got the cost-benefit analysis. So now, let's compare. We know that 1 unit at Isimba generates around $1 million from data. And I was also able to interact with the EPC to understand how much money it takes to repair one unit. That is the spiral case and the draft tube. And they talked about $180,000. But there's also part of the spillway, which is around $250,000. That is just to repair one spillway. So this is I wanted us to start with the loss, because the loss is the most important. The gain will come later. So we realized that because of this phenomena we are having, we have what we call generation loss, because if the contractors take out these units for 45 days each, you're going to be losing around $1.5 million for the 45 days. So you have 4 units at Isimba, so you're losing around $6 million in the generation loss. You have direct costs that the owner, Uegcl, would incur. That is 180 plus 180 for each unit times 2, 720. Plus spillway, and that one would come close to $970 million. I also talked to the stakeholders to quantify what could be the cost of reliability and reduced reliability and availability for dispatch and reputation damage. So these guys were able to put it in context that if you're no longer reliable, that means they first dispatch all the plants in Uganda, and then they come to Isimba last. So that one, they're able to quantify it around $2 million, but that is relative. So therefore, from this study, we realized that Uegcl was going to lose around $970,000, which is around $3.5 billion. Sorry, UGX. And also indirect costs close to $8 million. But what was the cost of the investigation? This investigation costed just $85,000. So I think we just need to clap for this cost, for this study. 314,500,000 versus 3.5 billion. That is in direct cost if we were to repair this, waterways by ourselves, and also indirect cost of $8 million. Without this cost, the contractor was not going to allow and fix this phenomena at Isimba. Well, let us conclude such that for the next power plants, for me, I'm interested in the next power plants that are coming on the Nile. What should we do? Which lessons can we draw from this study so that we don't repeat the same mistakes? One, from our study, we're able to point out that concrete durability should be actually achieved at the design stage. So the EPC and the project owners should define the scope, the material, and even the kind of indices to be used at the design stage, just at the design stage before we start. Again, from our study, and for River Nile Cascade and future projects, concrete surface protection is a must, since the water is highly aggressive. And this is to improve the resistance of the concrete cover. So every other project that we are planning, we are planning Chiba. So the people who are in charge of Chiba kindly put in consideration the cost of lining the waterways, because the water is highly aggressive and it is the same water. Then I also checked in the design documents. I realized that these other projects, they adopted the Basson aggressive index. Sorry, they used the Langaria saturation index. That is to find out the aggressiveness of water. But from our research, we realized that the Langaria saturation index is very conservative. It doesn't pick out all the parameters. So going forward, those who are designing documents and bidding documents, you have to specify that they have to use Basson aggressive index. It is the same thing like using a wrong weighing scale. If the weighing scale is wrong, even if you weigh, it will give you a wrong measurement. So going forward, again, the Chiba people, please, Basson aggressive index. Now, from the case study, we also realized that most of the documents, they only concentrate on the strength. That is compressive strength. That is what is, even when you go on structures, of course, we are happy structures are not, they are not exposed to water. But realize that most of the documents, they only specify concrete strength. But no, the durability of concrete actually depends on the quality of the concrete cover. You can have the right strength, but if the concrete cover is wrong, it will be a short time before leaching happens, then reinforcement is exposed, and then the next, you know what will happen? Corrosion, and then you have failure. So therefore, the designers who are in this room, you should be able to highlight this again at the design stage, which I talked about before. So, and for our case study, because this is what we used, there is urgent need to line the waterways, spiral case, and draft, even the spillway with a protective coating. So, for us at Symposium, the project is already in place. We cannot change the structures, so we just need to coat these waterways urgently. And I'm also happy to report that this has been planned for, not in I think this year, if all goes well. Then we should also adopt a comprehensive durability design and performance-based approach for key infrastructure such as hydropower. So some of the ways we can do this is that a research paper like this should be referenced. All industry experts, people who have been around, I'm happy to see John Berry, that people should be consulted so that they are able to have, to come up with a comprehensive approach, instead of only picking a few elements that may not give us the best, especially for hydropower plants. And from our research and looking at the cost, it is obvious that protection of concrete, which is a major material for dams, for dam construction, it lowers the O&M costs and extends the lifetime of the dam, which we talked about 100 years, and this one leads to continued uninterrupted power generation. That comes to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I must say, as an electrical engineer, I'm impressed. And I've learned a lot. I didn't know that water has sickness. So thank you so much. Members, I want to make sure that at 1:30 we head out for lunch. While the minister was here, she encouraged us to be fair. So allow me 1 minute for Zachariah to just show us one of his links. I hope it's ready. If it's ready. Okay, they'll give me feedback once it's ready. At this point, allow me request for questions. I'll take 5 for starters. Then we allow the panel to respond to the questions. Oh, John Berry's hand went out first. Someone help me, Dr. Kayondo, please.
Yeah, I have some comments. First of all, on the paper presented by Tadeo and by Godfrey. A question is, should UEGCL not be producing standards that are then included in the specifications going? Because in both cases, there's very good internal knowledge, which you will find doesn't exist with the consultants, the OEs, and in many cases the contractors. And I think it was coming out from Godfrey that these standards should be included, the standards should be included in a UEGCL standard, so you could end up with a UEGCL standard for waterways and a UEGCL standard for skaters. That includes O&M knowledge, because I think it's a common fact that a lot of the designers on the consultant side don't have the O&M knowledge that you people have at the moment. I think that is critical. Sorry,
yeah, thank you so much, John.
Just another, I've got 2 comments, if I could add the other one.
Yes, please.
The question is around the coolers or chillers and chillers at Kira.
Kira, unit 1415.
If it's the ambient temperature which is causing the problem, I don't think you've got the root cause, and the very thing you have to be careful of is throwing technology at the problem when you haven't actually defined what the root cause is. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. One is a comment, and I think a question to be addressed by SBD, and then something for coolers. Yes, Dr. Kawindo, who is next?
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
To me, as a regulator, I would like to thank UEGCL. I can see the level of innovation that engineer Harrison has brought on board, and this is commendable. I looked at the leadership, the staff, and it is really commendable. If you see doctor, these are all bringing in their expansive knowledge, and I have just seen it. Maybe just 1 or 2. On the issue of the internal power plant safety regulation training, I saw that the team there was sweating with exams. And at this level of our growth, we need to look more at team-based training and team-based competency consideration. So I just also wanted to know whether there is that case other than giving people exams when they are matures. You would rather understand their competences as a team, because all issues that you are working on are team approach in that case. On Unit 14 and 15, issues that you talked about to do with improving the cooling system, I was just wondering, what about other units? We did not talk about them. Are they okay? Or they also need the similar considerations, but at this case, you are taking these ones as the pilot before you go to the other units. But otherwise, if they are okay, then it means that we can borrow what is done in the other ones to apply this side. I liked the last presentation so much. For the investigative approach in order to come to the solutions that have been considered when we were in Parliament yesterday, we noticed that there has been a team of Parliament that has just been in China on the module test. And I think it is best from what you have come out with in order to bring that company or that contractor to accept do the works. Now, takes me to the last issue. I just wanted to point out that our friends from Kenyan, who is here, we recognize you, but having been to Kenyan, you see that they have that level of expertise, which I can see it coming out here. And for them, specifically, it is in geothermal. So I also look forward to see that Uegcl becomes an expert in Africa on the issue of hydropower. And this is coming up, and it is commendable. Rather than thinking about going to Kafue George, this will be the home of the expertise in hydropower technology. And I thank you for that.
The regulator has taken all our slots, so we'll take, I think, 3 more. There was one from CEO as well. Your submission, please, then CEO, then the third person. I'm seeing Julius there as well. And those will be it. Please go for it.
Thank you, moderator. My name is Jonathan Kamali. And my comment goes to the team that were presenting about the oil coolers. I also have the same feeling. Are we sure we are addressing the problem? Because we need to look at, if it is the ambient temperature, we need to consider the temperature variation of the water from the dam, which I think is usually constant regardless of the ambient temperature. So we also need to look at the solution they are proposing, because they are saying they are using pure water, which means you're adding another component of water treatment plant. So does it also into your cost-benefit analysis? Then have you also explored other environmentally friendly options? Because I had 22 refrigerant. Can we look at cooling towers, for example, because the chill, first of all, uses energy and also poses other maintenance issues. So can we look at other options? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. CEO, please.
Thank you so much. Let me first thank Dr. Okoboy for those kind words. And let me appreciate all the presenters. I think you've done a very good job. But my question goes to Emmanuel Asimwe, the people working on the water chillers in Kira. You have estimated that to implement your solution, it's going to cost 256 million. where is this money going to come from? Have you budgeted for it? Have you, because I didn't see it in your presentation. And since you are piloting, I'm sure people have raised a lot of concerns. So maybe do we need to, can we pilot on a small scale, not on the real plant, so that we minimize the risks and be sure that the solution is working before we execute it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, CEO. There was one from Julius.
Thank you, TM. And thank you, everyone who is here. Thanks to the presenters. At least I have a question or more for each one of you.
Please, one question, Julius. I request that you give us one question.
Yeah. All right, it's fine. Let me take this opportunity to ask the first presenter, who is Mr. Tadeo Wakolesha. You are improving on the operator efficiency and system reliability on the SCADA. I heard you say that if everything can be monitored on the SCADA, it shortens the time that the operator takes to run the unit and so on, which is very good. Actually, I like the innovation. Where my concern comes from, if you had a false true signal indicating a normal plant part, how would you mitigate the risk of operating that unit with that anomaly unnoticed for a specific period of time? Or during your upgrade, how have you considered that? Because some of these electronic things that, or gadgets that we are working with, at a certain time they can give you a false value, or someone can force a value or something, but when actually on the actual plant it is something different, which can cascade into another failure. How have we considered this, and how is the upgrade on the SCADA helping us to minimize this, given the fact that an operator who is used that his SCADA is able to see and give him the correct parameters of the plant, at a certain time may become reluctant to actually visit the plant to see the normal state. Thank you, TM. When I'm given another opportunity, please, I'll be grateful.
Thank you, Julius. We'll take those questions after the session. For the members, I have exactly 8 minutes. I don't want to be fired on my first appointment by Chief of SBD. So please cooperate with me. We have positive remarks from John Berry. Thank you so much, as well as from the regulator, noticing the works that we are doing. A quick question. Darren, if you need support, feel free to call out for support. You need to tell us if you've considered, or if you're aware of consideration of having standards apart from PSR being adopted, given that you're also coming from a quality space. So you'll have to speak into that. The team that presented on coolers, you have a couple of questions, and I'll summarize it as, did you find the root cause of the ambient temperatures? And the second one, have you considered other solutions except for the one that you've presented? And maybe also take note of CEO's comment that given that it's a pilot, can we have it done off-site? And where will the money come from? I think most of the questions were addressed to the cooler system. The forensic study that was done has been appreciated, and by and large the rest were comments. Tadeo, you have a comment there. How are we managing? How is your program able to detect false signals to avoid incidents in the event the plant is run when some parts are defective. So I'll start with Darren, then we'll hear from Asimwe's team, and we conclude with Tadeo. Thank you so much. Can you say microphone?
Thank you very much, moderator. Regarding the internal standards, John Berry, that is a very good suggestion. And I think for now, since we've been leveraging our internal capacities, you've seen the work we've done with the PSR regulations we didn't have, but now we have a catalog. I think it's very possible for us to embark on this journey to utilize the numerous data we have with operations to come up with relevant standards for the hydropower operations. Of course, in collaboration with all the external consultants and the team involved. Can I also take one of
Fair enough. Maybe just to support him, we are starting on the O&M manuals for peer review as well. We are working together with Harriet from Talent Management. It's not an easy task, but as you rightfully put it, we have a lot of experience unique to Uganda, unique to our sites that we need to document, and it's a process that we're embarking on. So thank you for highlighting it, and the team that is working on those documents, please let's make sure we get it attended to. So over to you, Asimwe.
Thank you so much, moderator, for the opportunity. And thank you so much for the questions that came from field. Well, the issue of I'll start with the issue of root cause. Lots of things were analyzed. Definitely when this started coming up, various issues were assumed, and our team had to go on site and verify this. One of them, they did bearing checks to see, they checked the clearances. They checked the integrity of our instruments. At some point, maybe the assumption was the instrument is giving us wrong information. Then also the integrity of liquids, oil and water, the filtration, all that was done on site. And also the strainers, they always clean this. Now, as time went, this is an existing problem. And at some point, it's anticipated that it was from the design issue, that maybe the integrity of ventilation is not proper according to how it was designed from the first place. So, since it's existing, and we have tried all other things, and we couldn't come up without a solution, we looked at managing the cooling system. How? This chiller we are talking about gives out controlled levels of water. As we spoke about the temperature of 7 to 15 degrees, the shell and tube oil heat exchangers, they always get water which is from the lake intake, which has this temperature of the, should I say, okay, the temperature of the lake, as the regulator was talking about. The temperature, should I say, from the sun, which affects it, the surrounding ambient temperature. So, with our chillers, when they are introduced, they'll be giving us an output of around 7 to 35 degrees. We anticipate to use 15 degrees as our set point. So that it gives us an output of 15. I'm sure on doing that heat exchange, we shall have solved that problem. That is where we go. That is why we anticipated that it's ambient temperatures which is leading us to this. Then, for the case study of units 14 and 15, we just selected 14 and 15 because 13 faces the same challenge, and also 12. But the case study we did was only for 14 and 15. And we expect that if our thing works out, we can also introduce it to units 12 and 13. For the temperature variations, I hope I answered you. Then the question of pure water, we are to use national water in our processes. And this water will be saturating. The cost issue, I hope that one can be managed because we shall introduce in water, which we shall use for like 2 to 3 months. And then after that, we can dispose that and then put in another one. That cost, we can look through our costs, operating costs, and incorporate it. CEO, the budget issue. This is a study which I expect when I bring on board, and we see it can solve a challenge, which challenge is already existing. The board, and with your support and with our team support, can come to you and say, please, we need to implement this project for our operations to generate for generations after solving the challenge. Yeah, the issue of other causes, I hope I tackled on them. The other issues, the root causes, the other causes, I tackled on them. I believe that's all I have for now. Thank you. If I didn't answer you well, you can again say here you're not clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Asime. We shall engage you at lunchtime. Over to you, Tadeo, to address the
I call it one for assistant from Mr. Frank.
Hello. Thank you, Julius. Julius's question was in regards to false signal or a first signal. Yep. The SCADA has a fail-safe protection. While designing this, that question is always at the back of our mind. So we configure that in case of any failure, it goes to the safest required position. Let me give you an example of, say, shaft seal flow. When the instrument fails, it is configured to show the minimum value, such that it triggers the operator to go and check. In case he finds that actually flow is there, but it is the instrument, since it is within our logic for operation, the operator can go on and force the signal. And once the signal is forced by the operator, it flags, such that any other operator who comes in after the shift, he can be able to see that this signal was forced. In Tadeo's presentation, he talked of engineering training. So these are issues which are handled at that level. Thank you very much.
All right. Because of time, I want us to appreciate the team for the job well done. Yes, please. Darren, we are going to engage over lunch. Okay. The assignment was very easy to make sure that these brilliant minds showcase what it is they have been doing, their innovations and the proposals that they have for us. And as you can see, UGCL has a competent team, highly skilled, that are not sitting back to wait for Europeans or people from the US to fix our problems. They are determined and willing to make sure that the fleet handed over to us continues generating electricity for the nation. And just to assure you, with the leadership of the board chair and our CEO, we shall indeed make sure that the fleet gives you the electricity you deserve through the different innovation solutions that the team continuously brings for us. With that said, I want to believe I have done my job. Thank you, team, for your presentations. And I would like to hand over to the MC.
Yeah, I think photo moment, but they can also have you can CEO and board chair. I think you can join them, and DVC. Yes, that's what I'm going to announce. Thank you so much. Let's give the team another hand clap. I think the most important announcement for me to make now is that we are breaking off for lunch. And the right to lunch is very, very inalienable and inviolable. So we are all supposed to have coupons looking like this. There are people giving them out. If there's anyone who has not yet got it, just at the registration table. Who's that waving? Mercy? Okay, Mercy, thank you. Then we will be expected back for the next session at around 2 o'clock, David? David? 2 o'clock or 2:30? 2:30. Good, 2:30 will be expected here again for the rest of the presentation. Thank you so much. You can stand up, stretch, and head for... where is... I need to announce where, but I have forgotten. Again, my brain... Okay, lunch will be served at the pool pavilion down here. Let's meet there. Thank you.
2, 1, 2. Check 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1.
Our chief sheikh, like I said, I went to Meta AI, Mary, to get your bio. And Meta AI says Dr. Mary is a professional, and she has expertise in various fields. She's currently the chief sheikh officer at Uegcl, and in addition to her role at Uegcl, she's also a researcher. She's a researcher as Ebola. So with that, let me invite our moderator, Dr. Mary, here. And like I mentioned, we've lost a bit of time. We do have a number of presentations. So the presenters, we request that you be brief, but to the point, so that we don't lose out on the gist. So the lunch was heavy. Please keep tapping your neighbor so that they keep awake. The people I was seated with were worried because they were eating yam. They're like, the yam, it makes them really sleep, but we are our neighbors' keepers. So please do the role of keeping each one very alert. So thank you, Dr. Mary, you're welcome.
Thank you, Jackie. I need to correct AI. I am full-time employee at Uegcl. Good afternoon. My role is quite easy, but I'm going to talk into this as well. Presenters and the rest that are coming in, we have 8 presentations. Your work is going to be very simple. Tell us what you did and what you're going to tell us. Then tell us what you did. And then again, you have to tell us what you told us. So in the end, you really are summarizing what you did. So I'm hoping that the presentations will be quite short. And the audience, you'll also have another part of tell us. You're going to tell us what you think the presenter should have told us. And that will be in the questions and answers. So without taking so much of your time and standing on the previous protocol, allow me to invite the next presenters, 3 of them. Mr. Jacob Opio, who will be presenting enhancing the generating capacity of Namamve thermal power plant, a 2-pronged approach to harnessing waste heat and steam turbine generator system integration. You're welcome, Jacob. You can have a seat. The next presenter, this is written by Martha Tony Atwine and Abel Tevsagi Weldai, a technical and cost analysis of floating photovoltaic on a reservoir, a case study of Isimba hydropower plant reservoir. You're welcome, Martha. And the last presenter is Joseph Odongo and Peter Niwamanya, presenting about the condition assessment for Isimba Dam, a case study of the soft water attack. So in that, have a seat. In that order, and without taking so much of your time, I'll request Jacob to take the stage. Quite be brief as presented. Thanks.
I'm waiting for the technical team to project the slides. Good Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Jacob Opio is my name, and I'm the author of the project titled Enhancing the Generating Capacity of Namanvi Thermal Power Plant, a two-pronged approach to harnessing waste heat and the steam turbine generator system integration. We've heard about the hydropower plants, but let's talk about our beloved Namanvi Thermal Power Plant. Of course, the outline will be as the previous presenters have done it. I'll dive through into the background. Yes, the Namanvi Thermal Power Plant operates 7-watt Sila 18 V32 four-stroke engines, each generating 7.285 megawatts of electricity using heavy fuel oil as a primary fuel and light fuel oil as a backup fuel. As a way of improving the efficiency of these engines, a heat recovery system is integrated to harness the heat energy in the exhaust gases in the exhaust gas boilers. However, this is on only 3 engines. The rest of the 4 engines exhaust their waste heat directly to the environment. Additionally, the current heat recovery system only utilizes 20% of this exhaust gas heat energy, as only 100 degrees Celsius of temperature is utilized from the over 360 degrees Celsius temperature of the exhaust gases, leaving over 80% unutilized. And furthermore, the steam that is produced in the exhaust gas boilers, or the EGBs, is primarily for a single function, which is preheating the heavy fuel oil to an operating temperature of 80 degrees. Once this temperature is achieved, the rest of the steam that is produced by these EGBs is rendered useless, and the EGBs are actually turned off, representing an untapped energy potential. Now, what is the problem in this? As said, 4 of the Namanvi Thermal Power Plant engines lack a heat recovery system, and thus they exhaust their waste heat directly to the environment. Additionally, the current heat recovery system only utilizes just 20% of the exhaust gas heat energy, as only 100 degrees Celsius of temperature is utilized from the over 360 degrees Celsius of exhaust gas temperature. Additionally, and furthermore, the steam produced by these EGBs is just to preheat the heavy fuel oil to an operating temperature of 80 degrees. After this is done, the EGBs are turned off, and actually even these engines exhaust their heat directly to the atmosphere, representing an untapped energy potential. Yet these EGBs have a capacity to produce up to 2 tons of steam at 10 bars of steam pressure. This is an untapped energy potential. Now, what did my project look at? The objectives: to increase the electricity generating capacity of the Namanvi Thermal Power Plant by implementing a 2-pronged approach focused on optimizing the waste heat recovery system and integration of a steam turbine generator system being the main objective. And 3 specific objectives helped me achieve this main objective. The first being to expand the heat recovery system, of course, to all the 7 Namanvi Thermal Power Plant engines, capturing and utilizing 100% of the currently wasted heat, of course, using cost-efficient technology, cost-efficient being the keyword right there. The second being to analyze and optimize the boiler design for, to increase the steam production and quality for effective steam turbine system integration. Of course, the boilers being at the heart of the system. And the last one being to analyze the commercially available steam turbine designs and establish the design specifications for optimal integration in the enhanced heat recovery system. Now, what justifies this project? Why this project? This project is perfectly aligned with the mission, vision, and purpose of Uegcl. As our mission statement perfectly says it, to sustainably generate reliable, and so on and so on. Sustainable being the keyword right there. We are looking at net zero emissions and waste heat recovery. And of course, as our vision states it, to be Africa's leading electricity generating utility. By utilizing innovations like this to increase electricity generating capacity, we are in line of achieving our vision. And of course, it is aligned with the Uganda NDP3, also NDP4, because it will unlock economic growth because of the increased electricity generation, regional development, and sustainable practices of net zero emissions. And thirdly, and most importantly, the UN SDG goals. For example, SDG 7, which says affordable and clean energy, because we are producing electricity from steam. And the last being industry, innovation, and infrastructure. Now, the next question could be, what methods did you use when you're creating this data? Which approach was actually used? As you can see, my methodology was arranged by each specific objective. For objective number 1, you see a quantitative approach was used. And cost-effective being the keyword right there, we had to look at the capex and the OPEX, being the initial investment, maintenance and operation expenses. Of course, technical specifications and performance data of these EGBs was actually substantial. Thereafter, a thermodynamic model and simulation using SolidWorks was run to see how the system will actually be operating when the steam turbine is integrated, as we shall see in the coming slides. And of course, doing a cost analysis, we couldn't run away from using the power purchase agreement with Uegcl. The second objective, of course, quantitative approach was actually used because we're looking at the technical specifications of these EGBs and their performance data. And of course, we're looking at the potential of expanding the heat recovery system. So we had to look at all those specifications of the EGBs. And lastly, the third objective, looking at the quantitative and the qualitative. With quantitative, looking at the mass flow rates of the boilers, the enthalpy and entropy values of the steam at different temperatures, and of course, we couldn't eliminate out the expert insights and perspectives. That is why a qualitative approach was used. So Man Energies and Alfa Laval or Aalborg Industries, who are the manufacturers of the exhaust gas boilers at Namanve, were actually reached out for expert insights for effective steam turbine system integration at Namanve. Now, here comes a very interesting part. The results. What is at Namanve? What was found out? Now, three critical aspects are at the center of this project. The first being the EGBs, because these are the ones going to be producing the steam to be run in the steam turbine. And of course, the second being the steam turbine. And the third being the steam header. Why the steam header? Because Namanve has a heating need. So the steam header is to act as a collection point of the steam from the EGBs and supply it to the consumers of steam. Of course, the first being the steam turbine, and the second being the preheating need, because we have to, again, preheat the HFO or the heavy fuel oil. And of course, the first, as you can see, the boilers at Namanve are smoke tube boilers, meaning the exhaust gases pass through the tube and the water is actually in the drum, giving us sufficient steam from these boilers. The second aspect being the heat sections. It only has one heat section, which is the evaporator. Now, which means it can only give us just wet steam. For steam turbine generator system integration, we need dry superheated steam, which means retrofitting the heat sections to include an economizer and a superheater is paramount for these boilers. And of course, looking at the condensate return, you see it has a 90% condensate return. This is so perfect because the condensate returning back to the boilers, we can leverage the latent heat of this condensate and thus reducing the heating need of these boilers and reducing the makeup feed water to be supplied in these boilers as well. And of course, as you can see, the capacity of this just one EGB is up to 2 tons of steam. And the manufacturer actually indicated it clearly that if this steam is to be used for power generation, we can have up to 1.5 megawatts of electricity, which is not being used at Namanve. We have to look at also the operating and design temperatures and parameters. Of course, the pressure being up to 10 bars, yes, and the temperature being up to 184 degrees. The temperature has a problem because we have to speak of temperatures higher than this. So improving these boilers to actually accommodate more temperatures is paramount. And as said earlier on, the exhaust gases, as you can see, enter at the temperature of 376 and they exit at 256. Only 120 degrees Celsius of temperature is utilized. So you're leaving 256 degrees Celsius of temperature just wasted to the environment. Are we being sustainable? So which means these boilers are not well optimized. And of course, one last and important aspect is the back pressure, which is the pressure of the exhaust gases on the heat sections of these boilers. Now, it being as minimal as 12 millibar is actually so perfect because as the pressure is minimal, it shows that there is effective heat transfer in these boilers. So as you can see, the boilers are actually perfect for steam turbine generator system integration, just a few parameters that have to actually be worked on. And of course, as said, the second being the steam turbine. Of course, a Rankine cycle with superheat and reheat was actually used because this can actually give us the maximum output from this steam turbine. And reheat temperatures and superheat temperatures of up to 580 degrees Celsius were actually used because the steam turbine blades can only handle a temperature up to 600 degrees Celsius. So, of course, one aspect we couldn't leave out is the isentropic efficiency, which measures the efficiency or the effectiveness of the expansion of the steam in the steam turbine. For commercial available available steam turbines, you can see an iteration between 0.85 to 0.9 was actually done, and the highest result was actually considered. And of course, looking at the design considerations of the expansion stages of the steam turbine, there is a double expansion stage, single expansion stage, and 3 stages, with the 3 stage giving us an output, which is maximum. So looking at all these design considerations and doing the calculations, integrating a steam turbine at Namamve can give us a minimum of 2.5 megawatts of electricity and a maximum of 4 to 4.5 megawatts of electricity. As seen in the previous slide, one boiler can give us 1.5 megawatts of electricity, which means 3 can give us up to 4.5 megawatts of electricity, which is what is not being used at Namamve. Of course, temperatures up to 7 to 10 bars based on the boiler design and reheat, and super high temperatures of up to 580 degrees Celsius of temperature. One other important aspect, as said, is the steam header. As you can see, the steam header at Namamve is designed up to 184 degrees Celsius of temperature. In the previous slide, you talked about temperatures of up to 580 degrees Celsius. Now, improving these parameters is actually important. The parameters looked at for the design of this steam header, of course, you look at the offtake pipe diameter and thickness, which is the pipe that delivers steam to the steam consumers, and of course, the main steam pipe diameter and thickness that delivers the steam from the EGBs or the exhaust gas boilers to the steam header. Now, doing the calculations, based on these operating conditions, one important question is the material. The material that actually has to be looked at is plain carbon steel. Why plain carbon steel? Because it has a perfect strength to weight ratio, meaning it can actually, strength to weight ratio, meaning it can actually handle high temperatures and pressures without being overly heavy, having a perfect cost, good maintainability, good machinability, and of course, good machinability. So, considering it is actually important because it even has up to temperatures of 660 degrees Celsius. Now, pipe standards were actually important because everything we do, we have to look at standards. The American National Standard Institute, Schedule 80 was actually used in the redesign of the pipes of this steam header because Schedule 80 actually gives us an extra thickness because it's important for high pressure and high temperature applications other than Schedule 40, which is used in general purpose applications. So after doing the calculations, we can actually see the offtake pipe diameter should be redesigned to 0.2 inches in thickness and the nominal diameter of 1.5 inches. And the main steam header should be redesigned to 4 inches in diameter and the thickness of 0.337. Now, we talked about a thermodynamic model or simulation. Now, I want us to focus on this. As you can see, these are 7 engines. The 3 engines have the EGBs. So from this model, the rest of the 4 engines were actually incorporated on the existing EGBs. This was seen as the most cost-efficient technology. So we can see the exhaust gases exit the engines, that's the red line you're seeing. They enter the EGBs that you're seeing that have a supply of that blue line you're seeing of feed water into the EGBs, being burnt up to produce steam that comes into this small element you're seeing at the end. At the end, yes, there's a steam turbine there, and the condensate actually returning back to the EGBs. So this is how the system will actually be operating. So improving the boiler parameters to actually incorporating other engines was actually seen as the most cost-efficient technology, as you're going to see in the next slide. Now, someone will ask, is your project feasible? Why should I choose to invest into this project? And I have your answer in my cost-benefit analysis. Of course, looking at the steam turbine, it's going to be running on the engine parameters. So looking at the fuel consumption of these engines is paramount. So different engines have different fuel consumptions, as you can see. And of course, we're looking at this steam turbine running all throughout the year. So at any point, any engine is running, my steam turbine should be running. Another aspect, of course, looked at, as we said in the power purchase agreement, the sales price of electricity, the cost price of the fuel, and the monthly consumption of these engines. Thereafter, we said the output is up to 4 or 4.5 megawatts of electricity. And doing the math and the calculations, we see an annual revenue of up to 128 million euros of money being gotten from this project. Now, the question can be, what do I remain with after removing the OPEX or the operational expenses? A 10% of the annual revenue was taken as an assumption to get the maintenance costs. And of course, we see the annual fuel costs as calculated using the sales price or the cost price of fuel, subtracting those operating costs from the annual revenue, you have a net cash flow of up to 80 million euros. Now, here is why it gets more interesting. As said earlier on in the qualitative survey that we actually looked at, or the approach, Alfa Laval or Aalborg Industries were actually approached to get expert insights. And these values of the steam system and the boilers and the steam turbine you're seeing were actually gotten from them. By maximum cost of the steam system, we mean improving the boiler parameters to handle the rest of the engines. And as you can see, it's up to 6 million euros. The maximum cost of the steam turbine and its auxiliaries is 7 million euros, having a total initial investment of 11 million euros. Now, calculating a payback period from this investment and net cash flow gives you just 51 days, which is 0.1339 years. Give you just 51 days of the payback and a return on investment of 719%. Maybe to answer the CEO when he said, where shall we get this money? Still, when I was engaging Alfa Laval, they actually have an engagement with the Swedish embassy that actually supports sustainability initiatives. And they said, once this project is approved, they are ready to actually lead us on to the Swedish embassy to actually get this money. So I'm investing in 11 million euros, I'm getting it back in 51 days, net cash flow of 80 million euros, and a very high return on investment. So let me turn to your neighbor and ask them, why not invest into this project? Keep that answer. Now, of course, running into the next aspect, a financial model was actually run using C++ programming language to estimate what is the projected revenue UEGCL can get by implementing this project in the next 10 years. An output was run for just 5 years, and in the 5th year, UEGCL will be getting 174 million euros. So keep that answer that your neighbor asked you and ask them again. But why not invest into this project? So as I conclude, of course, to conclude I must, I have to give you key takeaways from this project. As we have seen, the exhaust gas boilers at Namanve are very perfect for steam turbine heater system integration. Just improving a few parameters, like the heat section, adding economizers and superheaters is important. The second, the steam turbine you can see can give us up to 4 or 4.5 megawatts of electricity. This project has a high financial feasibility with a short payback period and a high return on investment. And of course, connecting the rest of the 4 engines to the existing EGBs is the most cost-efficient technology and is actually paramount. And of course, having a redesign of the steam header is important because we have to push in the steam turbine data system integration to handle the parameters of that. And of course, the system having a perfect back pressure and a very good condensate return is important to be maintained in operations and maintenance. However, reducing it also wouldn't kill anyone. And of course, the recommendations are retrofit the existing exhaust gas boilers with the superheaters and the economizers, opt for a steam turbine that can give us up to 4.5 megawatts of electricity, connect the other 4 engines to the existing waste heat recovery system or the EGBs is actually also recommended. And of course, the next aspect, looking at the steam header, as said, needs to also have a redesign so that we can have effective steam turbine system integration, and we can leverage the high financial feasibility of this project to secure funding. And of course, the 6th being benchmarking visit. Of course, we need to have best practices that we can actually copy from somewhere. There are plants all over the world that actually have the similar technology. For example, in Malta and also in Thika. Thika in Kenya also has a similar technology. So benchmarking from such plants is actually recommended. And of course, a more comprehensive feasibility study should actually be conducted using these results as basis. Thank you very much for listening to me, and I hope in the audience we have a funder for this project.
Jacob, before you sit, I request you to introduce the rest of your colleagues. There's something that is very special about this team.
Thank you very much for the honor. I'm privileged to introduce to you the woman on the team, Martha Twini Atone, and she's going to present to us about a project at Isimba Dam. Thank you very much.
The IT team, I think we're having a challenge here. The screen here is not working. I need some assurance that it will be working before Martha presents. But while they do that, I know we had a heavy lunch. I'm going to teach you another way of clapping like a generator. You've just heard what Jacob presented. I think he's in a wrong profession. He should be, I don't know, what are you going to say? But yeah, it was a good presentation. So let's learn how to clap like a generator. Do you remember? No. Do you remember what we used to do for a generator? When I twist my hand once, you clap once. The second time, you clap 1, 2. Third time, 1, 2, 3, until 5, okay? Colleagues, either you stand up so that the food can move. The IT team is preparing. Okay, let's clap for this team. No. Is that screen is still? It's now fine. Okay, thank you. You may sit. Over to you, Martha.
All protocol observed. Good afternoon. My name is Martha Tony Atwine from Makerere University with a background in electrical engineering, and I am super honored to be here to present to you my research, which is a technical and cost analysis of floating photovoltaic on a reservoir, with my case study being Isimba Hydropower Plant Reservoir. I did this work alongside Abel Tesfaski Weldai, but then he wasn't able to make it today, so I'll be presenting for both of us. This is my presentation outline. I'll take you through the introduction and background, methodology, and some recommendations. So, for context, Uganda heavily relies on hydropower. As of 2022, ERA reported that about 78% of our electricity comes from hydropower. And although hydropower has supported us up until this point, it's very important to diversify the energy mix, as the IPCC, which is the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, reported that hydropower is actually very vulnerable to climate change, especially since high temperatures are rising very steadily. And most recently, the mean annual temperature of Africa has steadily increased over the past century, and it's likely to rise even faster than the global land average. At the same time, Uganda has one of the highest population growth rates globally. We're ranked 8th by the Central Intelligence Agency, and this statistic this demographic surge results into escalating demands for energy, agricultural land, and housing. However, at the same time, as we're still trying to diversify the energy mix, it's very obvious that large-scale renewable energy projects require vast amounts of land. And moreover, constructing utility-scale PV systems demands extensive land, which actually often leads to issues around land availability, because land acquisition or leasing can actually be higher than the project itself from the research that we made. And moreover, land is even overpriced when it comes to government acquisition. A case in point is in 2015, when ERA awarded a license to MX Sabo Power Plant, a Europe-based investor, to set up the Kabula Soke 20 megawatt solar power station in Gomba district, but this project delayed and the license expired, and it was overdue by a year. And that's where our project comes in, which is a floating PV, which is a floating photovoltaic. It's simply PV panels on water. That's like the main difference, because these panels are just like any other PV modules, but they float on top of water bodies, are fixed on buoyant structures. And this technology, although it's still relatively new, it has a lot of added benefits, which include improved efficiency. You're able to save water, and also you're able to integrate it very easily into existing infrastructure if you're looking to create a hybrid system. So we set out to do this research because we thought it was very interesting. And considering I'd also done my internship at Isimba, I thought this was something that I would put in time to do. So our main objective was to conduct a technical and economic analysis of deploying floating PV, particularly on the Isimba hydropower plant reservoir. The specific objectives: to design and simulate the FPV on the Isimba hydropower plant reservoir, and then to go on and design and simulate this system under similar conditions, but for the conventional type, which is a ground-mounted PV. And then from there, we were interested in comparing the technical performance of the FPV and the ground-mounted systems to find out, does it really make sense technically? Is it really worth it? And then also to do a cost analysis, which is also very important. For our scope and justification, we understand that Uegcl is looking to increase its generation capacity, and the FPV system will obviously be a great addition in the renewable energy capacity for Uegcl. And I know that the Uegcl mission also looks to leverage the existing reservoirs and without additional land acquisition. The NDP3 is also looking to increase electricity access by utilizing, to increase electricity access. This also involves increasing the energy mix. And then, of course, the SDG 7, which is for promoting affordable and clean energy. Our scope was design and simulation. We unfortunately did not have the chance to put these systems on water because it was obviously going to be very problematic and not safe, probably. Yeah, so we looked at Isimba. I looked at Isimba as a case study because it has a spare 132 kV switching bay, so you're able to easily integrate this system on it. And also, as I said, I did my internship from Isimba, so that's also why I chose Isimba as a case study. Our methodology, we gathered the required data, which is including the area available in the reservoir, the geographical data, the financial parameters, and any other relevant input parameters, which is the solar radiance and the reservoir area, and so on. And then our first objective, we used PVSYST, which is a PV design software for solar systems. However, PVSYST, actually, there is no software that particularly works for floating PV. So you have to sort of tweak the parameters there. But then PVSYST was the most applicable that we could use. And then the system capacity, we had to base on the available reservoir space. And from the floating solar handbook recommendations, you are advised to use less than 10% of the reservoir surface because of ecological reasons. And then for the inverters, we use the monocrystalline inverters because they are, for the panels, we use the Jinko Solar monocrystalline. And we also use high power inverters, which are used to match the electrical parameters from the PV, since we're looking at outputting a lot of power. And the significant difference, as I said, in designing and simulating these systems is in the thermal loss factor, because the FPV has a cooling effect, which I'll share with you. So it has the higher thermal loss factor indicates that it's operating at a lower temperature, and temperatures are not good for solar modules. So this decrease in temperature is what is going to lead to an increase in voltage, and then that will lead to more power output. The second objective was also achieved using PVSYST. And then that was for the conventional type, which is a ground-mounted PV system. And then for the third objective, still PVSYST. And then we used another software called System Advisory Module, which is a SAM, to determine the costs. So this is the system summary for the systems. The first one is a ground-mounted PV system. All the modules for both were put horizontally, and then as you can see the number of units, and then maybe something that's just significant is that the inverters, the number of inverters for the FPV were more than the ones for the ground-mounted PV systems because the FPV will output more power. So we were able to generate a report from PVSys, and then we exported it to Excel, and that's how we're able to get this graph. In blue is the FPV system, and then in orange is the ground-mounted PV system. We compared the energy injected into the grid and the performance ratio, which were the most important parameters in determining how these systems are technically. As you can see from the graph, the floating PV is producing more energy that is injected into the grid throughout the year compared to the ground-mounted PV system. And also, the performance ratio of the floating PV system is also higher throughout the year, though it's not by a very large percentage, but it's still there. And then for the cost-benefit analysis, we found out that installation costs for the FPV system would actually be significantly higher than the ones for the ground-mounted PV system, and that's because of the mounting structures, and which is a module support, and also the floating platform. And then also the operating costs are also higher for the floating PV system compared to the ground-mounted PV system. And as you can see, the payback period for the floating PV system is also it's lower than the one for the ground-mounted PV system. Yes, and after 20 years, you're able to realize the profits that you get from putting a floating PV system from the ground-mounted, which is actually higher. Conclusively, FPV systems have a higher energy yield throughout the year compared to the conventional type, and although they cost significantly higher initially, they are profitable with time. And from our research, we think that there should be more investment in the floating PV systems, as it's a relatively new technology, and it should be explored further, because from our research, again, we saw that there was not a lot of work that has been done around it, especially regarding the environmental concerns. And we think that that supportive policies and regulations should be put for FPV deployment so that it's able to be adopted more. And again, further research should be made on the long-term performance of these systems and the environmental impact. Thank you so much.
I think Martha used the time so well, and because of that, we shall give a solar clap, the patriotic one. I think we all know it. Asante sana. Our next presenter is, have you noticed something about the two gentlemen sitting here? I just hope I don't call Jacob back. But allow me introduce Joseph Odongo to present to us about condition assessment for Isimba Dam and soft water attack. Joseph, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Joseph Odongo, and unfortunately, my colleague Peter Nwamanya could not make it, and I would like you to take it that he's here with me. We did this project together. According to the International Hydropower Association, hydropower plants are defined as facilities that harness the energy of moving water to convert it to electricity. The importance of civil infrastructure to the performance and operation of these hydropower plants cannot be overly stated, with the failure having enormous effects. For example, the 2017 Oroville Dam spillway failure that had evacuation of over 200,000 people downstream and over $1.1 billion spent in repair works. Ladies and gentlemen, according to a forensic report that was released to be able to assess what was the cause of the 2017 Oroville Dam spillway failure, it was noted that design and maintenance was noted to be amongst the causes. This therefore underscores the importance of critically designing this civil infrastructure. According to a 2020 report by McKinsey, nearly 200 million people in 600 million people in sub-Saharan Africa lack access to grid electricity. And in Uganda, the electricity growth rate is at 10%. However, the access is estimated to be at around 50%, meaning we're having about 20 million people in Uganda lacking access to grid electricity. Currently, we have about 2,047.7 megawatts of installed electricity generation capacity, and 84% of this is from hydropower, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, the very little that we have is being eaten up by a monster, and this monster is soft water attack. Case in point, Isimba Dam was commissioned in 2019. However, in 2021, concrete defects were realized during one of the inspections. And according to a report that was released, soft water attack was needed to be amongst the causes. And that is where our project comes in. We did a condition assessment of Isimba Dam, focusing on the case of soft water attack. You could be asking yourself, what is this whole thing of soft water attack? Now, soft water in itself is iron hungry. So it reacts with calcium hydroxide, which is a product of cement hydration, leading to the formation of calcium hydrogen carbonate in the presence of carbon dioxide, which is soluble in water, meaning we are actually eating up the binder in the concrete. In this case, I'm speaking about cement. And how this appears on the surface, it appears as uniform abrasion. I'm very happy that one of the colleagues I did this research with the help of Engineer Rakafunjo, presented about this, and we could see things like erosion, abrasion, but this abrasion is a bit uniform. And of course, taking a case in point of the spiral casing, the flow in the spiral casing is supposed to be laminar. However, if we increase the surface roughness because of the abrasion that comes up, we end up actually having turbulent flow. We are affecting the turbines themselves. And increase in the surface roughness of the concrete leads to an increment in the friction losses, leading to further increment in the head losses, reducing the net generation capacity of these dams. You could be asking yourself, is this something new in the world, or is this something new in Uganda? Case in point, Kira Power Station, Unit 12 was commissioned in 2000. I'm very happy that one of the colleagues, again, I worked with on this project, Mr. John Berry, I gave him a call about what had happened. Then ESCOM was in charge of the power plant. And in 2003, after they had commissioned Unit 12, they asked themselves what could be going on with the dam. They were doing an inspection, and this whole thing of uniform abrasion was noticed. According to a handover report that was released when the repair works were done, they didn't know what was causing this. Now, in 2007, the same assessment was done, and concrete was, there was even more and more deterioration that was being observed. In Africa, speaking of South Africa, we have a case in point of the Ingula pump storage, where we had cases of soft water attack being talked about as well. And what they proposed was epoxy protective coating, which was still done at the Kira power station. Again, in India, in the Himalaya regions, we have this same issue of soft water attack, and the same recommendation is coming up, epoxy protective concrete. But I think enough is enough. We need to start handling this problem from the design perspective. The core issue that deserves attention here is the degradation of concrete dams in Uganda as a result of the exposure to the aggressive rivers, to the aggressive waters of River Nile. Our main objective for this project was to, of course, carry out a condition assessment for Isimba Dam, focusing on the case of soft water attack, and come up with remedies for future construction of dams constructed along River Nile in Uganda. But specifically, we wanted to quantify the aggressiveness of this water, and we used the basin corrosion indices, which is the leaching and spalling corrosion sub-indices. And then, secondly, wanted to as well come up with a mixed design to be able to help us combat this whole thing of soft water attack, focusing on the aspect of reduced permeability, thus increasing the durability of this concrete. And of course, lastly, to do an assessment of the Isimba Dam control mix design that was used versus our obtained mix design that we came up with. You could be asking yourself why this project is important. Aspects of infrastructure preservation are very key if we speak about National Development Plan 3. And of course, we are having everyone speaking about this whole thing of sustainability, and we are moving towards Agenda 2030. That is where SDG 7 comes in, where key aspects of energy sustainability, if we speak about affordable and clean energy, come in. And of course, not forgetting our very own Uegcl, two of the core values, innovation and sustainability, this project is perfectly in alignment. The scope of the project, we began by doing a visual inspection, proceeded to quantify the aggressiveness, came up with a mixed design, and finally did the durability assessment of the mixed design versus the mixed design that was used to construct the dam. Because we were doing a conditional assessment for the dam, we had to follow the 5 stages of conditional assessment. One being the preparation stage, and of course, this is where we had to do it, to review a lot of documents, see if this thing is new, what has been done elsewhere, what is being done, and what is being proposed. Then, of course, we did the visual inspection, testing, data analysis, and of course, to conclude with the recommendations and the reporting. But specifically, in detail, we began with visual inspection. Unfortunately, when we went during this project, when we were carrying out this project in that period of time, the plant was in operation and we could not access the concrete waterways, which is the draft tube and the spiral casing. However, we were lucky that one of the spillways was under maintenance, which is spillway 1-2. The images you're seeing on your right are images that we took from spillway 1-2 during the maintenance, and that is the uniform abrasion I talked about in the beginning. Similar images were cited in a report released by ESCOM in 2010, claiming they did not know what was causing this. Ladies and gentlemen, Kira Power Station commissioned in 2000 and Isimba Dam commissioned 19 years later. There is a similar effect, and we are just doing the same thing, just doing maintenance. I think this is where we actually need to tackle this problem more on the design aspect. We then proceeded to do water sampling. We picked 3 samples of water, upstream, downstream, and at the spillway. I must acknowledge the fact that some of these values for the water sampling tests, we could have used the values that were in the report that was released by the forensic investigations that were done. However, we noted that 2 aspects for the basin corrosion indices were not tackled, that is temperature and stagnancy. And if we are speaking about calcium hydroxide leading to the formation of calcium hydrogen carbonate, the aspect of solubility comes in. Increase in temperature increases solubility. So we had to redo the tests to make sure we are not having false results, to make sure we tackle the real problem. Speaking of stagnancy, if we want to tackle the aspect of permeability, the aspect of stagnancy plays a very huge role, because if water is stagnant, of course it spends more time with the concrete, increases the chances of it permeating into the concrete. And then, of course, the samples were taken to National Water and Sewage Corporation Water Quality Management Laboratory for testing, and we used the basin corrosion indices. Then we proceeded to do material sourcing and preparation. The materials we used here, ladies and gentlemen, we used the cement, sand, and aggregate, which we obtained from the contractor's camp at the Simba Dam, and then we obtained a solution, what we should call the solution to this problem, which is calcined clay. And this calcined clay, we first got kaolin clay from Mutar kaolin deposit in Bushen. Now, this is where the project actually is. When we observed the mixed design of Isimba Dam that had been used, there was a very important aspect that had been neglected, the water to cement ratio. Now, if we were to speak about having concrete of low permeability, it comes back to the water to cement ratio. According to Bulletin 71 of the International Committee on Large Dams, it states that if we want to avert soft water attack, we need to make sure that the water to cement ratio we are using is not more than 0.5. And there is a graph which is on figure 3 of that very same bulletin that states that there is a graph of water the permeability versus the water to cement ratio, where we are having a rapid increase in the permeability with water to cement ratios above 0.55. Ladies and gentlemen, for the case of Isimba Dam, if you can just divide for me to divide by 3, the water to cement ratio was 0.67, meaning we had already gone above the threshold. Now, the question comes in, we have to lower the water to cement ratio. However, that very same bulletin in table J, bulletin 71, speaks about the use of Portland pozzolanic cement as a better type of cement to avert this whole thing of leaching stroke soft water attack. Now, we had to balance the water to cement ratio with a new type of cement. We didn't want to solve one problem and come up with a new problem of which pozzolanic material to use. Ladies and gentlemen, Uganda is very well versed with a number of minerals, and we were able to source out kaolin clay from Mutar kaolin deposit, which has perfect properties of a natural pozzolanic material to seal the property of water permeability, meaning we had achieved we had solved the problem of choosing a new type of cement, and then also lowering the water to cement ratio. Ladies and gentlemen, lowering the water to cement ratio of concrete means you're going to actually end up affecting the workability of the concrete. However, this came with good news with the use of the calcined clay. The calcined clay we got, we had to, of course, characterize it. That is why we had to take it to the Uganda Industrial Research Institute to carry out a number of tests, X-ray, fluorescent, to make sure we are having the right amount of material we are using, the natural pozzolanic material and everything. However, the best use of this material comes with the use of a high-range water-reducing admixture. The image you're seeing down on your right there was us trying to use Master Rebuild 850, which is supposed to be used in the range of 0.8 to 1.4 kilogram of the material per 100 kilograms of the binder. We began by using 1.4 kilograms of the admixture. However, the concrete did not set after 3 days, meaning we had to balance and see which is the perfect ratio to use, and we end up using the 0.9 kilogram of the admixture per 100 kilograms of the binder, which produced excellent results. And then we replaced part of the cement at 5%, 10%, and 15% with calcined clay to make sure we come up with Portland pozzolanic cement. Of course, we cast the concrete cubes using the Isimba control mix design, and our mix design we were proposing to come up with a number of concrete cubes, which we cured using the water we obtained from the Isimba reservoir to make sure we don't lose any aspect if we speak about quality control. Then, on the 28th day, of course, we are doing compressive strength tests on the 3rd, 7th, and the 28th day. And on the 28th day, we removed the concrete cubes from the water. We covered these concrete cubes to make sure we come up with concrete cylinders. These concrete cylinders, after 3 days, we cut them to concrete discs. Now, strength doesn't imply durability. One of the concrete cubes for the 5% replacement, as we're going to see in the results, had come up with a better solution to what we were actually proposing. However, we had to make sure what we are proposing is going to be durable in the long run. Explains why we had to use the 2023 Durability Index Testing Manual to make sure the concrete we are coming up with is durable. We exposed these concrete discs to tests of oxygen permeability, chloride conductivity, porosity, and water sorptivity. Now, the results, of course, for the soft water aggressiveness, we had all the values being above 1,100, explaining that the waters are very aggressive to the concrete. And the second table you're seeing below the values of the soft water results, we are having the characterization of the calcined clay because we are supposed to make sure that the material we are using is perfectly in alignment with the standards. And according to ASTM C618, to use the material as a natural pozzolanic material, we have to make sure the summation of the silica, alumina, and the iron oxides is at least 70%. Our calcined clay produced results of 96.6%. So we proceeded to cast the concrete cubes. Those are the strength tests, and you can see the 5% replacement with the calcined clay produced the excellent results because our target strength was 20 MPa. Now, this is where I want us to focus about the aspect of durability. The OPC we talk about in that table is the Isimba control mix design that had been used. And I want us to focus on the aspect of sorptivity and porosity, because sorptivity and porosity are the two aspects that make up water permeability. OPC, which is the Isimba dam control mix design that had been used, produced the worst results if I speak about water sorptivity, meaning the concrete itself had a lot of ingress of water. It could let in a lot of water. And it speaks to the aspect of the porosity as well. The porosity was in the good range. However, the 5% calcined clay that we were proposing came up with excellent results in both the sorptivity and the porosity. If we speak about oxygen permeability to actually confirm our results, oxygen permeability for the OPC was in the very poor range, but for the aspects of the 5% calcined clay replacement, it produced excellent results. Meaning this gave us a go-ahead to actually move on and say, it would be perfect for us to replace part of the cement with calcined clay and use a high-range water-reducing admixture to avert this problem of soft water attack. Now, you could ask yourself, how much has Uegcl been losing without being able to invest in some of these projects? For our case, we came up with a Python code. I'm going to be able to share the code at the end. We used the Python code, and this code is particular to the aspects of any dam. It's not only particular to Isimba Dam, you just have to put in the aspects of that dam. And this code, we were able to realize that with just a 1% increase in the surface roughness of the concrete, we are going to end up having losses of Uegcl up to 56 billion Uganda shillings by just the 20th year of existence of this dam. Yet these dams are designed for over 100 years. And then, to conclude this presentation, based on corrosion indices, of course, the River Nile water is very aggressive, and the use of 5% calcined clay with a high water reducing admixture produced excellent results for the sorptivity and porosity, and using, of course, a high water reducing admixture produced excellent workability for our concrete. And to recommend, we recommend the use of PPC where we have 5% of the cement replaced with calcined clay for construction of dams, and then keeping water to cement ratios above, not going above 0.5 if we are designing for these dams, and of course implementing a long-term monitoring and performance of these dams. And lastly, we want to invest, we propose for future research purposes, we propose the mixing of fly ash, slag, and calcined clay to be able to come up with what could be the combined effect if we use these three aspects of the pozzolanic material. And of course, lastly, we want to assess the use of calcined clay produces another aspect of the use of limestone calcined clay cement, which is now being used in order to avert OPC. And with that, before I conclude, I want to ask the gentleman to just share with you the Python code we developed, just for the purposes of, seeing what we did. Thank you. The code. Okay, thank you very much.
Another generator clap for Odongo. No. You know, I'm a mother of boys, and those are twins. You have to actually give them the same kind of applause. So, colleagues, you've listened. Now it's your time to tell us what you think they should have told us. I'm allowing only 3? Okay, 5 questions maximum. Director. Is the microphone close by? Please bring to this table. Okay. But I must commend the whole team. These were really great presentations. And thank you, Uegcl, for allowing the learners. These are students who have graduated and took their time to research on our work. So Uegcl team, thank you for allowing this collaboration with the university. Over to you, Director. Okay.
Great, thank you so much. The presenters, wonderful papers. We appreciate. My question goes to Atwine. The floating panels on the lake. And I was wondering, I have 2 concerns. The issue of environmental impact. Our aquatic animals be safe? That's a concern. Then how, I was also looking at these floating islands. This is where you have the panels all over, and here comes an island. Won't it float with the floating panels? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Director Kamkama. Any other 2? Right next, Board Chair.
Thank you very much. It's been a very interesting, very vibrant presentation. I want to go to, is it Opio? Yes, I'm correct. And it's Joseph. Is it Joseph Opio?
Jacob.
One is just one, Jacob. Jacob Opio. You almost want us to stall our plans of converting Namamve into a gas
operate plant. I was just wondering whether you gave due consideration to the upgrade time frame, you know, how long it would take to upgrade to what you are proposing, for comparison against the planned conversion of the plant to gas, because that's where we were heading, and you want us to sort of halt and do steam.
Okay, thank you. And one last more. Okay, thanks. We have one from the Bujagali team. Thank you for paying attention.
Mine goes to someone who presented about Namavi. I was just excited and concerned about the payback period. My question is, what is the current dispatch regime to the plant? And did you make an assumption that the payback is focusing at 100% dispatch of the plant?
Okay, if there is no other, okay, one last one. Over to.
Thank you, Doctor. My name is Zimba Julius once again. I'm a mechanical technician. Yeah, I'm so happy about the presentation on the Namamve thermal plant, as we plan to make use of exhaust heat and convert it and use that heat energy to produce steam, which can generate for us more energy. But as we make use of this, have you studied or considered the impact of the exhaust gases to your new project and how you'll be operating with it, and also to the environment? Being that the prime mover will be exhaust gas from an oil engine. And then secondly, what would be the reliability of the steam turbine if it is dependent on the thermal generators, almost as to what the previous speakers just mentioned? If the existing machines are not dispatching so much or consistently, how is it going to affect? On the other hand, I would also propose that in the design, if it is implemented, would you integrate it to other material, that in case you're not using the generators to produce the heat, you would use maybe bagasse or something else, so that you don't stop the steam generation, basically because there is no exhaust heat. Thank you.
Thank you, Julius. I think we'll take those. Over to you. I'll start with Jacob, then Anita, then Joseph.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Let me first attend to the question by the board chair. The conversion of Namamve to using natural gas. Now, this is some bit of information. There's what they call calorific value, which is the amount of energy a fuel produces when 1 kilogram or 1 unit of it is burnt or combusted. Natural gas has a calorific value of 53 megajoules per kilogram. HFO, or crude oil, has a calorific value of between 40 to 45 megajoules per kilogram, which means the heat that we shall be producing with natural gas is actually like a bomb. So having a waste heat recovery system that is not optimized is a misery. So this project actually is like I can say a complement to the natural gas, because even when we have to use natural gas, there will still be waste gases, and they will actually be even at a higher temperature. Imagine having 600 degrees Celsius of temperature, just released to the environment. So it's just a complement, because by all means, even if it's natural gas, even if what, we shall have exhaust gases, and with natural gas, like I said, it is a bomb. The next, of course, the payback period. You said that payback period, yes, the gentleman. Now, when you're calculating, when you're doing cost analysis, you have to look at high risk. Namamve currently runs 1 engine per day. However, in integrating these systems, of course, sometimes it's important, or they ask you to run a second engine. So in my cost-benefit analysis, I considered worst-case scenario. Imagine it is asked to run all the 3 engines or all the 7 engines. So it's the cost-benefit analysis you're seeing. Had I considered only 1 engine, it wouldn't actually be reliable. So I considered worst-case scenario. In case all the engines are actually asked to run, what will be the payback period? Because there you have to look at the fuel consumption, how much are we spending on that, and all those aspects will tackle that. In case you need further information, please, we can meet, and I share with you the calculations and how I did it. The second being the impact of the gases. I want to answer to, I think it's Jimmy or Justice, I don't know, I'm not sure, the mechanical technician. This project is actually reducing or aiming to reduce the impact of these exhaust gases on the environment. We are talking of aspects of sustainability. I talked about net zero emissions because currently the 4 engines, once any of them is in operation, the gases are actually released to the environment. And one thing I actually didn't talk about, Namamv has an auxiliary boiler. An auxiliary boiler actually runs an extra cost of having to buy diesel in case any of these 4 engines are actually running. So look at what is actually being wasted. So we're actually reducing the impact of these exhaust gases by utilizing them in the waste heat recovery system. In my recommendations, one aspect I didn't talk about was a further research, of course, to see the reliability, like you talked about, which I liked it, of bagasse, which is something I was also going to talk about, and also other aspects, so that in case these engines are actually off, we look at the reliability of the steam turbine. So it's a recommendation that more research should actually be done on that. So thank you for reminding me on that. I think I've, yes, you talked about the upgrade time frame. Yes, when I was interacting with Alfa Laval or Aalborg Industries, they actually said installation or implementation of actually the enhanced heat recovery system could even take to less than a year. So I think I've answered all the questions.
Thank you, Jacob. Remind me, this new generation, they can tell you anything. But this is a very good presentation. Over to you, Anita.
Thank you. I'm Martha. Yeah, not Anita. But in terms of the ecological concerns, to be honest, from my research, there's actually not a lot of work around that. And even for most of the papers, they suggest that there should be more research in terms of the ecological concerns. But in construction, there are considerations that are made to prevent any harm to the aquatic life. For example, they put in space between the panels, and also, as I shared in the presentation, you're not supposed to cover a lot of the space on the reservoir or whatever water body you're going to cover. And then also you asked about the floating islands. There are some countries that have already done this and they've actually faced that problem. I'm not sure how they handled that, but I also think it all comes back to how you do the feasibility study, and so that you're able to predict to a certain extent the risks that are involved. But of course, there are other concerns with this kind of technology because there is water level fluctuations. Fortunately enough for us in Uganda, that's not a very big problem because we don't really have a lot of drought to like, at least in the areas where we have the power plants. And then there's also a problem of the biofouling or the algae, which also like affects the solar panels. So there has to be like a lot of maintenance on them. And then of course the high wind speeds, but then this can also be avoided in terms of the feasibility study, making sure that at least the surface is calm enough to a certain extent. Of course, there is anchoring to the bottom, but then that's not enough. Yeah, so I must say there are still also some questions that I have, and I would actually be very excited and honored to have a chance to even be part of the UEGCL floating solar project that is about to commence. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Martha Atwini, apologies. And just to add on, I think you're right about floating solar, that's floating wind, that's an extra load. It has to be considered in the design, and probably there could be a need to protect the panels themselves, maybe with a barrier of a kind. But again, these are answered in the design period. So thank you for that presentation. And lastly, now I have to confirm the names. I don't want to make another mistake. Joseph Odongo.
Thank you very much. Fortunately or unfortunately, I didn't have any question. So I will do the honors to thank you for being a nice audience, and see you as we catch some tea. Thank you.
Thank you once again. I think your presentation kind of had a frontliner with Godfrey's presentation. So it was very interesting to see how the two are intertwined. So thank you so much for the presentations. Administrative issue. And thank you, team, for telling us what you think they should have told us. Group photo. Are they going to see us? You join them.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mary, and the team that did the presentations. Let's clap for them again. So as the photo is being taken, we are supposed to be having tea, but the recommendation is that we do have a working tea. You feel free to go and pick tea, then come back so that we are able to continue. We do have a number of presentations that are still lined up. Okay, Jacob and Joseph, do we have any salongos and nalongos in the house? Or nalongos and salongos to be? Those to be seem to be many. But I know the GM of Namamvi. I think he's a salongo. Is he still around? These twins were really amazing with their colleague. On our table, we are booking them. When the time comes and they join UEGCL, they'll be really a very good addition. And as we prepare to get to the next team, the newest chief was introduced in the morning, that is Chief Albert. But we also have a new head of unit, and that is Patricia Habu, who is the head legal and advisory services. Please stand up. Congratulations, Patricia, for joining that team of heads of units. I would like also to take this opportunity to recognize our former colleagues. I think maybe they had been introduced, but I'm also happy to introduce them again. Dr. Saith Mugume, who was our former Chief Projects Officer. Then I also have my two friends in transmission, Henry and Moha. Is he still here? So Henry, myself, and Dr. Mary were or are still gender equity experts. We went through a certain course together, and what we learned there, we are trying our level best to implement. I hope you're doing the same in transmission, Henry. In most cases, you'd find Henry among very many women, and people would ask, what is Henry doing among all these women? But he was bringing value to the team. So I would like to invite our head of risk, Flavia Nyiko, to moderate the next session. These presenters are mainly from our colleagues from Namamve, Naluba Lechira, and then Isimba. So as Flavia comes, I also went to AI to give me some more information about Flavia. We all know she's a trailblazer. She's currently serving as a head of risk at Uegcl. She's also a civil engineer, by the way. She's responsible for implementing risk management strategies to ensure smooth and efficient operations at Uegcl. Flavia has featured in a number of guest interviews. I think sometimes we've been seeing these shared. She also serves as a mentor at the Uegcl mentorship program, where a number of us are also mentors. But I also serve with her on the Uegcl Circle board. Flavia, you're very welcome. Let's clap for her.
Thank you very much, Jackie. Once again, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As Jackie had indicated, we are having a working tea, so feel free to grab a cup of tea and a cookie or two, depending on how much sugar you had at lunchtime. The final session today is on resource optimization. I would like to welcome you to this session. And during this session, really, as we align to the theme of this symposium, we'll be focusing on how we can leverage innovation to maximize efficiency, reduce costs, and enhance sustainability of our operations. In my language, and considering the environment lately around Uegcl, not only Uegcl, but government, the environment of constrained financial resources, resource optimization becomes a very important risk mitigation measure for us. However, in power generation, optimizing resources is not just about reducing costs, but it's also about ensuring reliability, longevity, and operational excellence. So the papers we have lined up will be taking us basically through that. And I want to invite the lead panelists, the lead presenters for each paper. Firstly, we'll have the refurbishment of Nalubale unit's runner regulating valve using aluminium bronze. This was done by Nicholas Amanya, Shafik Dembe, and Johnson Bagea. I'd like to invite the lead presenter to take a seat here. I will also have a paper on in-house project management and supervision of construction projects, a case study of Uegcl's Isimba hydropower plant affiliated projects. This is also done by our team, Michael Mbonye, Mariam Namboze, Angelo Semagulu, and Engineer Isaac Arinaitwe. I'd like to invite the lead presenter to join us up here. That's Michael. The third paper will be the modification of Unit 10 turbine shaft sealing mechanism by Shafik Dembe and Nicholas Amanya. Shafik is joining us up here. The next is troubleshooting the cause of low bulb speed alarm from HFO separator number 2 and diagnosing the cause of high fuel consumption in DG number 4. This is at Namamve. And I would like to invite the presenter, Nuhu Mbaizwe. The final paper will be optimizing maintenance efficiency, advanced structural stanchion for blade adjustment at Nalubale-Chira power stations. This is by Engineer Nicholas Owori Ogola and Shafik Dembe. Nicholas is joining us up here. As Nicholas joins us, we have 5 presentations. Colleagues, I implore you to cooperate with me and stick to the 15 minutes we have. As the judges assess your content, I'll be assessing how you utilize the time resource. So thank you very much. I would like to invite our first presenter, presenting refurbishment of Nalubale's unit's runner regulating valve using aluminium bronze.
Thank you very much, Flavia. Good afternoon to all of us here. My name is Nicholas Amanya. I am a mechanical engineer. And today, we are going to share about Nalubale Power Station. And we hope to have a fruitful engagement. So this presentation, the title is Refurbishing Nalubale Units Runner Regulating. Sorry. Okay. So this presentation is refurbishing Nalubale units runner regulating valve and liner using aluminum bronze. And this is a simulation-based feasibility study. So we explored improving the runner regulating system for these units for Nalubale. So this presentation was done by a team of 3 people, myself, Nicholas Amanya, we had Shafik Dembe, and Johnson Bagaya. And this was an inspiration. We got this inspiration from one of the recommendations from John Berry to carry out this research. So I will invite Shafik to lead the introduction, and then I will come on later on to discuss more. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicholas. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, my name is Shafik Dembe. I'm a mechanical engineer at Nalubale-Chira Hydropower Station. Yeah, Nicholas has introduced the topic we are working on. Yeah, about the refurbishment of the run regulating valve and liner. So, the regulating valve and liner are the components which help in the blade servo regulation. They play a key part in supplying the pressure oil to the different chambers of the servo motor, hence helping in the adjustment of the blades. So during the regulation, there is always that wear and tear, increasing the clearances. Now, our regulating valves have landings which are made of phosphor bronze. So, if I can dive into the problem statement now, our regulating valves and liner. Okay. It's not okay. Yes, thank you. Okay, I had already introduced it. The regulating valve and line are key components of the turbine. That is basically the governor system. The regulating valve and liner, they help in regulation of the servo motor. That is by supplying the pressure oil to the different chambers of the servo motor. I don't know why this. Okay. Over time, due to the regulation, there is always wear, which increases the clearances of the runner, hence increasing the consumption of oil. Now, the consumption of oil increases or elevates the pumping cycles of now the prime mover. Now, due to that, due to the excessive oil consumption, modifications are always required. That is the refurbishments. A case in point, units 1 and 4 have been refurbished. That is working on their valve landings. However, the material that has been used always is phosphor bronze. But given the consumption, given the monitoring that has been done over time due to the use of those materials, the clearances have been, the frequency of repairs, of the repairs required has been a bit short. Now, this research is basically looking into how can we use a robust material to help us at least have a component which can work a bit longer as compared to the previous experiences we have had. If we can dive into the next slide, I think I can invite Nicholas to go into it.
Okay. Thank you. So next is our methodology. If we can go to the methodology. So for this research, we had the first step, we carried out a literature review, looking at the different materials and their applications, their strengths and weaknesses for this application. And we also did physical inspections of one of the units regulating valve and liner to ascertain the condition, look at its condition to see the extent of wear that we are going to look at. And after doing that, we carried out simulation and design. And here we used SolidWorks to first design the model for the regulating valve and liner, mirroring the dimensions that are at Nalobale. Yes, so after designing in SolidWorks, we then went ahead to do finite element analysis. We did a static analysis to try and compare. This was a comparison between two materials to see the current existing material and a proposed material to see if this aluminum bronze that we are proposing is a better solution and will last longer. And then we have the results and findings. And then lastly, we have a conclusion and some recommendations. So for the physical inspections we did for the existing valve and liner, you see we have some scores, and this is a problem we are trying to address. Ideally, the rate of wear or abrasion of this valve landing. So what you're seeing, I don't know. So down in this picture is the liner, and these are the regulating valve bushes. So this regulating valve moves in this liner, and over time, as it's moving, there's continuous wear on these valve bushes. So when these valve bushes wear to a considerable amount, we shall have the increased pumping cycles and a higher rate of internal consumption that we saw in the problem statement. So this research was looking at getting a material that will wear better or will wear slower compared to the existing phosphor bronze that we have. So that is an example of the scoring that we saw. So after the inspections, we went ahead to do a CAD simulation we simulated two conditions. The first condition was using phosphor bronze as the material for the valve landings, and the second condition was using aluminum bronze. So we did a CAD simulation where we drew the different parts and put in the different parameters for the different operating parameters, such as the operating loads and, yes, the no contact sets. So there were different parameter sets that were done to come up with a simulation that compared these two materials. And from this simulation, I repeat, was a static analysis. So this simulation gave us 3 results that we are going to be assessing. And the first one was a von Mises stress analysis that was done. So this was done to find the different stress distribution between the regulating valve made of phosphor bronze and one made of aluminum bronze. And the results showed that aluminum bronze experiences smaller von Mises stresses for the same operating conditions compared to aluminum bronze. And this just means that it yields better, or it has better resistance to yielding under the same loading conditions. A second analysis that was done was the displacement analysis for these two materials still, and we compared the results, and from this analysis we saw still that aluminum bronze has a lower resultant displacement compared to phosphor bronze. And what this means that it will retain there's a higher retention of its dimensional stability. So there's less displacement, which leads to a better retention of the clearances. So it will maintain its clearances better for the same conditions that are being experienced there. And then we also carried out an equivalent strain analysis. So this was performed on both materials, both the aluminum bronze and the phosphor bronze, and still we see that aluminum bronze faces lower equivalent strain compared to phosphor bronze. And what this means that the risk of permanent deformation is lower using aluminum bronze compared to phosphor bronze. So from these findings, we see that there's a 55% lower von Mises stresses using aluminum bronze compared to phosphor bronze. And what this means that there's a longer lifespan when we use valve landings that are using aluminum bronze. And when it comes to the displacement, there's a 13% less displacement compared to phosphor bronze. And this is attributed to dimensional stability. So phosphor bronze landings are more stable for the same conditions, as well as the lower equivalent strain that speaks into resistance to fatigue. So this aluminum bronze that we are proposing is more resistant to fatigue for the same operating conditions. So these were the findings that we saw, and I'll invite my colleague to take us through the cost-benefit analysis for this presentation.
Thank you. Bagia Johnson, a mechanical fitter at Naruvale Power Station. Yeah, being the liner and valve, they are the heart of the units at Naruvale. We decided to carry out that research, and then we got the cost benefits as follows. There will be high governor pumping cycle due to rapid wear, which can lead to unplanned shutdown of the plant or the machine. Maintain costs. Rapid wear, frequency repairs, refurbishment, refurbishment benefits, efficiency gain, extended pumping life, cost reduction, increase in uptime, energy output stability. Current cost
of high pumping cycle related maintenance. 1. Frequent maintenance cost due to rapid wear, unplanned shutdown, losses, impact generation output, estimated refurbishment cost, which is 114,000 US dollars, basing on similar refurbishment of Unit 1 and 4. On the side of projection, there is a projected savings. Reduced pumping cycle, resulting in pumping efficiency gain and extended life. Reduced maintenance efficiency, lowers longer-term cost, increase the uptime and reliability to improve on our units. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bagaya. And just to re-emphasize this, so what we are proposing is to refurbish this valve liner. And because we've seen that aluminum bronze, the proposed material, is better, so it gives us better, more life compared to this phosphor bronze. So we see that because this problem will lead to an inefficient unit. What this means that, if I can just take you back, to this, because this system controls the way the blades are moving, and if there's increased wear, we are going to have internal leakages. And say if we want to get 18 megawatts at a certain point in time, but because there's increased wear, the pump is going to do more work, and you might not even achieve these 18 megawatts that you want to achieve because of these deteriorated clearances. So we are proposing a material that is more durable, that is more resistant to wear, and from this, we get we shall mitigate the risks of unplanned shutdown because the valve is more reliable, and that this lead to operational disruptions. We are more reliable with our units because of the reduced wear. And in terms of maintenance, there's less, the rate of wear is smaller. So this would reduce the need for repair. And that comes to the maintenance part. But in terms of the benefits, we see that we have extended pump life because of the reduced pumping cycles. There's reduced wear because of that, which also leads into cost. But there's also increased uptime. When you're looking at a more reliable unit, you can confidently say this unit will give you 18 megawatts because you're sure about your regulating valve and liner. So that is part of the cost-benefit analysis. So we see that this will help improve the reliability of Nalobale units. So in conclusion, we recommend that the regulating valve and liner for Nalobale units is refurbished using aluminum bronze. As we've seen, it's better. It's a better material. So maybe for the oncoming refurbishment that is coming, it can be a consideration that these valve and liner be refurbished using aluminum bronze. And you never know, it can increase the life of this specific system by up to five years more than the phosphor bronze material. And some areas of further research that we saw, because our application was to high pressure, so we wanted to see how this aluminum bronze reacts under low pressure conditions. Say when pressures are below 10 bar, how does this material react? And also, how does it react when there's, for water lubricated systems? Because the valve and liner normally work in oil systems. So we want to see, would like to see in future, how does this work for water lubricated systems? Because we have the guide vane systems that still have the phosphor bronze and other systems that interface with water. So we'd like to see how this reacts with that. So thank you very much. That was our presentation.
Thank you, Nicholas and team. You used 1 extra minute for
of your time. Thank you for that effort. I'd like to invite our next presenter, the project team, Michael. Is presenting on in-house project management and supervision of construction projects, a case study of Uegcl's Isimba power plant affiliated projects. Please proceed.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm presenting about the in-house project management and supervision of construction projects, taking Isimba HPP affiliated projects as our case study. And this was not just done by me, this was done by myself, Mariam Namboze, Angelo Semagulu, and engineer Isaac Arenaitwe, CFA. So just like all previous presenters, we shall have an introduction, go through the methodology, results and findings, do a cost-benefit analysis with conclusions and recommendations. As Uegcl, we have faced several challenges in the management and supervision of our construction projects, especially more recently, where we have had some budget constraints. And with these, we have had to optimize and also innovate within the department to undertake some projects internally. Previously, we would have external consultants for all our projects, as you all are aware, especially with, say, for example, CEDA projects. We had consultants, but we realized we have the internal capacity to actually take these projects on without incurring a heavy cost on the company. While saving costs associated with supervision by external consultants, we have also been able to gain experience and retain valuable knowledge for projects that will come within the near future. The specific goals of our initiative were establishment of a project management structure and implementation of project management tracking systems. This is whereby previously, since we had consultants, we would have maybe 1 or 2 people as a contract manager and maybe an assistant to basically liaise with consultants as we run these projects. However, currently we are doing all this internally, and also we are handling project complexity through enhanced communication and coordination, whereby in the past, because we had a consultant who was basically a bridge between us and the implementing contractors, all information that would come from stakeholders, contractors would have to go through the consultant, then come to us. With this, we would have some iteration in this information, and some information would also be lost. We also have knowledge retention and organizational learning for utilization of internal expertise. This is whereby we have had teams that have been executing projects for a while, but these people have not been fully utilized. However, with this initiative, we are fully utilizing their capacity and also helping them develop as professionals. We also have improved project control and decision making. Still, as I said, that we were having consultants, and some decisions that were key that had to be made by Uegcl would have to go through a consultant and finally come to the client, which is Uegcl. And with this, we would have some lost time due to this bureaucracy. However, right now, since the projects team is handling these projects individually, we do not lose a lot of time in this decision making. We also have sustainability and long-term benefits, like a structured project management framework. And this came through the project management guidebook that has been developed by the Uegcl projects team. We shall discuss that ahead. And also, project selection and prioritization for cost reduction and stakeholder satisfaction. This is whereby, to select projects that will be managed internally by Uegcl, we would run a cost-benefit analysis to see, is it better, or do we have the capacity to say, run this project? Are we good enough? Or the money that would be invested to get consultants for this project, if we could run it internally, we do run it internally. And if we need some help, maybe then we could have consultants to give us support. Our methodology for implementing this is a structured approach that leverages, as I said, our internal expertise, optimizes the resources that we already have, and ensures effective project management. And this is through, number one, assessment of internal capacity and establishment of a project management structure, as I already hinted on earlier, that we have the capacity for running some of these projects, especially for low and medium complexity projects, especially with civil engineering, construction, and all that, given that this is based on a civil engineering perspective. We assess our internal capacity, and if this project is able to be handled internally, we do handle it internally. However, if we do need, say, some help or some expertise, then we can involve consultants. We also do project selection and prioritization, which is, again, we rank projects from low to medium to high level complexity, which we can say, for example, high level complexity projects, we can assist, we can be there, we can observe, we can work with a consultant in order to improve our own expertise. However, for low level and medium level complexity projects, these can be handled internally. We also do a cost benefit and resource optimization, as I said earlier, where we look at the cost that it would take to hire a consultant compared to the cost that will be incurred by the company if projects are run internally. And based on this, we can allocate resources to these projects. We also have implementation of project tracking systems and quality control and risk management. This is where we ensure, for example, regular inspections for projects, QA and QC. We also do tests on sites if so required, and we also identify potential project risks and address these proactively. For example, at Isimba, we had an issue of slope collapse when we were doing the staff housing project, as you'll see ahead. And this was tackled internally. We managed to come up with a design and everything and implement this proactively. However, if we had required some, let's say, consultants and procured this, this would have been an extra cost on our end. We also have stakeholder engagement and communication, where we consult our stakeholders. For example, for CEDA projects, we have had meetings with different stakeholders, different communities, for example, for Nyagak 3, to be able to decide from an informed point of view which projects we can implement under their CEDAP. We have had consultations with people at Isimba, what should be included in their phase 3 for the Isimba master plan. And this helps to improve the stakeholder satisfaction score. We also have monitoring and evaluation and knowledge retention and continuous improvement. With monitoring and evaluation, we have had our internal audit team visit our project sites to audit and see, is everything going on as it should be? Yeah. We also have knowledge retention. These teams that are executing these projects are internal members. These are people that have been here and are still here. And with this, we retain knowledge, because when we're using consultants, most times a consultant will execute a project, finish the project, give you the project documentation, and move on. However, if members of your team have not been really involved in the project, all this knowledge that the consultant has gained on this project is gone with them. So our results. For example, one of our results, we have had cost savings of close to 1.5 billion Uganda shillings on the Isimba employers camp, the phase 2. We have also had enhanced control and decision making, as I mentioned, that these decisions are being made by UGCL staff compared to having them done by contract consultants in conjunction with us. We also have improved communication and coordination directly with stakeholders, organizational learning and knowledge retention, which builds internal capacity. However, in executing this initiative, we have also had challenges. One of them, we have had resource constraints, especially with staffing and logistical support, whereby for some project components, for example, at Isimba, when we were doing the staff houses, we had to pull from the O&M team some electrical and mechanical engineers to come and support, and we really appreciate them for that. And we also have stakeholder expectations. In our meetings with communities, we have realized communities really have a very high expectation of UGCL, and this had to be managed, even though sometimes it was a bit complicated too. We also needed backroom support, especially with design and equipment, whereby sometimes you would have to rely on a contractor for equipment to be used. And design support, sometimes you find that projects that we are executing, we've not really been involved in the design. You come, when there's already a design and you're just supposed to implement a project. However, as you're on site implementing, you realize there are some different aspects of the project that were not captured in the original scope. For example, at Isimba, we had to change foundation levels, same as St. Peter's Chibuzi, because we found that we were constructing in a very waterlogged area, but these things were not really factored in initially within the design. We have also had contractual disputes, but some of these have been solved. However, we still do have some, especially to do with payment of IPCs for contractors. We also have a cost-saving erosion. Earlier, you had me talk about a 1.5 billion saving from not hiring a consultant to do the Isimba Employers Camp. However, due to IPCs for contractors not being cleared in time, we have had to pay, or we are being charged interest on these pending IPCs. That means the saving we had done is actually depleted in paying interest for these contractors. That means ideally it's we make a loss at the end of the day. We don't really realize these savings. Then also we have lesson learned, where we have, for example, the importance of clear project planning and scheduling to make sure that our projects are completed on time, within budget, and to the quality or to the standards that are expected. The need for clear project objectives and scope definition to avoid scope creep and ensure stakeholder satisfaction. As I said, stakeholders have very, very high expectations of us out there, and we need to maintain that standard. The significance of effective communication and collaboration with stakeholders to ensure alignment and avoid disputes. This is both internally with contractors, with the communities around us, and all those. Also, and finally, in our results, we have a proposed project management structure, and also we managed to create the Uegcl project management guidebook, which is the first of its kind, and it was launched at the Nalubale Chira IPC launch. Some of you were there, but this was a combined effort from some of our experiences in these projects and experiences of other project team members. And with this, we came up with an ideal project management structure for our in-house supervision of projects, which includes executive sponsorship, whereby we need buy-in from management and the board to make sure that our projects align with our organizational goals. We need a project steering committee, which will review technically and provide oversight and guidance for these different projects. It may not have to be our current PSC. We can also have, for lack of a better phrasing, smaller PSCs for these smaller projects. We need project managers who will be responsible for day-to-day project execution, and also technical experts. And these, I mean, our electrical engineers, mechanical engineers, the technicians, civil engineers, to be able to execute these projects as would have been done if we had had a consultant, but at a fraction of the cost. Shown now is the Isimba Permanent Employers Camp, Phase 2. The large image is one of the units, and these units are already being used at site. We also have aerial views of the project. We managed to construct 20 Type B staff houses, housing 40 staff. These are already in use. These were done internally. So far, we don't really have complaints. These have been executed very well. We also have St. Peter's SS Chibuzi, which is under CDAP. It's located in Kayunga. It's under Isimba HPP CDAP Phase 2 initiatives. This is a project that's currently still ongoing. It's not yet completed, but as you can see, it's nearing its completion. Very soon we shall have to invite you for commissioning. Then we have a cost-benefit analysis. So the total cost for in-house supervision for the Isimba Staff Housing Phase 2 was 83.6 million, considering administrative expenses, the transport costs, and the allowances. For the salaries, we have kept them baseline because we are tapping on a resource that was already existing within the company. And this team consisted of graduate engineers, civil engineers, electrical, mechanical, support staff, a contractor, and a project manager. However, the estimated cost of hiring an external consultant for the same project was estimated to be at 1.511 billion Uganda shillings. And this represents a 5.61% amount of the contract sum for the project, as per the standards which say for projects that are between $5 to $8 million, we shall charge the standard is 5.61%. So this is 5.61% of our project cost. Then, as per this calculation, that means by supervising this project in-house, we saved about 1.427 billion compared to outsourcing, which represents a 94.5% reduction in the overall projected project supervision cost. Long-term benefits, in addition to these savings that we have had immediately, that this project is so far completed, we shall also reduce the long-term dependency on external consultants, and this we shall realize more cost savings, and we shall also be able to grow our own internal capacity, all the while we can be able to reinvest these realized savings into the company, into our other initiatives. And with this, so far we have also managed to execute the Karuma CEDA projects in-house. We are executing the Nyagak 3 HPP CEDA projects also in-house. So as you can see, this is already paying off. We are already gaining some cost savings instead of hiring consultants. So for successful in-house project management, what do we recommend? We recommend continuous training and development of project management teams, monitoring and evaluation of project performance and continuous improvement. As I said, we have internal audits. You could track performance of cost through Microsoft tools, Microsoft Project for timeline tracking. We can also maintain stakeholder engagement and satisfaction. As I said, before executing these projects, we had to consult with the communities, with our own staff. And we also have to retain and develop the project implementation expertise, because these people that implement these projects, we have to make sure that we retain them. We need to transfer them to other projects and all this, so that we do not have any brain drain from the company. We also have to have clear project scope and roles, because when this is not clear, this is how we shall end up having scope creep, and we shall end up having to spend more money in implementing these projects. Then we shall need to have a standardized information management system to make sure that all the information that we have gained in these projects is retained internally, and also having board and top management support in advancing to the next phase of in-house project implementation, which is, say, for example, implementing, we have Maziba coming up. We could take on this internally. We have phase 3 for Isimba master plan. We could still do this internally. Then, in conclusion, I'm saying that in-house project supervision is a very cost-effective and efficient method, not only for construction projects, but we can also transfer this to other projects. We have electrical projects, we have mechanical projects. All these could be handled internally. And the transition to in-house supervision has resulted in 2 significant cost savings, enhanced control over project processes, and improved communication, and has also promoted organizational learning and knowledge retention. And based on these experiences, we believe we as UGCL have the capacity to take a more active role in project development and implementation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Michael. It was a very interesting paper. You are only 3 minutes overboard. I will receive the next paper from, once again, Shafiq and Nicholas, presenting modification of Unit 10 turbine shaft sealing mechanism.
Yeah. Okay, allow me to greet you once again. Good evening. Yeah, now I'm coming with a different paper, and I didn't do this paper alone. Sorry, the moderator. We are 3 people on this presentation. That is myself, Nicholas Amanya, and Nicholas Worogora. This presentation is basically looking at improving the maintenance efficiency. And it's looking at modification that was done on the Unit 10 turbine shaft sealing mechanism. To take you through what we have for you, we have the introduction, the problem statement, the solutions looked at, the methodology, the recommendations, and the conclusion. If I can invite my colleague to just take you through the introduction.
Okay, thank you, Shafiq. So briefly, we're looking at shaft sealing for the turbine. And for those that are not so technical, we're going to try to at least let you understand what we mean by at least turbine shaft sealing. So this turbine is water operated. So the blades are moved by water. But we don't want this water to move up and disrupt because we have pumps, we have other equipment that we don't want to disrupt. So we need to seal this water and prevent it from coming up to disrupt these other machines. So that's what this project is about. And most turbines, if not all, at least all that I've seen, have a shaft sealing mechanism. So just for our understanding, if we have a turbine shaft, that symbolizes a turbine shaft. I'm trying to break down what the shaft sealing system, specifically that one for Nalubali, what it has. So you have a turbine shaft, and then you have what you call a shaft sleeve. So this sleeve is held, it's bolted onto the shaft. That is the shaft sleeve. And then we have what we call a handbox housing. Now this is for Nalubali. The shaft sealing mechanism has the shaft sleeve. We have what we call a handbox housing. And from this handbox housing, that is now, this right here is the handbox housing, and this right here is the shaft sleeve. So this is attached to the shaft, and this is the handbox housing. So that handbox housing houses what we call carbon seals. So this combination of things helps to prevent water, or provide the sealing to prevent water from the turbine blades from coming up to disrupt whatever we have. So in brief, that is the short description for what you'd call your shaft sealing mechanism for Nalubale units.
Yes, thank you, Nicholas. Yeah, basically we are trying to, we don't want our turbine components to be flooded. So this is, the modification is basically speaking into this. Ned, what is the problem? Yeah, our problem is the designs of Naruvari, of the handboxes basically, have grooves all through. If I can take you back to the previous, now this is the drawing, the cut drawing. It indicates the sleeve and the handbox housing. If I can try to point. Okay. Now, that one is the handbox housing installed. And where I'm pointing right, it's the inspection door. It has grooves. Now, in our problem, basically I wanted to do a study of trying to improve maintenance. Now we designed a handbox housing which doesn't have the grooves at the inspection door, basically to ease the maintenance during the removal of carbon seals. This one was tested on Unit 10. However, the results were not good. We had leakages from the turbine shaft seal, now which were a risk to our turbine components. These turbine pits are designed with 2 pumps, basically to drain away the water that leaks. But due to this leakage, we installed the 3rd pump, but still, they couldn't manage the leakage. So what we had to do is basically to inspect our handbox housing to see what's happening exactly. Okay, right there is the new design that was implemented. If I can try to point, now right there is the inspection door. you see it has no grooves. If I can go into the next drawing, if you can check now, this is the component. It has no grooves at the inspection door. So at this point here, the carbon seals were not well aligned. So water would just jet out into the turbine pit, hence posing a risk to our turbine components. Right there is the image showing the leakages from the turbine pit. Yes, now, given that problem, we had to restore the optimal operation of now the shaft seal. We thought of two solutions, which are right on the second slide, on the next slide. One of them was procuring a new handbox housing, and then the next solution was modifying the existing one. Now, the new handbox housing would take us 12 months, given the experience we have had with buying the shaft seals of Naruvare. One of the advantages was basically no need for interim modifications. However, it had disadvantages, that is the high cost, the long lead time, leading to long down times. Now, the second option was modifying the handbox housing. This one, its advantages were low cost. It was a quick win, quick implementation. It just required only 10 days to work on the unit and return it back to service. So our recommendation basically was to modify the available handbox housing. It was a more strategic and reliable option, since it could give us exactly what we want. Now, in the methodology used, we looked at material selection, basically which material can we use now to cover up that gap which didn't have grooves. Then also we looked at the bonding method, because if you use maybe mild steel, our handbox is made of phosphor bronze. Bonding mild steel and phosphor bronze may not be easy. Yes, it may come out, but given that the stresses and then the pressure we have from the spiral casing, we cannot achieve what we want. We cannot achieve the durability of the shaft sleeve. The next item considered was the machining. How shall we machine the component to achieve the right profile? And then the next item was installation, basically, and testing. The testing included monitoring to check the water leakages if they have reduced. Now, we used the SolidWorks designed that element you're seeing right there. This is the handbox housing. Now, using the pressures of the spiral casing, that is around 26 psi. It's 60 feet of head. Then when you convert it to psi, it gives you 26. We use that pressure, subjected it onto this component here. We use two components, that is now material selection. We considered brass and stainless steel. Why brass? At that time we had brass. Given the long lead time of phosphor bronze, we couldn't go for phosphor bronze. Brass has the same materials as phosphor bronze. It can give you exactly what the bonding required for you to have a complete handbox housing. Now, this one here, in the first layout, we subjected the component to that pressure. This is made of brass. This is made of brass, and this is the stress. This is the stress. This is the yield stress that it could face. Then the second item, we subjected it to the same pressure, but now this is stainless steel, and it had a higher yield stress as compared to this one, implying that it could fail faster than this one here. Yes. Okay. If we can go into now, that is the actual work That is the actual work we did. Those are brass plates which were machined. Now, those are jigs. These are jigs here, which were used to hold now the brass plates in position during the bonding. Then now, this is where the brass plates are now in position. And those are grab screws, which were used to, those grab screws were used to hold these plates in position during the brazing. So after the brazing, this is our product here. But as you see it here, the profile here is not the same as this one. So we had to do some machining, basically to achieve this profile here of the existing grooves. Now, this is our component put on the lathe and machining being carried out. Yes, after all the machining, now this is our component installed. These are carbon seals in here. They are sitting well on the groove. Now here they are well aligned as compared to the previous image where we didn't have grooves here. Yes. Now, after all the analysis and machining, these are our results. Right here is our modified handbox housing. This one has carbon seals. Then this one is fully installed. Yes. Now, if I can just request my colleague to take you through the different recommendations and the conclusion.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. In conclusion, you know what you will see in mechanical, you find that all the activities we did are joint. So you find the entire team participated in the exercise. So in conclusion, we realized that the modification that we did for the handbox was futile. It did not give us the result. We wanted to improve the inspection time, but in the end, we increased the leakages in Unit 10. So we had to remodify internally. We built internal capacity to machine the sleeve internally. And currently, Unit 10 is working, and the leakages have gone back to normal. We have 2 pumps running and managing the leakages. There is no abnormal leakage as it was previously. We can now recommend that the modification which was taken on Unit 10 cannot provide us, cannot improve on our maintenance. It increases the rate of leakage in the turbine shaft. So we will adopt the inclusion of the sleeves, the grooves in all the sleeves for all upcoming refurbishments. Over and above, the refurbishment which was done in-house, so far, since it has run for about 3 or 4 months now, it is successfully, and there is no groove that has gone out of position. So, in conclusion, we have been a team that has worked as the mechanical team that worked as a group, and given the iterative work that we did, we were able to produce that product. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nicholas. Yeah, Nicholas has already thanked you, but let me thank you again. Thank you for the audience, and we look up to the next presentations.
Thank you very much, Shafik and team. You left us 1 minute to spare. Maybe Amanya could also have thanked us, but moving on. The next paper, we are moving to Namamve. Nuhu Mbaizwe will be presenting the paper, Troubleshooting the Cause of Low Bulb Speed Alarm from HFO Separator Number 2 and Diagnosing the Cause of High Fuel Consumption in Diesel Generator Number 4. Please.
Yeah, good afternoon, team. My name is Nuhu Mbaizwe. I'm a mechanical technician working with Namamve thermal power plant. Yeah, I'm here today to present some paper about this troubleshooting the cause of low barrel speed alarm for HF4 separator number 2. In your templates, you have also addition of this the high consumption of fuel for DG4, but it was I didn't have time to finish that research. But the unit is working okay. As for the equivalent rate was consuming a lot of fuel, which I reduced by 40 kilograms per hour. So if you calculate for a full month, it was a bit of cost cutting. But today I will concentrate on this troubleshooting because of low barrel speed. Yes. I will concentrate on this troubleshooting the cause of low barrel speed alarm for HF4 separator number 2. Yeah. In my presentation outline, I have the introduction, the methodology, the findings, implemented solution is, cost-benefit analysis, conclusion, and recommendation is. Yeah, I introduced my power plant. Namam power plant is a 50 megawatt plant having 7 engines, 18 V32 diesel engines. 18 is those are 18 cylinders. V is a V-shaped engine. 32 is the diameter of the liner, which is 320 millimeters diameter. So we call it 18 V32. It's a type of engine being manufactured by Wärtsilä. So our plant, the 7 units, are Wärtsilä engines. Those engines, right now we're operating on heavy fuel oil, which we call HF4. It is a thick viscous fuel, a byproduct of crude oil refining. It contains various impurities, water sediments, and heavy metals. So due to its high density and contamination levels, it requires proper treatment. So to take care of that proper treatment, the manufacturer provided the 2 HF4 separators. We call them purifier, the one which we purify in the fuel, which we have at the plant, which are operating now properly. These 2 separators, they operate on the principle of centrifugal separation to remove the fuel contaminants. Because this HF4 when delivered need to be cleaned more. Yeah, so I also talked about these fuel trucks. They don't deliver fuel from Mombasa to the plant. So when the trucks arrive, we always take a sample by the lab guys. So it shows when you check, there's a truck. So a sample is always got. It's tested in the lab so that you can verify the fuel quality, accompanied by a certificate of quality. Because they come with a certificate of quality to confirm if the parameters requested for are the one they have supplied the fuel with. So after that, the fuel now, if they pass the test, we confirm because they measure the quantity of water in the trucks through the lab. If they verify everything is okay, the fuel is offloaded now in the plant storage tanks. So before the fuel is used from the tanks, it has to pass through these fuel purifiers, which we call separators, to remove the contaminants. So I shared some layout for the separator, because that's my point of this. When you check, I think you can see by the diagram. Sorry. Yeah, we have, where can I see that? Yeah, our fuel from the sorting these tanks passes through the pumps. From the pumps, we have heaters called heavy fuel, which we need to heat and try to, this fuel went from the tank, it has a very high viscosity. So we heat to try to reduce the viscosity so that it can be separated well. So it passes through those heaters, you have transmitters, temperatures. It is an overview before we reach on my target of the HFO separator. So from that, the fuel which is being separated with the separator, it goes back to clean tanks where they stored before it goes to the engine. So this system of purifying the fuel is being controlled by a electronic program controller, which we call their EPC, so which is monitoring the water and fuel well, controlling the temperatures of the fuel entering and going out, even activating the solenoid valve to open for the removed water from the system before it goes to clean oil tanks for storage before it's going used to the engine. But that was just allowed so that you can have some knowledge about how this separator works. Yeah, so during one of the routine operations of the HFO separator number 2, on 16th March 2024, it was reported that there was the emission of smoke from the friction pads in the centrifugal clutch. So I've shared some photo. Some photo, those ones, the one we are calling centrifugal clutch, we call them also pads. So they reported there was emission of smoke from the friction pads in the centrifugal clutch. During the startup, the separator kept stopping after long run alarm due to failure to reach the rated barrel speed within the set startup time. During this operation, there was also a low barrel speed alarm due to failure of the separator to maintain the set operating speed. This unit here, you don't know now, the other one was overview. This is the real separator now, that with the yellow cover. It is running at 5,200 RPM, the operating speed. So it was not achieving that speed, so it was being an alarm of low barrel speed, which is being controlled by this EPC. So the methodology we used to troubleshoot that problem, the low alarm barrel speed, we started by cross-checking the factor set values and parameter values of HFO separator number 2, the process parameters and timer synchronous parameters, like the time between surge discharge, high feed pressure limits, barrel leakage checks. We check the condition of the flat bed transmission, the friction bars, which we call there the clutches. In that is also we check the electrical motor, the bearings. We check the condition of the barrel assembly, operating and discharge slides, fluid connections through the inlet and outlet hoses and fittings. We check the valve block for the opening and closing of the water. Sorry. Next. Yeah, we also checked the condition of the barrel assembly. Check the valve block for the opening and closing of the water supply. We tested the fuel separation sequences because on this EPC I showed you, there are some recorded out there you can check. You just scroll and check if there was a problem before. So we tried to dismantle the separator. I showed the parts. There's a lot of parts inside there. But we are still troubleshooting the problem. So after checking from our findings, we realized that the flat drive belt was damaged due to heat from the drum. If we can go back somewhere. This is the belt we are talking about. This motor is driving this drum. So this friction clutch is attaching here. So this belt here is now driving the components, this separator. So this thing is running at 5,200 RPM. So in our findings, as I mentioned before, we found the flat drive belt was damaged due to heat from the drum. The internal diameter of the drum are enlarged. This is diameter from here to here. So therefore, the friction pads could no longer form a grip on the drum. So as they are just slipping here, So they are causing a lot of heat around here, which was being conducted around the drum, which caused this, the drive belt I showed you, causing it to be damaged. And so there was a lot of smoke coming from here. So the incident was reported to safety. They made the safety investigation, so I was part of the team also. Incident report was done. So we started this investigating what's the cause. So these are the findings. That's why we found the drum overheat had been altered. So what we did, we had some spare drum which we had removed before Uegcl took over, and we had the changes, as you know, now we have been having changes with spares. I think in 2014, Uegcl just inherited problems, but it's in 2014 when the PPA for Jackson ended in 2014. They started giving contract for 1 year. Remember, they give 1 year when we've already worked for 4 months, so it's like we are giving a contract for 6 months, so we could not buy spares for future. So some of these things before we used to have, but there were things we were just throwing them in the container we used to keep. So this challenge came in. Remember, if Uegcl when inherited the problems, we still have the challenge with spares in Namave. The manufacturer, this first year is very complicated. They want money to be paid immediately. So this drum was, we tried to get the quotation. They told us 10 million. But remember, there's a deal they had to make from 5. You have to order from Alfa Laval. It takes some months to be delivered. So you had to have a plan to do some filling, welding, and remachining of this drum so that somebody can still run, because we could run out of the fuel from the tank so that the engine can use. That's how we came to this. After realizing the drum was enlarged, we tried to do some innovation, to do some material deposition by welding. This one out diameter. That's when it is in the workshop. We try to do building up using gas tungsten arc welding with stainless steel rods. We decided to use stainless welding rods because before, not now, but I used to work with the field service was here before. So I used to work many plants in East Africa. So we tried the cast iron before, it didn't work. I tried this somewhere, in Japan in Rwanda. So after using this steel and cast iron, after some time, the cracks could appear inside the drum again. So this time I copied from, there is a plant in Philippines. They advised me they're using this stainless. So we use stainless rods. We try to weld to fill. This diameter here, original diameter from Alfa Laval, the drum is 190 millimeter diameter. So this one I enlarged by 1 millimeter, so it was 180 millimeter. So we try to fill and we machine using the material testing. We try to machine that after welding using this computerized pneumatic control this machine, so that because this drum is very critical to get this overheat. If you use this machine, you might find this overheat, the distance from here to here to be the same from here to here, because there are some things which I have to touch here and here, the pads. So it is critical. You can take it to machine shop, any machine shop, and they don't get the overheat. You get the problem with the belt frequency here, because this belt has a sensor which are measuring. It must have 6 Hz frequency. The drive belt has a sensor which is measuring the speed it's running and how it is wobbling. So we had to use this CNC machine. All the times were maintained with micro level. And after, we installed the separate dot drum, which just took around 3 days. We brought the drum and we installed back. We tested the separator. From that time, the separator is working well. So, as I told you, we we had made a quotation before, because they might say, hey, no, how come you didn't have spare in the warehouse? We had made the quotations before, but because of this challenge with the manufacturer, we take time to get the spares. You want payment, before you pay is not in Uganda, so we are getting a challenge with that, but CEO is working on that. I think this way we might get some spares. So we are supposed to buy a new drum for that. The collection was 10 million, but when we took to workshop with CNC machine, they charged me 1 million per drum. That's machining. So we used 2 million for 2 drums, because I have some drums which we are discussing before, which I kept in the container doing handover. Because the handover, everything was being taken. We used to fight not to take, because we knew we shall use them later because of the change with spares. So now in this, we used 2 million to get 2 drums, the one which we put back on the separator, and the one we kept for spare. So we saved the money there, because we are supposed to deliver, to use 20 million to buy 2 drums, but we used only 2 million, and we just repaired this one. And also, before, this separator was bringing some alarm, because if the damage enlarges, the birds were sleeping, so they'll be eaten up very fast. So after this repair, we have reduced the sequence of repair in those scratches. So I calculated the year, we are using 6-seater before, but since March last year, I realized we have just used 20. So we saved those a lot of money there. For other non-motor benefits, you see if this separator is not working well, because this worker to reduce the water in fuel. If this water goes in fuel and goes to our engine pumps, it will damage our pumps. And this pump element, one pump element, is around 10 million with the steam set and what, and the engine has 18 pumps. So if we leave this, the separator not working efficiently, it can cause a lot of problems in the units. Also, this, as it removes in the contaminants, they reduce such content in the fuel, which reduces this frequency of cleaning filters, because this fuel is being filtered. If the fuel is dirty, every time the team is there cleaning filters, so the separator will be working normally. Even we reduce the carbonated dew content in the fuel, which reduce the clogging fuel injection nozzle tips, which can affect our engine if not consuming the fuel. Yeah, for conclusion and recommendation is, this HF separator number 2, we successfully restored it to operation by use of in-house resources, and the solution yielded that a cost saving equivalent to 36 million. And our recommendation is, if we can invest more in in-house machining equipment, because now we don't have a laser machine, if we can get this machine like CNC machines, we can do some other activities in Namamvi instead of taking to workshop, it's costing company money. Because we have experienced guys there, can work on those machines, just we don't have the equipment. And also, recommendation number 2, we need to do to company to assist us in research on further application is, because if you have such machines, there's some research we are doing on these pumps. Because as I told you, these pump elements, they are costing 10 million, and one engine has 18 pumps. Like now we are planning for overhaul, we have to spend 180 million on one engine only pumps, those pump spares only. Seeing set and the pump element, those items minus other things. So there is only one problem which is being affected on those pumps. If they can give us more support on the research, we can start repairing only that place which is causing these pumps to cause a lot of fuel consumption and replacing all the time. Yeah, that is my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nuhu. That was a very interesting presentation. I didn't realize you had gone almost 5 minutes, so I have a feeling there's a lot more interesting stories from your rich experience. We'll now receive the final paper of this session. I hope you're still here with me. Nicholas and his team, once again, this time Shafik, will be presenting a paper, Optimizing Maintenance Efficiency, Advanced Structural Stanchion for Blade Adjustment at NKPS.
Thank you once again. Good afternoon to you all. As I indicated when I was here briefly, we work as a team. In mechanical, we work as a team. I am currently I'm currently section head mechanical for Nalu Valley Power Plant, and I'll be presenting to you one of the internal modifications we did in-house with the aim of adjusting the blades. It is titled Optimizing Maintenance Efficiency Using the Advanced Structural Stanchion for Blade Adjustment. We had so many people who participated in this, but the key authors for this paper are myself, Tusubira Samuel, and Shafik Dembe. So we will co-present with Shafik. Tusubira sent his apologies. He's unable to be part of this presentation today, but he is fully aware of what we are presenting now. We will look at specifically 3 areas. We look at the method we employed for designing and manufacturing this stanchion in-house, the analysis we performed, the results, because this has already been implemented, and the conclusion and recommendation into how this can be employed in other power plants. For the introduction, I'm going to invite Shafik just to give us the introduction and the background.
Thank you once again. Yes, I won't get tired to greet you. Good evening. Yeah, my name is Shafik, as he has indicated. Yeah, we work as a team. That's why our faces are just familiar around here. So, if I can dwell into the introduction of our presentation, Unit 10 is one of the Kaplan turbines for Nalu Valley. And it experienced some abnormal failures, which required repairs on the combinator rod, runner regulating valve and liner. Yeah, now these components, basically to work on them, you have to withdraw them. And that is basically, that is the governor system. But in the same sense, we had to carry out some maintenance on the runner blades. That is cleaning the different pockets. Now, to access the different pockets, you have to withdraw the blade. But now, in this time, we didn't have the governor system. So the question around that was, how do we now adjust the blades without the governor system? That's where an advanced approach was thought of. That is designing an advanced stanchion for blade adjustment. Right there, yes, basically to just bring everyone on board, this one here shows the regulation. It's a video showing regulation of the blades. This one here is the runner regulating valve moving in the liner. The runner regulating valve has the reciprocating motion. The liner has the normal rotation of the shaft. Now, why did we want to adjust the blades? For us to withdraw the blades, we have to adjust them at a certain angle. That is the 2.5 to facilitate the withdrawal. And also, we wanted to minimize, the reason for this, we wanted to minimize downtime. Because the time taken to wait for the components, maybe after repairs to be brought back, was a bit long. So we had to apply our minds to see how we can explore on using a different approach to open the blades. The methodology used was basically depressurizing the system and putting the required platforms. Then we also did data and material collection. We did a model analysis, basically applying different pressures on our component to see if it can withstand the pressures and also if it can be safe for people sitting on the blades working. and also given that the place is also confined, it had to be a really advanced component. Then also, the other component was basically blade positioning to prepare for withdrawal. Yeah, if I can invite my colleague Nicholas to take you through the next session.
Okay, thank you. So what he was explaining, you see, the adjustment we want to do was in situ. From the bottom, inside the draft tube, this is a highly confined space. The number of persons working in this place should be not more than 4. Now, we wanted to see that, can we do this operation without exposing the team that we have on site? So we had to go through rigorous try and error on the model that we wanted to use until we were able to adjust these blades that you can see. Sorry. So from this position that you see here is where the draft tube is here, and these are the blades we wanted to adjust to 2.5 degrees. So in just to give you a scenario, what we wanted to do was from this bottom, using the crosshead shaft, can we precisely adjust these blades to that 2.5 that we want? So we wanted a mechanism that would give us this adjust the crosshead shaft from the bottom here, and we have these blades adjusted. We had 2 options. The first option was to delay the maintenance of the runner system until we have the regulating valve and liner refurbished, and the control, the combinator rod also refurbished, and the liner then brought back to service. And that would give the governor system functionality. It will come back to normal functionality. Usually, as he explained, the blades are adjusted using the governor system. So this system was now out of service. So that option we discontinued because it takes us at least 2 months, to have that all done, and we do it outside. It is not done locally. From here, we outsource the service. So the team that I work with had to sit down and say, can we wait for this 2 months, even more, depending on which service provider you have given the works, or can we internally develop a mechanism that will help us adjust the blades? Now, at this point, adjusting the blades was from the draft tube. So we tested all those options, and the second option, which was design and manufacture of the stanchion, was recommended. Why was this recommended? It's because we were going to save, because the entire work took us. Now this is what happened. It took us 14 days to do, to design and to manufacture, and then to employ the stanchion into service. So we saved from the 2 months, we used 14 days to have the work completed, the inspection done. So the mechanism that we developed or manufactured provides a precise control of the movement of the blades from the bottom. You will see, what you can see there is one of the gentlemen planning to weld stoppers. How is this done? Now you see that gentleman is seated on the blades. Now in the event, usually what we use is the governor system will maintain the pressure, and this blade will be at that position, 2.5 degrees. But now our mechanism should be able to ensure that this gentleman who is here, usually there are 2 people who are going to weld stoppers to maintain the blade there. These 2 gentlemen here are safe. In the event of failure, these men will be squeezed, or the blades will squeeze them. So that's the risk of exposure that we wanted to totally eliminate. So we had to do rigorous testing of the stanchion before we had to employ it. That is just a pictorial evidence of the welding process. So what did we do as a team? We had criteria that we analyzed. We wanted to look at the load handling of this mechanism. It should be able to handle the weight of the blades as well as the crosshead shaft, and perhaps also resist the frictional resistance during the operation. We had to ensure that there is structural integrity of this mechanism. Then we also had to ensure that the mechanism we are developing aligns perfectly well with the crosshead shaft, because we are going to apply pressure and adjust the blades using the crosshead shaft. Now, we also had to make sure that the mechanism we develop can easily enter. You know, the draft tube is a confined space, and there is no bulk thing that can be easily put there. So in terms of ease of use, we could easily, we looked at a mechanism that will help us to take it in the draft tube and be able to position it precisely and well. Some of the assumptions that we did, we looked at the weight of the blades, the hydraulic force, load distribution on this mechanism. We also wanted to ensure that this mechanism is fixed on the runner hub, and the runner hub would be able to give us a perfectly rigid frame. We wanted to ensure that there is no deflection, because now when you exert force on this mechanism to be able to to adjust the blades, there is going to be a reaction. So we wanted to ensure that this mechanism, there is no deflection during operation, because if deflection happens, what I told you is those two gentlemen who are exposed waiting to weld stoppers would be crushed. Then finally, we looked at the factor of safety. Usually for design, factor of safety which is recommended should be above 1.5. So we wanted that the final product, before we employ it, should have at least a higher or good factor of safety. And then the frictional forces I talked of, we knew that there is no thrust force, no hydraulic force due to water resistance, and there was we considered negligible friction losses. That is the engineering design that we came up with the appropriate dimension. This was done through iterations. We developed the first one, tested it by simulation. It failed. I would say it did not pass the first time. Our factor of safety for the first model was less than 1. And actually, the system rejected it, told us this one, it cannot pass. So what we did was to increase on rigidity of this mechanism. So the final product is this. But before we got to the final product, what did we do? We used a finite element analysis for this model. What you can see there is strain analysis. We first, after assembling the entire model, we did strain analysis for the model. What you see is the evidence, because we had an applied force from this place, the base here, applied downwards. That's the reaction force due to the force we are applying on the crosshead shaft. So this reaction force would be able to give us the strain that this entire mechanism would have. So from the results that we got from the final product, because I told you we did several iterations, the first one failed, the second one also failed. We kept increasing on rigidity of this model and changing the material. We were able to perfectly get something that would give us the work we did. Now, the force that we used here, we know that the minimum pressure that is required to adjust the blades is around 200 psi. So we use the pressure as a method of simulation, but we use the ANSYS, we use pressure, and ANSYS we use mega. I think we use 1.37. Confirm? Is that what we use? 1.3 megapascal as the applied. This is now worst case, but ideally we know that it is not going to. That's not the total force that's going to be applied on it, because during the governance system we have the thrust force due to the water resistance, we have frictional losses. So all that is during the use of the governance system. But now in this case, the hub is empty. We have drained out all the water. There is no water. All the oil. There is no water in the draft tube. So this system will ideally get less. But if we use 200 psi, then we are giving it. We are going to design a model that is safe. So from the strain analysis, the maximum strain, total strain that we got, as you can see from there, was 1.1 millimeters. Now, what does this strain help us to do? To understand from this stanchion. Structure, the minimum strain that we got at 1.1 millimeters, we were trying to understand the plastic deformation for this stanchion. At what point will it deform? We know that by standard, beyond 0.25, actually 2.5 millimeters, beyond 2.5 for this specific one, this mechanism would have failed because it failed at the first time. It was beyond, it failed. So when we obtained 1.1, there was no risk of rupture for this mechanism. The second test we did was stress analysis. You realize that all my team, given that Naluvale, given the age of Naluvale, we cannot risk employing a mechanism that has not at least gone through a test that we try in the field. That would be a time bomb. It would be a risk. So we had to go through all these iterations to ensure that once we have confirmed that it has successfully passed the simulations, then we will be safe while we are employing it. So for stress analysis, we were able to determine the factor of safety because the maximum stress that we obtained here was 221 megapascals. That was the maximum. So from this structural material that we're using, we know its yield strength as 355 because that's what we had. So the factor of safety that we got was 1.6. So with that, it implies that the structure would not fail while in service. So that's the second confirmation. The first confirmation was strain analysis. Then the second one is stress, which gave us a factor of safety 1.6. That's the second one. We had to do 4 tests. The other test that we did was directional deformation. Now this one was to look at all the specific components. What you see here, all this alone combined could not enter the draft tube. So these are single, this leg and this leg and this leg, all are separate. So we assemble them while in the draft tube. So for directional deformation, the total yield strain that we got was 1.6 millimeters. But this helped us to determine the total deformation. Now this is for the complete mechanism. For the total deformation, given that the yield strength that we got is 1.6, and for total deformation to occur, since the total deformation that we got was 1.01, and for that material, for deformation to occur, it should be greater than 1.69. So we were able to know that this, from the mechanism you can see there is deformation, but this is very minimal. It is 1.08. It's minimal deformation on the entire mechanism. If you had seen a red here, when you see on this scale, it shows you the blue means this is minimal. It is safe. If the red was high on this mechanism and was greater than 1.69 for this structural material, then we wouldn't go for it. So we were able to determine that the total deformation for this mechanism is 1.08, which is minimal and very small compared to the overall structural size. The size of the structure, the beams that we're using, the C channels were 50 millimeters. So with all those 4 tests, we recommended this mechanism for use. Now, this is what happened. We were able to employ, what you see here is the runner hub. This is the mechanism when it was bolted onto the runner hub. And below here is where we put our plate. We used a jack of 5 tons. We were able to adjust the crosshead shaft, which precisely helped us to position the blades. This is the team that you see when they were jacking the crosshead shaft. And what you can see there, here. It's confined, so we could not be able to take a good picture. But what you can see here is the blade withdrawn. This one is the hub, and this is the blade withdrawn. Once we had positioned it, we were able to now unbolt the blade, and then we were able to withdraw it from the hub, and we did the normal required maintenance, the repair of the retainer, the seals, and we were able to bring back to service the unit. In conclusion, so the results from this analysis show that the stanchion enabled us to precisely position the blade and withdraw it, and we reduced the downtime for this activity by completing the activity in 14 days. We were able to use in-house material. These channels were got from our store's inventory, and we were able to weld. Our machine specialist is Tusubira, who did this. We were able to weld this internally. I would say that it enhanced the system reliability through that maintenance that we did. In conclusion, I would say that this validated stanchion that we stand here to speak about successfully enabled us to position the blades and withdraw them without the governor system. That is the main part. The governor system which does its work was not there. It withstood all the applied forces, that is the weight and the dynamic forces due to the turbine blades, the stresses associated with the adjustment, the frictional forces that happens without failure. I would say, the team that participated was safe when they were doing this activity because there was no visible deformation. The deformation that happened in the simulation takes to as minimal any possible deformation that happens. So that 1.08 millimeter that happened in the simulation that you can see did not happen in physical life. So the team was able to do this work safely without any fear of exposure. Despite the confined space risks that we have, the confined space risks, the method proved very safe and efficient, confirming that blades can be adjusted and opened in situ without the governor system. What I can say now, this mechanism can be employed on all the Naluvale units, all the 10 Naluvale units, because it was precisely designed for Naluvale. In recommendation, considering that our test has proved successful, we can safely say that this mechanism can be employed on all double-regulated Kepler turbine without any risk of exposure to the team that will be using it. What I could also recommend on a lighter note is to adopt simulation and testing of all site designs before manufacturing. Could be in-house or outsourced. And then this is also on a lighter note. You see all the mechanical designs that you've seen have been simulated and tested. We have been renting this service. We outsource the software and then we design internally as a team, the engineers that you've seen here. We could also explore the possibility of investing in simulation softwares that we have used because they are proved relevant for all the engineering designs. And this will also enhance internal capacity. For Naluvale, I can attest that the team is well able to design, to simulate and design and bring into reality systems that can safely be used. We have one area of further research. Given that this mechanism has worked on the turbine system, we have the guide vane actuation. Guide vane actuation also uses a servo motor and a governor system. So we want to test this, design a similar mechanism for the guide vane, guide vane actuation. So once we test that for the guide vane, we will be sure that in the event we don't have the governor system, we can do maintenance for all these systems. With that, I would say thank you for giving me an audience, given that this is the last presentation. Usually what people do is they don't give audience when it's time to go back. But thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Nicholas and Shafik, for that last presentation. You went almost 10 minutes overboard, but because the presentations were so interesting, I've decided that you're all winners. Let's give another round of applause to this gentleman. I don't know why we didn't have any lady in this session. It seems our innovations require spending money. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now invite questions for the panel. We'll take 3 questions. I already see 3 hands. Okay. Paul, Engineer Peter, and Engineer Elias, and of course, John Berry.
Thank you. I think before I put in the question, I must comment that the mechanical engineering team at Nalibali, in terms of innovation, design, simulation, and in-house work, is absolutely impressive. Really. And it should be encouraged. They're really, really good. Maybe the first question, on the use of the aluminium bronze, did you investigate what finish you can achieve on the aluminium bronze? And secondly, what the optimum finish should be? I think that's the one. Then, on the shaft seal, have you considered replacing the carbon seal with a Teflon seal bonded to a stainless steel support? So using a Teflon seal and then bonding it to a stainless steel support instead of using carbon, because carbon is brittle and it quite often gives you problems in breaking where you connect it together. That's the one question. The second question, have you considered printing the Hun box in a non-metallic material? It's something worth considering. Thank you.
Thank you. Allow me also add my voice to John. As a mechanical engineer, I must say I'm also proud of what the team has presented. And I always tell the Karuma team, when any civil, electrical is stuck, send to mechanical. We shall find a way. But, okay, on a lighter note, similar to John's perspective, his mind was on the aluminium bronze. The finite element analysis consideration was made on the mostly what the behavior of the bushing. I would think the team can also consider what would happen. I don't know what the material of the liner is, what treatment, because when you say where, my mind goes to friction, of course. And friction, it's two parts that play. So you're dealing with the one side. So the lining inside the, actually the liner itself, the material, one could make consideration in the same simulation with either lubricated surface and unlubricated, or some form of treatment. In this case, maybe ceramic coating in the inside of the liner, or chrome coating, because you're all trying to reduce that coefficient of friction. The second bit is also to commend the Namamve team. I think Nuhu has been modest, not even to you know, everyone is looking at the 36 million, but just to give other people perspective, in hydro, there's what you call common facilities. This separator is a common facility. So imagine that breakdown happening, and your service tank has 2,000 liters of fuel, and you use per day, how many liters do you use per day of HFO? 36,000. So that means the plant has to be shut down, which means no generation at all. Because anything upstream of the fuel line is actually critical. Even a simple thing as a valve, if you can't open the valve sending from storage tank to settling tank, you're likely to shut down the plant. So that's just to give a picture, because 36,000 for UEGCL, 36 million for UEGCL, I think could be affordable, but I'm seeing from the perspective of the effort they did and what they have averted in that term. So it could actually be a savings of even close to $1 million. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Next was Peter. Engineer Peter first.
Yeah, thank you, moderator, and thanks very much our presenters. You have kept us a lot interested in your presentation this difficult session in the afternoon. Well done. My comment is regarding the presentation by Mike Mbonye using in-house skills in project management. I really support that approach. From your methodology, how you calculated the benefit, you considered the cost of an external project manager compared to the internal project manager. So the saving is the benefit. But in certain circumstances, we may also consider the opportunity cost of the in-house resource. Because normally, these people could be having other responsibilities. No, normally they do, because they were recruited initially because of that other work. Then this is like ad hoc to say, we have this need, so you consider choose that person. So in your analysis, we need to look at both the benefit for the in-house resource and also you do a full cost-benefit analysis for both independently, then you compare. Because you may find that in certain cases, it can be positive, and hence you go in-house. In other cases, it is better to outsource, because the in-house could be having risks as well. For example, delay, requiring additional training and other factors. That's what I wanted to comment on. Thank you.
Yeah, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, thank you very much, presenters. Mine goes to my friend Shafik there, Nicholas and Bagaya. It is also related to the aluminium bronze. Naruba was commissioned in 1954, and it is phosphor bronze that has been in use up to 2025, and now you are recommending to use aluminium bronze. Now the question that I have there is that in 1954, the designers then chose phosphor bronze. There was aluminium bronze and there was also phosphor bronze, but they went for phosphor bronze. They left the aluminium bronze that we are recommending now. Now that one makes me think that what you are considering a disadvantage actually could be an advantage. This phosphor bronze has better machinability. It wears out faster. And we know very well with the regulating valve and liner, the liner is rotating, the regulating valve is moving up and down, but also now there is an effect of misalignment. Now when there is misalignment, there is that possibility of the valve pressing harder on the liner. Now when it presses hard on the liner, there are two things that will happen. One, there will be wear, increased wear, which will become an advantage now because it will create bigger tolerances. If not, it will press harder and then it will get stuck there and the two will rotate, and you know what happens, it will be more damage. So for me, I'm thinking, and I'm wondering why I'm thinking that way, that for you what you think is a benefit or a disadvantage, the quick wear rate, you're looking at it as a disadvantage. For me, I'm looking at it as an advantage, that in case there is a misalignment, and then the valve presses harder on the liner, there will be quick wear, and then those chips, of course, those chips will be washed away by oil, they'll go down, and then we shall just purify the oil, then we shall continue operating. But if this one is hard and cannot wear, it will just get stuck, and then it will damage the whole thing. Then now, lastly, is the tolerance, the working tolerance there is 0.085 to 0.165 millimeters. Now, we have been working within those tolerances for about 15 years, either 15 to 20, before we think of renovating those components there. Now, when you adopt the aluminum bronze, what is your expected lifespan? Thanks.
Because I saw Anne's hand, we'll allow a question from Anne and then we'll get responses.
Thank you very much for your presentations. All of them have been very, very insightful and very informative. My question and comment goes to Mike Mbonyi. You presented about project management, and then you indicated that you made some savings, which is very good. However, you further indicated that because of delayed payments, you incurred penalties. So the savings and the penalties, they now cancelled out. So now my question is, whenever you're doing project management, I think it's important to do risk assessment and also know your stakeholders and inform your stakeholders that they are part of your team or your charter. Because several times, we, the project managers, have finance as part of our teams, but we never let them know. We never let them know the impact of their delays or anything. And then we never do any, when we do risk assessments, we never let them know that they're part of our risks. So I think maybe that one now almost nullifies the benefit versus the benefit versus the positive versus the negative. So maybe I think that's something that you need to include as part of your discussion so that next time we're able to manage costs much better. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the questions. We've received a number of questions towards the mechanical team and a commendation towards Nuhu for that innovation in Namamve, and 2 questions towards Michael on project management. So I think we'll start with you, Michael, and then we'll come back to the mechanical team.
First, in reply to Engineer Anne, these cost savings were realized from the project management, that's true. However, the penalties I'm talking about were not as a result, let's say, for example, about our finance team delaying to pay contractors or whatever. No. These came from actual budgetary constraints within the entire company, because as you well know that we have had to put some components of our project execution under unfunded priorities. So some of these projects, even with pending IPCs, are still under unfunded priorities because we do not have the funds to cater to them. And as such, we end up having, because within our contracts we have a 30-day timeline to clear IPCs, and after that contractors can start claiming for delayed payment interest, and that is how we lose this money. It's not really directly correlated that because of stakeholder management and all this, that's how we lose the money. No, it's because we do not have some of this funding. Remind me about the second question.
Yes, the second question Peter raised, it was more of a comment, but you might also want to comment on it, comparing the in-house and external benefits to project management.
Yes, that was part, if you remember, within our recommendations, we put that we need to have a proper cost-benefit analysis. In this case, in this particular case, we did focus more on the money aspect of it because some of these teams could easily be reallocated without really putting a lot of strain on the other teams where they've been working. However, and as I also expressed that some members, for example, for electrical and mechanical, we had to borrow for limited time from the O&M team, and this was also considered. However, in future, like I said, depending on the complexity of the project, we shall have to look on the impact to the other teams within the company before we can take that on. So really, in the cost-benefit analysis, this will be taken up. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. I think Michael in his presentation had also indicated they've applied a rating to these projects, a complexity rating that informs which are best suited for in-house supervision and external support. The mechanical team, there's a number of questions for you. I don't know how if you're going to handle them as a team, or who is the team leader for questions. Does the head now?
Thank you very much. It's true we had a number of questions. To start with, I will, considering that is a team effort, the team appropriately can respond to all these questions. So I'll pick a few, and then Nicholas and Shafik will also respond to some of them. The first one was from John Berry. Thank you very much for appreciating the effort that Mechanical has put. Well, this effort cuts across the entire plant. As I told you, Naluvale is over 70 years, and we cannot risk exposing anyone during operation. The same applies in electrical, civil. They do analysis before employing any of the procedures into service. The first question was in line with whether we have considered the replacement of carbon seals with Teflon bond. Well, it's true. There's a possibility that it's possible to replace the carbon seals with Teflon bond. What we are doing, what we did first was to test the pressures. We know that Teflon bonds may not withstand high pressures. They are very, very applicable in low speeds, and for high speeds, what we were testing as a team was the composite of Teflon. So the composite here, we are still doing research about it because we know that it is an alternative for this sealing mechanism. The second question was whether we have also considered the replacement of our handbox with non-metallic material. Yes, it is also one of the areas of research that we are doing in-house, and considering the project that we have done was specifically to, since the unit was in service, we wanted to quickly return it to operation without going into the rigorous research and then coming up with a totally new system, shaft sealing system. So we wanted to put what is in service back, but without exposing the turbine shaft equipment. So that one, I take it, we will continue looking at the most viable option for the alternative for the handbox material. And the Teflon, we are looking at the composite as an alternative for the carbon seals. The questions that go for aluminum bronze, Nicholas has extensively written and researched on the aluminum bronze with the guidance of John Berry, because this was a hint from John Berry. So we took it up as a team to research and see how best can we employ it as Naluvale. So Nicholas, that one, you can just respond to it. And you know, we discussed our optimal service life was 25 years. But Nicholas, up to you.
Okay. Thank you, Nicholas, and thank you, John, for the question. I think it's something we can look at. The analysis we did was not focusing on the finishing of the aluminium bronze, but I think if we look at aluminium bronze and then try to play with the different finishings to see, like you had said, the optimum position, I think that would be a good innovation to that. So we can try that and see what happens. And then also, in response to Engineer Paul's question regarding consideration of the liner, I think it's also good, but our focus was mostly on the valve landings because it is a softer material. But I think we can also put into consideration to see if we can apply maybe a coating into the liner surface to try and enhance, and that would be also a good suggestion. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Nicholas has preempted my answers, but basically is to appreciate John Berry for the questions. Those are areas of further research. I think one of them was application of a non-metallic seal. Yes, for Kira units 11 to 13, we have a non-metallic seal. So we are just exploring the possibility of using it on Narvada units. And this has been presented in the refurbishment scope. So basically, if it's picked up, we can dive into the modifications and the analysis. Thank you.
There was one complicated question from Engineer Elias. I don't know if it has been
Thank you for the reminder. I think, yes, the first one was, I think, why the designers back then chose phosphor bronze. And I think what our analysis has tried to show that because the environment where this valve and liner operate, like you mentioned, there's a lot of movement. So if we can find a material that is at least slightly better, I think we can try it. In terms of machinability, I'd argue that aluminium is also fairly machinable. So even though it might not reach phosphor bronze's machinability, I don't know about the facts there, but it is not a very hard material to machine. So I think taking this on would not be a bad thing. In terms of the expected life, we expect an improvement in the life of about 2 to 5 years more than the phosphor bronze, because we are not discarding the phosphor bronze because it's what we've had and it's working well, but we are looking to improve, and any room for improvement is much welcome. So that is the estimated projection of improvement in life that we were looking at.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for those questions, for staying awake, and for participating actively. Once again, gentlemen, thank you so much for your excellent papers. The delivery, the very rich content is highly appreciated. Thank you all.
Thank you, Flavia, and the presenters. Let's clap for them again. I think, okay, photo moment for you. So I know we are tired, so I'm not really going to keep here. But thank you for being very active, listening as we are learning. But I just want to check in with our judges. Are you fine? Is everything going on well? Okay. The judges have assured us that they have been awake and listening. So now it brings me just to a little bit of a few announcements that I do have. We are supposed to have Anjita presenting the reflections for the day, but we are going to have that early tomorrow morning. So tomorrow we are starting, we shall be at 7:45, and we are going to have presentations only in the morning. So please do keep time and be part of that. In the afternoon, we shall be having the award ceremony. And then later, we are going to have a cocktail. We do have a barcode here behind your books. Please do scan so that you give us feedback. We need this feedback to be able to improve on how we can make this better. Then as I conclude, let me invite Harriet to come and give us a closing prayer, and we leave. But also as we go, please let us drive carefully. Let us not overspeed. Please ensure you have your seatbelts on. And thank you once again for being a good audience. You can clap for yourselves as Harriet gives us the closing prayer.
Thank you, Jackie, for this opportunity to pray. And thank you, Tim, for indeed hanging around. Since Jackie has given me the opportunity to pray, let me represent the women and men of God. Turn to your neighbor and ask. They're the ones that like to say that. Turn to your neighbor and ask, what are we learning today? Mine is a quote. Mine is a quote from Anthony D'Angelo. And he says, develop a passion for learning. If you do, you will never cease to grow. So let us pray. Loving Father, we thank you so much for this day. We thank you so much for it is you that has fashioned us and given us the brains and made it possible for us to do this. We pray that as we go back, that you would take us safely, protect us, and bring us back safely tomorrow, and give us the grace to do your will and to serve our nation. In Jesus' name, amen. Thank you.
Thank you, Harriet. The session today is closed. Let's meet tomorrow. And once again, just a reminder that we drive carefully as we go.